Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicapping methodologies, statistical data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially, our analytical framework does not assess the probability of winning. Instead, our entire focus is on identifying and evaluating the potential for financial loss and the inherent risks associated with each variable. This is an intellectual simulation designed to teach a disciplined, risk-first approach to analyzing the science of horse racing. The live format of this stream is essential to this analytical mission. A spreadsheet alone provides only a static, quantitative snapshot. A complete and rigorous risk assessment requires the inclusion of dynamic, real-time variables. These include qualitative observations from the paddock, the physical condition and behavior of the horses, last-minute changes in weather and ground conditions, and the strategic decisions made by jockeys during the race. Therefore, the use of a live race feed is for the strict purpose of data collection and model validation. It allows us to test our pre-race statistical analysis against the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or participation in online money games, which may be prohibited by your local laws. Any analysis is a theoretical exercise and must not be interpreted as a recommendation to place a bet. 3. Strictly independent, supported by viewers. The host of this channel is fully independent. We have no affiliation, partnership, or financial relationship with any bookmaker, wagering platform, or any other entity in the gaming industry. Our analysis and content are not sponsored or influenced by any outside entity. This channel is made possible through the voluntary support of our viewers via YouTube's official features, Super Chat, etc. All contributions support our educational mission, and our content will always remain free and accessible. 4. Community Code of Conduct. Fostering analytical discussion. We encourage an intelligent discussion focused on the science of racing. Encouraged. Sharing your thoughts and analysis on the race or any horse, focusing on data, strategy, or observed risks. Prohibited. Discussing personal bets, encouraging others to bet, requesting tips, or sharing links to wagering sites. Violation of these rules will result in comment deletion and a potential ban. 5. Viewer responsibility, legal compliance. You, the viewer, are solely responsible for your own actions and for understanding and complying with all laws in your jurisdiction. This channel and its host assume absolutely no liability for any financial losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
Good morning. Today is 4th of November 2025, and we are going to be doing some analytics today. We are at Flemington. Today is the day we all wait for. Today is the Melbourne Cup. And this is the race that stops a nation. And by nation, I mean Australia. So we have that race today here. That's the race today under the sun. And this is going to be here at Flemington. About this track, we have raced here a few times. The tricky part of the track is the straight. Rest everything, they fall more or less into the picture. But that is the tricky part. The straight is about, from the last bend to the finishing point, it's about 450 meters. And the ground reading has deteriorated today. It was good till day before. And it rained yesterday. So now the ground reading is soft 7. That is something that we have to deal with. And that's more or less the thing that we have. Welcome to Grandstand. And we do horse racing analysis. And we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, we wait for the results to validate that. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out. That is exactly what we do. And we'll see how this thing works today, and we'll see how the odds and the horses they work. So there are a couple of changes here. So we generally work through the DICR to look at the difficulty. And we raced on Saturday here at Flemington. So there was the other column which we have to take a note of, which is the DC. Now, basically what happens is at Flemington, the bends are not sharp, but they're wide. And we had to recalibrate each and every bend at Flemington because we're going to be racing today here at Flemington. And we had to recalibrate the measurements and everything. So that's something that we have done through this. And we'll see how accurate that thing comes up. Okay. So that's more or less the change. There is nothing else. Everything else is there. I've removed a few columns to keep the SP, so that we are able to take a look at the SP. And I've added the DC. So we'll see how we are doing today. And this is the first one. It's a maiden race, 1,000 meters. We'll take the odds. There are no scratchings. 4523. Group 3. The 8 is the linear, right? And 8 is not going through the odds. 8 is far beyond. So fillies definitely are not expected to win. And it's a long straight of 450. That filly is one of the heaviest weight. But So how the DICR is, the DC is, so everything that is green, they went to the colts, if we see in the first race, right? They all went to the colts. So this basically is something that we'll take a note of. This is the first one. I'm not going to contradict anything. We'll see how this thing works. Zahara is doing fantastic in during this season. And we have the 1,000 meter. This is an EW anyway. The thing could be 4 and 2. Since 8 is a filly, and that thing is not within the odds, I am not going to contradict this. This one doesn't need, and the rails. This distance doesn't need the rails. It does have a requirement of the physics, but this side is okay if it is not there. So we'll see how it works. All right, that is the highest rated, the 8. That is the linear. It is not there within the odds. 2 and 4 are, this is the second linear, and this is the EW. All right. So chances are 2 and 4. If the 8 does not destroy the race. Now, can the 8 destroy the race? That is what we are going to figure out in the first one, and we are not going to work with this because, honestly speaking, there are only 2 horses where, or this one, the other colt which is here, which is not looking in a great shape. So there are only a handful of horses which has actually been to the racetrack, and rest of them are running for the first time. They're doing the debut. The one which is the favorite which is Zahara on. Zahara is very good with colts, and the gate numbers they don't matter here. Nothing matters. All these things, they do not matter. Why? Because this is going to be a straight run, right? It is going to be a straight run. So this doesn't matter at this point of time. But if you look at the odds, they went all to the colts. And if that's what the thing is, people are avoiding the fillies. We are not going to make a contradiction on this. This is the first one. We'll see. But if this works, then we are looking at 2 and 4. 5 has a jock, but the kind of far, I don't know if those things will work. 3 is here. These are the largest drifts here. But both of them are fillies, so we'll see how it works. This is the first one. We'll just keep quiet, watch, and get something to drink. We have some major races today.
In a number of different ways out to the community in all parts of our country, just as another thing that continues to be stimulated.
I think that's correct, and the thing is, we talk about international representation, but I know as a young kid growing up, you'd start off with chicken and champagne breakfast, and you'd be at the TV on, you'd be having a sweet, you'd be punting all day, and hopefully today in pubs everywhere throughout Australia, people will be having a bet, watching the race, having a barbecue, it really is just a day that the whole community and Australia can get together and enjoy such a great day.
Yeah, and the Cup Tour and the community sweep are two things that really connect the community in even a further manner as well. For the race itself, when you're a student of history and a studier of ratings as well, Al Rifa, a lot of people are saying the history is against him with the 59 kilo impulse. We do have the minimum going up this year as well, so he's conceding 8 of those on the base weight. How do you place him against some of the internationals we've had come here in the last 3 decades?
Well, I went to the call of the card yesterday and someone did like him, put $500,000 on it 8-1, so that was a huge bet. But he is a class horse. Now, he was racing in Weight for Age Company at 2,000 and 2,500, mixing it with the best, and then Joseph O'Brien Master extended him out to a staying trip, and he's performed there as well. So, Joseph, he's been hit 3 times, won the Cup twice, so I would not underestimate him. But it's a wide open cup, I think. This year's strong cup. Half yours, obviously, the local hero, loves a bit of sting out of the ground. Although walking on the track, it's in magnificent condition. What I also do like is the German horse, Flatten the Curve. Since Hank Crew took over this horse, he hasn't lost a race except for the race that was transferred to dirt. So probably flying under the radar a little bit, but that's my sneaky tip for the day.
Yeah, that'd be a phenomenal performance if he could get it done for Torhammer Hansen, whose name would long live in the history of the race for many reasons. He can be
if you look down the list and you saw Torhammer Hansen, you probably think it's World Championship Wrestling that you were actually cheating into. But no, that'd be a fantastic. The good thing about the Cup, the winner of the Cup each year brings up a story. We saw it last year with Knight's Choice. That's the thing the Cup does. It just brings up stories year in, year out. So there'll be another one today.
Lee, you're beaming, as we all should be, on Lexus Melbourne Cup Day. Congratulations to you and the club on the field that's been assembled and a magnificent day ahead.
Thanks, Nigel. Hey, if you're sitting there, it's $6. That'd be good for $6. $60 to get in. You can buy tickets at the gate. So sun's beaming. It's going to be a
Gatekeeper, welcome back.
It's going to be a wonderful
Yes.
Melbourne Cup Day. Beautiful scenes out in the free break.
You're right.
Brought to us all day by Lydia Cole.
A big day ahead for Team McAvoy. But firstly, race 1, the Marathon Cape, Nile and Saluki. Can you tell us about those runners?
Yeah, look, we've got 2 ends of the spectrum. Nurl's very experienced. He's had 2 starts already. Last start winner. He's held his form beautifully, and we've always thought of him as quite a precocious and spring 2-year-old. So he comes here off the back for a win in a 2-horse race. He's been down the straight. We expect him to handle it well, and hopefully he's good enough.
And Saluki has good silks for a run today.
Yeah. She's only had the 1 jump out, so she's giving away a lot of experience. She's got a lot of raw ability, this filly, so we just want to get her in, get her to relax early in the race, and I'm sure she'll be strong.
I have to touch on half yours. How are you and the team feeling? Nervous, excited, all of the above?
Well, look, we're all of the above. We're very excited. His preparation has been faultless. It's been very smooth. He's bounced out of the Caulfield Cup. He comes in today in great order. We get a little bit of rain around, although it's not as much as probably expected. He's trained on perfectly, and we're confident that he'll bring his best today.
Thanks for your time. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
All right, the first on Cup Day is not far away. We get to see these babies, the 2-year-olds, go up the straight over the 1,000 metres. Good push here for Carnivale from the Hayes. It's jumped out really well. It's been 480 into 440. Best back runner in the race. You've got Tornado Valley there, $6 rock solid. Diameter at $6.50. Brazen DeChambeau is well named, $7 out to $7.50. Daily Reward 11s into $9.50. There is a good push here for the 6, Prince of Portland. One of our smartest punters was all over this one, $23 into $13. It's probably the best lead I can give you from the odds. But best backed is the 4, Carnivale, here in race number 1. Jockey watch at Flemington on Cup Day. Well, how could it be anyone else other than Mark Zari? He had a day out there on Derby Day. He just rides at another level.
Okay, 8 and 13 has been scratched.
His last 50 and around 16%. He's got a good book this afternoon, including Al Ripper, the favourite in the Melbourne Cup. What are you really gambling with? For free confidential support, call that number on your screen or visit the website.
So a couple of good chances later in the afternoon, including Street Artist Match, which we both were giving a good push to on Get On yesterday. But this race, the first, it's exciting, isn't it? Because we've got babies here on the straight course at Flemington. Derby Day was pretty straightforward for the punters. This is
where conditions change, and we're not dealing a lot of sort of data race, are we? It's what you see with your eye, and a lot of the newcomers. So market will be interesting. I think that'll probably.
So 8 has been scratched,
pretty accurate.
And when 8 gets scratched, the 2 automatically becomes the linear, right? 4 is an EW, 9 is in between, which is the other EW. And race 7 going to get a very heavy ground. We'll see. I think the ground might just deteriorate, or we'll get to get a feel of that.
First of the Godolphin representatives in the Waller camp is the 5 diameter. His pedigree, well, he's a half to a Newmarket winner in cylinder.
He's handling himself really well too. He's quite a relaxed horse.
We'll get a feel of that.
Now as he's having to change positions here in the yard, but he's probably a taller than average 2-year-old is. He's a little bit taller than his opposition. He's quite athletic. He's very, very strong.
And he was in the same jump out as Carnival. So if you like that piece of work with the favourite, then you're going to give Diameter a very good chance to figure in the finish, and also with a leading stable.
Nice that the first of the Portland Skies step out for trainer Matt Laurie. The 6th Prince of Portland has the services of Daniel Stackhouse.
I remember Matt saying that he had a couple that he liked. Obviously, this must have been one of them early doors because he's shown enough to be in a Maribyrnong plate here today. He's a lovely horse. I can see why he does like him. He's very tall and athletic. He does look like a real athlete. And considering it's his first day out, he's doing a good job.
I like the way that he got to the line in a recent Caulfield heat. So I think there's a bit of potential with this guy, and I'd be respecting the market support as well.
Along with a colt and filly in the Maribyrnong. The first of them is the 7 Tales of Time, 170,000 at the English Pussy sale.
Nice type of horse as well, as you'd expect. Seems to have a good attitude. He looks like he's built for speed, this horse. Short coupled type. Very, very strong, powerful hind quarter on him, and nice and deep through his girth.
Yeah, even effort in a jump out recently, and well, this is a horse that I'd be respecting the market support for. You can see it's almost half its weight just in recent minutes. So a little bit of money around, doesn't have the race experience, but definitely something to work with.
Yulong had Free Flying the 8 come out. They're left with 9 in Daily Reward. Daughter of Zoustar, Dan Karuta Queen, was a very speedy 2-year-old.
She was an absolute speed machine. She looks nothing like her mum in regards to her type. Her mum was a very flashy, very strong, muscular type, and she still lacks just a little bit of strength compared to some of her other opposition here. She's just a little bit busy in the yard without wanting to overdo it under the circumstances. I think she's being quite good.
She was a little harder to gauge just in her work because there wasn't really a lot asked, but maybe they were just keeping it nicely contained and coiled up. So she might be one to keep an eye on, particularly if there's market support.
That is the EW, all right. That is the EW.
170 at the Magic Millions Gold Coast sale.
9 is the EW.
Is the Daughter of Flying Jess who won a Magic Millions guineas.
She's a really elegant type of filly, this. She's a nice, smooth, actioned horse. Seems to have a good attitude too. She seems quite sweet in the way that she's handling herself. There's another one that's being a bit silly and she's just looking at them, sort of taking it all in herself. So good attitude, that definitely gets a big pass mark here.
I think there's others that have sort of worked while leading in here, but she's got the pedigree to suggest that she'll make her presence felt. She looks quite speedy. Not sure she'll be as strong as as the others, but we'll have to wait and see.
Joe Moreira back for another Melbourne Cup day. He rides for Yulong on the 11 in Luna Vega.
I like this horse. I think that she's a really nice type. She's one of my favourites out of the yard, actually. Great attitude. She's just dropped her head really nicely. She seems to be quite smart in the way that she's taking it all in, and I like her frame too. Fitness is definitely there.
She's another one that I thought really caught the eye. She's a big price in early market. She's starting to shorten the market. I'm buoyed by that. I think she can jump, put herself in speed. And I think when she's short, she might be in the right spot as well. So giving her a chance at odds.
20 years on from her third Melbourne Cup, the colours of Mackay Diva represented with one of the key cup chances. The McAvoys have the 12 Saluki.
Comes in here with just the one jump out under her belt, but she seems to have done that pretty nicely, and she looks like a horse that probably hasn't required as much work in regards to her frame to get her fit enough to be competitive here. Great attitude. She's taking it all in well.
What she will need to do is jump better than she has in a recent jump out. She's a little slow away, but I tell you what, she picked herself up and cruised through the line very well indeed. So she might have a bit of an engine and definitely a big watch.
13 Simply Steffi Scratch, 14 Spirit of Nikoni. Has had a couple of jump outs in preparation. She failed to meet the reserve of 10,000 at the English Premier Sale this year.
Yeah, well, they don't know their price or what they were bought for or passed in for, do they? But she's a nice framed horse. Good luck to Camp too. I'm sure it's a nice thrill for him and his owners to have a horse here running in a race like this. Her coat's beautiful. She's handling herself well. So she ticks all those boxes if her ability's up to it.
Yeah, we'll have to find that out. I think what I've seen in the jump out, she'll have a little bit to find.
Horse 1 is Nerl, Godolphin, and Tony and Calvin McAvoy, debuted here in the Maribyrnong trial, and then took out a 2-horse war at Bendigo on Caulfield Cup Day.
Yeah, he's a winner now, which is good. He's had the benefit of having 2 days out at the races, so he's acting like a complete professional here.
Wallace, welcome back. It's the War Horse Day.
Really good. His condition's beautiful.
The race doesn't have where the last start went in that race experience at this point in time, double figures, but he does have those.
Wallace, the race one I'm just going to watch. This one is the first one, all maiden, but the favorite is 4, which has reasons to be favorite, and the 2 is the pace.
He looks like an early 2-year-old.
So we'll just watch the first one. The odds looks right in the formation. Whether 4 will win or the 2 will win is a question. So it's more or less there. I'll show you.
Was a Lindsay Park trifecta in the Dali Maribyrnong Plate.
So this is the 4, which is a colt. Okay, that's an EW. The 2 is the linear. Ideally 2 should win, but 4 is favorite because of Zahara. And Zahara is very good with colts. So all that is there. The 9 is an EW, which is here. And they're saying good things about this horse. It's a very speedy one. And technically it is also here. The others that are there with certain advantage is definitely the 11 and the 10. But probably it is between 2 and 4. Probably it is between 2 and 4. Either the 2 will win, which it should, and the 4 will come second, or the 9 will come second. We'll see how it works. It's the first one, Wallace, so let's just watch how the track is, because the track is soft 7, and what are they meaning by soft 7 is very difficult to understand unless and until we've seen the first race, They use very vague terms. It is going to get hardened. They don't talk numbers. That's the problem. It is showing soft 7. We have done the calculations on the basis of soft 7 for the first 2-3 races, and then gradually moving it up.
He's quite talented, I feel.
The first 2 races are on soft 7, so the first one definitely is a watch. Then either it improves
talk us through his preparation. He's just had the
Or it deteriorates.
50-metre jump out
So
today.
It's not always ideal. It wasn't a plan.
we'll see how it works.
But he had a mishap at his first attempt at trial, so he didn't actually trial. He's quite cold. He just got a bit anxious that day. Came back 7 days later, trialled really well. He got back and under lightish riding, he picked them up one by a margin. He's got a particularly good action, this horse. So that'd be our one reservation, is that he's only had the one jump out going in versus most of these have had 2 trials or even race starts.
It's always a query, isn't it? You happy with the way that he paraded though?
Very well. He's been particularly well behaved. And with these 2-year-olds, it's how you catch them. Like, we're catching the horse on the way up, I feel. So whilst he may be a little underdone fitness-wise, he's on the way up rather than on the way down. So I think he run really well, and whatever he does here, he'll keep improving.
Like my nanny used to say, you can put more into the cake, you can't take it out. Good luck.
Spot on. Well said.
As is usually the case with this first race on Cup Day for the babies, it's an open betting affair, although this favourite Carnivale from the Hayes camp has been really well supported. That support hasn't slowed up late, so into $4.20, now into $3.80 with Sportsbet. Clearly the best back runner in the race. About a third of the overall staking hold is on that run. 2 Tornado Valley, $6 into $5, seeing some late support as well. Diameter at $8.50. Brazen DeChambeau's been a drifter at $7 out to $10. And like I said before, the 6 Prince of Portland seen good smart money as well. $23 into $11. A similar case for Nil, the one $16 into $13. But it's Carnival, which will start your favourite here, given the Maribyrnong on plate. What are you really getting with? For free confidential support, call that number on your screen or visit the website.
Zoostar filly for Anthony and Sam Friedman and Yulong. Daily rewards to tackle the Dali. Maribyrnong plate. Sam Friedman joins us.
Mine's
Nice
getting
to win
tailed.
a race that's got Dali as sponsor, who are obviously a key partner of yours as well. Tell us about the filly and if she's inherited much of Mum's speed.
Yeah, look, she's not a big filly. She's got a good pedigree on her, obviously, and she's shown really good speed from the outset. Sort of identified her early as, maybe a pre-Christmas 2-year-old. So she's done everything right. She trialled with the older horses last week and took a bit of ground off them, which is never easy at this stage of their career. So she does everything right. There's plenty bigger than her in the mounting yard, but she has a crack. She pins her ears back, and she seems very honest.
With a couple of those factors in mind, does Willow have a plan in place?
Look, we'll let the speed go. Just get her in amongst them. I think with 2-year-olds, it can be really beneficial just to have something to follow, and hopefully she's got nothing to follow at the end.
That's the squad for the rest of the day.
Yeah, really solid. Brave Miss, she'll appreciate every given the tracks. She's in good form. She's a hustler form, which has seemed to be measuring up really well over the spring. And Street Artist, probably our best chance of the day. So we should have a good hand through the day.
Thanks, Sam.
Cheers.
Minute out here from the start of race number 1 at Flemington. Heavily supported favourite is there on your screen in Carnival. And on Saturday, Hutch, as the day went on the straight course, we had 3 races, but the trainings later in the afternoon, we should come off and get to the outside. But with 2-year-olds, they can often go back to the fence and try and use the rail or something to guide them.
They can. It's a reasonably big size field, that said, and with the rain we've had, I'm wondering if jockeys will still be searching maybe to stay out wide. So look, it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. Really close to this track. This track looks unbelievable actually, but just to see if they kick back, where the better lanes might be, because that will be important for later.
Matt Hill calling the action for us on Cup Day. The first event, here's the Darley Maribyrnong plate for the 2.
On Lexus Melbourne Cup Day. Now, Carnival coming along for Mark Zara, who had such a great day here on Saturday with 4 winners. Daily reward to take a middle stall with predominantly a dark blue cap, predominantly black, though it does look black on the screens. And Luna Vega is going to be the final one. For the first events, about to get underway, they set her up. First events, 2-year-olds about to charge. 1,000 metres. Is edging towards the outside. Settle, passing. Carnival was one of the best to begin, with also Newell and Saluki over on the inside. And Luna Vega began fast, was initially going to come wide. He's going to sweep across with the other runner. Saluki is the leader from Newell and Luna Vega. Carnival is up to fourth on the outer. Tornado Valley behind those, followed by Tales of Time, Hellfire Jess and Prince of Portland. Diameters in the back half, also back with those Brazen to Shambo. Towards the end of the field is Daily Reward and also Spirit of Nakoni. Onto the course proper, 450 out. Saluki with Luna Vega the outside. They were followed by Nil between them. Now Tornado Valley's trying to extricate out and get some clear room now. And Carnival up the outside, 250 metres to go. It's Luna Vega with Tornado Valley who stopped up to take the front. And late on the outside is Tales of Time. 100 metres to go. A big finish coming up. Tornado Valley. Tales of Time is bearing it down. Tornado Valley holds it though. Tornado Valley.
2-7-11. 2-7-11. It played right. 2-7-11 and 4. We'll take a look at what is that 7.
Ethan Brown for Kieran Marr, drawing first one on Cup Day. And later on in the Lexus Melbourne Cup, Ethan Brown has his first ride in the great race.
Brilliant. Two 7. It came in. Then 11 and 4. It's difficult to assume because we have nothing on these horses. I don't know what will it do, but more or less it's there. The 2 was the linear, all right? The 2 was the linear. Generally, the win is with the linears. The 4, Zahara was riding, and that's why this was favorite. I did not want to contradict the first one. This is how it is, but more or less everything is here. The 7 got in. I don't have any clue how that got in, but that probably is a good one. We can't measure that. We'll go to the second one. So this one played right. Actually, it did not have a problem with the linear. The linear went through and did deliver. There's a huge scratching on this one. The second one has huge scratching. 4, 9, 11, 12, 13, 17. And 18. All scratched. Three, 10, 14, and 7. 3, 10, 14, and 7. So it's a 2000 meter. Up till 2000 meters, linears do not have an issue. Okay. Now 3 and 10 are the first and the second linear. 3 and 10 are the first and the second linear. And technically speaking, 10 has more pressure than 3. It is the linear, but both of them are the first and the second linear. So in this situation, there's always something in between. Now, this is another linear which is here, but it has to go to an advantage and cannot go to another pressure. It is supposed to be an advantage. Now, advantage, the highest advantage we have here on 20, which is the EW, but it is also one of the highest rated horses with a very strong advantage on this horse. The problem is it is coming from gate number 17, if I am not wrong. 20 is coming from gate number 17. That's one of the issues. Then so this is a negative leverage. Now, this negative leverage is very dangerous. This means a drop in class. So this thing is a very dangerous thing. It means that it is a drop in class. There are issues with this horse, which is 20, is ridden by who? MacD. That's ridden by that. That 15 is a check. Okay. That 20 is an EW anyway. Okay. There's a problem. Why? Because we will be able to see this working today, and we will see how this thing works. Because in the race, in the Melbourne Cup, there is a horse which is there, which I am still not sure will do this or not. We'll get a feel, because this is something that I matched with the last day at Flemington and Randwick. So what we are trying to do is, if this is an advantage, all right, it cannot be a pressure. The pressure is a pressure. This is pressure play, all right. In that case, it is okay. But when advantage becomes pressure and comes on the lower side, that becomes a contradiction. It defeats the purpose of the advantage. So that's the problem. The other problem is the gate number 17. So that's a problem. So if we have to look for another advantage that is not coming under pressure, there are these ones which are here, but they're not looking great. Okay. The 16 is a good one, but that's again from gate number 19. That is again from a gate number 19. If we look at 16 and 15, 15 is a little heavier, but here it is a little more advantage. But 16 is also a check. The 16 is ridden by McAvoy. So that's a 4-year-old mare which is here, and this is a 4-year-old gelding from gate number 7, a little heavier, definitely, because this is a filly. 15 is written by Meach. I think Ken McAvoy is a better jock. So that 16 is also a check. 15 I don't think will work. Why? Because if we see 56 and 55 here, but the graduation is at 61, 67 and 67. Here, this is under pressure. This is the advantage. So yeah, 16 probably is the other one. 16 is a check. So what might happen is if now is 7.3 anyway. That's the other EW which is here. But this is a 7-year-old mare. Okay. So I don't know if that 7-year-old mare will be able to do anything, but that's that. The 20 is good, which is there, but it is a negative leverage. That contradicts the thing. So if 3 wins and 10 is the second one, ideally, what should happen is the, if you look at, let's talk about 19 also. All right, 19 is also a linear which is here. Now 19 is Timmy Clark, and I checked. Timmy Clark has never raced here at Flemington, but does that mean that it cannot win? It's one of the highest rated. Okay, that's one of the highest rated. But the problem is that Tim Clark has never been to Flemington. He's coming through gate number 2, but Tim Clark is good. He's very good. So if the 3 wins, ideally 3 is the linear. I mean, the linears should win. Okay, and that's how the numbers work, and we get to see the linears on favorite because of the reason, because they're linear. We just saw the linear winning. The linear should win. But the second linear, which has more pressure coming from gate number 14, that's adequate pressure to cover from gate number 14. So is it possible that they can be a queen? There is a possibility, but generally speaking, that does not happen. If that happens, that's great. Generally, there is an advantage which will play, and the advantage is here. This one is a 6-year-old gelding, very good, but negative leverage. There is something not right. The 8 is a 7-year-old mare. This is also an EW with a low pressure. Then we have this one, which is a 23, which is a 7-year-old gelding. I don't know whether those things will work. It might not, because the age will definitely collide from those gates. If this is a 5-year-old gelding, this is a 4-year-old gelding, and a 7-year-old mare, doesn't matter how much advantage they have, but it is still the age that will prevail, and they are also not in a great shape. So the one which is probably in a better shape is this one. This is definitely a very heavy horse, but that's a negative leverage. And so between 10 and 3, the difference is this, that though this is a linear and this is the second linear, this is high pressure. Okay. So ideally what should happen is the pressure should win. Both of them has physics. Though it is a linear, it is at 95. This is at 150. This is in 150 from gate number 14. It is from gate number 14. That pressure is absolutely good to, win. This is 86. Sections are here. So it has relaxation and all that. That's there. So if you look at the body weight also, then also this is lower. That means this is higher. The lower ones are higher body weight. So 10 is definitely higher body weight here. But 10 is kind of the second one. It is coming from gate number 14. 10 is with Zahara, and Zahara is very good. The 3 is with Craig Williams, which is also not bad. Technically, he has this reason why he is favorite, because he is the linear, but when we measure the pressure on that linear, that is less than what Zahara is carrying. So ideally 10 should win. There has to be something in between. That could be 16, and 3 is the favorite, which could be the third one. They generally do not come together. If they come together, then it is good. But they generally do not come together. The linears will not come together. Generally, the linear wins if it has the highest pressure. Like here, it has 113. That was a linear. All right. This had 134. 25 was here. It dropped. Okay. So, and this was a neutral. So that did not work. So the high pressure actually went through. Here, the high pressure is on this gentleman, which is 86. This is a drop. It is looking linear because that is how technically it is done. And it is linear. That's why it is favorite. It has got nothing to do with the money on this, but the pressure is higher on this particular horse, which is 10. So chances are, if they become a queen, they become a queen. But the 16 is a check. We'll see how it works. You're on the 14. 14, 42, 93. Okay. We'll see how it works. It is the second one. The ground will get a feel on this one. This is a 2000 meter, and having said that, this is also something we should probably watch, because the first one was here. Okay, the first one was here on the straight. This is the first one which is going to be here on the outer circle, which is the 2000 meter, and the ground is still heavy. The ground is still soft 7 here. This is the first one. So this is ideally also we should watch. This is ideally also we should watch and not get into it, because the first one we had the straight, the linear won, which is a good sign. The second one is here. We'll see if the pressure wins, and one of the linears they win. We get an idea of how this particular section is playing. I'm going to put the feed once there at the paddock, because they put in music and they put in other tracks, which often brings us copyright. So we'll wait for them to be at the paddock. Once they start showing the paddock, I'll put the feed on. And I want to wish everybody best of luck today. It's a very, very emotional day. It's a very, very contagious day. Best of luck, everybody, and may God be with all of us.
The 2,000 metres, we've got a really well-backed favourite here in Macdane. It's a big loser in our books. It's been $5 into $2.90. 3 times as many bets on this runner as there is on anything else in the race. Party Crusher, the South Australian, $6 into $5. There's been some smart money for the 14 gig and back. It's been 14 into $6.50. It does look very progressive, having won 3 of its past 4. Break Miss been in good form too, but a drifter with us, $6 out to $8. And the Hots are also over the Coelho Dorado, the 19, $34 into 14. But Macdane, your $2.90 favourite here, race number 2. What are you really gambling with? For free confidential support, call that number on your screen or visit the website.
Dismounting Yard is brought to you by the Racing.com Tipping Hub. National form tips and analysis. Download wherever you get your apps.
Race 2 on Cup Day, with the sun out, if you don't mind, is the MA Services Grand Handicap 2,000 metre benchmark 80, moved from Champions Day to Oaks Day 2 years ago and now finding itself on the first Tuesday. Horse 1 is Flash Feeling. He won this race on Champions Day 3 years ago.
He has a Winkers going back on again today. He's a horse that's been up for a very long time. His coat remains good and healthy. Hopefully the Winkers can just spark him up a little bit off his most recent form, Hutchie.
Yeah, the pattern against him at Hamilton, but look, he ran well in the race last year. Let's hope history can repeat for Connections. But the bottom line is he's got to really improve on recent form, which hasn't been ideal.
To Lodrock's 2 most recent victories have been over 3,000 metres. He started his spring over a mile a month ago.
When he came in, he was carrying a fair bit of condition, as you'd expect. He's got a long way to go to get up to his pet distance. He's taken really nice natural improvement between runs. We know that he still wants a lot further than this, but it's been a really good parade and a nice progression coming into today.
He'll prefer further, he'll get the racing, put himself on speed, and push the track won't be an issue. Just might be vulnerable to something with a better turn of foot, but he's remarkably consistent.
Speaking of consistent, Free Macdane's put together a terrific prep that stretches all the way back to March.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's been up a good while, but I mean, why would you tip a horse out when it's going so well? He looks immaculate here again today. His coat is beautiful. He's a really good-looking horse and makes a very good condition. The horse looks great.
Took a good one to beat him in Zambado last start, and with Craig Williams and Camp team up, they've got a great strike rate around 16%. This is a horse that'll run well.
For Amy King scratching, is this a set play from the cagey Henry Dwyer, the 5 Pittsburgh Pirate, Horsham Cup winner, contested Saturday's Mortlake Cup?
He's a hard horse to read this. I find him really hard to catch. He looks good. He's another one that's been up for a very long time. But you look at his runs just before his recent too, and I couldn't really make a case for him leading into them. So what do you make of his form, Hutchie? He looks good enough here.
Well, I can understand Henry having to throw at the stumps, strike while the iron's hot. The horse was going horribly, and his last 2 have been good, so have another go.
6 is Fengarado, who's out the market for John Lee Jr. He was last in the Hamilton Cup.
He's another one I find hard to line his form up. Hutchie might be better off commenting, but from what I'm seeing, the horse looks well, but he's got beat 26 lengths last start. He's probably hard to recommend.
He's out of form. The problem is he's a 6-time winner on a heavy track, so he would have liked the rain to keep coming, and if anything, the track's dry.
Good push from Sam Friedman prior to race 1 in regards to the chances of 7 brave miss, and rightly so. She took out the pinker at Cranbourne last start.
I've found this girl on top a lot throughout this campaign. I really like her as a type. She's quite crazy, this girl. She always parades very highly strung, very tense. Don't worry about it. That's just how she always is, and she usually wins when she's like this. So she's actually been really quite good for her. She's very, very fit. She works herself hard, keeps herself up to the mark. She looks great.
Aggressive, and she's in good form.
8 is J.K. Ann, who should enjoy having the edge off the track third up.
She looks good, this horse. Very, very fit deep into her campaign. She's quite a sweet mare.
Yeah, third run of the preparation. Look, she'll get back in the field. She doesn't mind a little bit of push on the track, but she's just got to improve a little on the last couple of runs.
9 nearing Liberty scratching. 10 is Carl Crusher, who's brought
Adaman, welcome back.
from a first up run at Murray Bridge.
He's been consistently on his toes this horse the whole time that he's been in the yard, and I don't really have a baseline on him whether he usually carries on like this. It is within normal limits. He does look very well though.
Just looking at his better form, he's more than capable. It's only his 7th career start today, but he will strip fit a second up. He could be an improvement.
11, 12 and 13 are all scratchings. 14, Giggenbach, chasing 3 straight for Price Kent.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying, this horse, isn't she? She's a really nice, smooth action horse.
She's 7'10".
But I'm not concerned about that at all. She looks good.
Yeah, for barrier 3, you'd imagine that she'll land in a good spot. She's won 3 of her last 4. She's absolutely flying at the moment. Will handle any sort of track conditions, and another mare with good upside. So I think she can definitely be, a strong case can be made for her.
15, Sacrifice, was successful on Benalla Cup Day before being 3 lengths off Giggenbach at Pakenham.
He bounced in with a lot of purpose, this horse. He's very, very fit at this stage of his preparation too. And obviously just keeping at the same distance range, but he looks well enough.
He's a horse that's got a little bit to find. He's another one that can land on pace, Sacrifice. It's only his 15th career start, so there is a chance of upside, but I just preferred others today, but he will need to find a little bit on those recent efforts.
Jared McAvoy chasing a record equaling 4th Melbourne Cup later this afternoon at Absurd. He's a half kilo over on the 16 Oracle.
Looks pretty good, this girl. I think that she's got a lovely rich colour and glow to her coat. What do you make of her form? She'd have to probably go to a new peak today.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, back-to-back wins, and then they threw her in a much stronger race, one by blinded by the lights. So she could bounce back. I think she's going to need an awful lot of luck, though, from the barrier. The wide gate makes it tricky. I presume they'll be conservative, and that means she has to run past quite a few.
17 and 18 out. 19, Quello Dorato gives Danny O'Brien a starter after the hop to go. Scratching was placed over 1,700 on the second half of the Geelong Cup program.
The parade of this horse is excellent. I feel like he's in peak physical condition. His coat's beautiful. You can see bright tone all over his ribcage and over his hindquarters. He's very fit. His ability will allow him to be competitive.
Yeah, fit, racing well, consistent, and he's going to get a good run as well.
20, Ghetto Superstar was a length and a quarter back at Geelong.
Looks really good, this horse. He's just casually getting up on his toes now, which is pretty typical for him. He's a lovely, big, strong-barreled horse.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit more required for this one. Third run in, it wasn't a bad effort at Geelong. He had the pattern against there, but this is, for mine, a harder assignment for him.
Alma Rise for Peter Moody, Catherine Coleman, Luke Nolan in the saddle defeated Lezebra, and Flamin Romans in the Oaks Day edition of the MA Services Grand Handicap last year, lunching with the informed Mac Dane to get on top in the second.
That I am, Nige. I'm hoping Mac Dane can do it. The conditions didn't really matter. Probably if it was wetter, it would have been an even better chance. But I think he can take it out. Brave Miss is racing particularly well. Of the others, I think the horse that will run well, Keegan Bark, has been in great form. Some money, some market support as well around for that calibre. But predominantly, I thought Mac Dane was one of the better plays on the card.
Well, I'm with you, Hutchie. Mac Dane on top from me. I thought he stood out in the this horse. He's a really lovely type. He's been going well all preparation, and I think that he's at the peak of his powers again today. Of the rest, Brave Miss, another horse that I've got a lot of time for. I quite often find her on top or at the very pointy end of my selections, and it was another really good parade by her.
Horses heading towards the start here for race number 2. Mac Dane, I thought, was one of the better bets on the program. A horse who's had a couple of nice runs this time in, was great behind Zebado, who looks to be one of the bets of the week at Flemington on Thursday. It's in on Oaks Day.
And there was good money around that day, wasn't there, Zebado for Mac Dane as well, which kind of surprised me because Zebado's always had this sort of good bit of market support. So clearly they like the way he's running.
One horse who's been big firmer at a price is a Ghetto Superstar. Let's hear from Mick Shetherston.
Racing under his belt over these trips, but the big open today. The ground should be perfect for him. He's raced well on soft before, so hopefully it can set up nice for him.
I will be cheering for you, my friend. Good luck.
Thanks, Amy. Appreciate it.
Well, the majority of the sports bet punters will be cheering for Mac Dane here in race number 2 because he's clearly the best backed runner by quite some way. Into $3.10 now, holding that price as we approach the start time. Party Crusher on the second line of betting $6 into $5. Second best backed runner in the race. And our sharps are all over it. It's the 14 Gig and Bash. $14 into $6.50. Brave Miss getting out again to $7.50. And that horse just referenced Ghetto Superstar has been $51 into $12. But your favourite here in race 2 is the extremely well backed Mac Dane at $3.10 with Sportsbet. What are you really gambling with? For free confidential support, call that number on your screen or visit the website.
3,000 metre specialist Lodrock's got a KLS to work with, but does have a run under the belt. Jack Turnbull from the Kiramar team joins us ahead of the MA Services Group handicap. See a chance of giving this a bit of a shake given his endurance base?
Yeah, we believe so, Nigel. He's over the odds. He was really good first up over a short trip. We left the headgear off and we're drawing a plumb barrier to get a nice run in a fast-paced race. So ideally we're midfield travelling and just working into it late, knowing that we're going to get over further, but he's in good shape.
Had a conversation with Kieran after the win of Tornado Valley and focused on the Cup runners, but how do you see the squad leading across the rest of Cup Day?
St George, he's probably the one. We've got a nice group of chances. Sunshine in my pocket. If the track continues to dry out, you can't drop off him either. We're a little bit cautious of the weather that come, but St George is ready to go, and then hopefully we get a bit of luck and everything falls into line for the big one in the Melbourne Cup.
Thanks, Jack.
Thank you.
Horses behind the barriers, less than a minute out here from Flemington race number 2. Final thoughts, Hutch?
I'm hoping Mac Dane can get it done. We need to bounce back. We had a great derby day with a lot of favourite runners winning. I suppose race 1, it was always going to be tricky with the newcomers, wasn't it? But hoping to get placed a bit straight out. Really going to have another close look at how this track is going to play as well. But they are loading up here for the second event. Let's go out on course to Matt Hill.
Forward, Neil Farley. So Sacrifice about to come along. J.K. Ann, who loves Rain Effect, is going, taking an awkward Ellie. Flash Feeling and Orakwa are going to be the final 2. Flash Feeling, Johnny Allen goes up with the 62.5 kilos, has the winkers on again, and Orakwa is the final one. Field set, ready to go. Race number 2, 2,000 metres for the Grand Handicap, and away they go. Sacrifice jumped well with Coelho Dorado. And on the outside, Brave Miss. And Mac Dane is going to hold its position from barrier 1. Flash Feeling is next. Then Gig and Bark, 2 lengths to Lodbrock, and trying to find a position is Party Crusher. Fingerada well back, Pittsburgh Pirate. And then came towards the end of the field, Orakwa. Ghetto Superstar well back with J.K. Ann as they reach the 1,500 marker. Coelho Dorado off the rails. Mac Dane still there on the fence. They're a length and a quarter, Brave Miss. 2 further back is Sacrifice outside of Gig and Bark, and then a gap to Flash Feeling, Lodbrock. Party Crusher got in, one off the fence at the 1,300 metres. Pittsburgh Pirate has bailed away on the rails, well back from Fingerada, and then came a next third last Oraqua, and a little bit free there, third last from Ghetto Superstar and JK Ann at the 1100 metres. Coelho Dorado took it up with the neck arched low and led, but not a lot of pressure now by 2 lengths to MacDane Brave Miss. Giggenbach fourth the inside. They were followed next by Sacrifice, linked and a quarter Flash Feeling, Lodbrock and Wellback Party Crasher, Pittsburgh Pirate Fingerada. Aurak was not happy with the speed, a little fizzy. About to hook out 3 deep from Ghetto Superstar and JK Ann as they run towards the corner. 700 metres to go. Coelho Dorado, now Sacrifice, has whipped up on the outside, wasn't happy with the speed and has taken off. So Sacrifice coming up towards the corner, put the foot down from Coelho Dorado there, the inside. MacDane's getting away from the fence and hooking towards the middle of the track. Then Giggenbach, Flash Feeling, Party Crasher hooks widest, and they were followed by Pittsburgh Pirate, who's darting back to the inside with Lodbrock following it as they reach the 250. It's Sacrifice up the middle, a length in front of Pittsburgh Pirate. Here's Party Crasher chiming in, and Oraqua down the outside. Party Crasher at the 150. Pittsburgh Pirate trying to go with it. Then came Oraqua and Ghetto Superstar, late Party Crasher. Pittsburgh Pirates coming back. It's going to be close.
10.
Next to finish Oraqua,
10.
followed in by Sacrifice and MacDane, Giggenbach and Lodbrock. Further back, JKN, Fingerada.
10, 5, 20 and 7.
Terrific result for Michael Hickmott. He brought Fancify across last year to win the Group 3 Hong Kong Jockey Club Stakes for the mares. Here he grabs the second on Melbourne Cup Day with an ownership group that...
So what happened is the pressure went through that. So what happens in situations like this is you see what we are using is something which is also being used by I mean all the analysts and the betting platforms. This is basically the back end what we are using, right? It took a long time to develop this. So they look the first and the second linear. Now the linear means what? The linear means they are the highest handicapped. Okay. This is the highest handicapped. That means people are assuming this is the best horse. That is how the system preferences goes, all right? The system will identify this as the highest handicapped. That means this is the best horse. But behind this is the pressure, which is here. Okay? These are all sectional speed pressure. So the linear with a low pressure and the second linear with a high pressure, this is where it contradicts each other. But this one also played right. Now, if we look at the results, is 3, 5, 20 and 7. 10, 5, 20 and 7. So 10 was the linear. Then it had to drop. All right. I thought the 16 will get in, but the 16 did not get in. The 5 got in here. Though it was a 0, but that's okay. I mean, zeros are okay. But it was not in a great shape. However, that is how it looks like. It is a 0-0. That means no difficulty on this horse. So the 10 went through, then 1 with a low pressure, which will obviously be this. And then the 20 also got there. Now, this is what we are going to figure out today, because here in the race 7, we have this horse, which is 24, all right? This is also a leverage, which is a negative leverage. We will match this if this is a possibility, because I think this is the third position generally. When this happens, this basically is the third position. from the gate 17, I had my doubts whether it'll be able to deliver. That's why I started looking for another one and went up with 16, which is also far. But no, that did not happen. The low pressure here was this one, which was from gate number 5. I was not very sure because this did not look great. Though it did not have any difficulties on this, but it is very, very difficult to, do that thing on this. But that actually happened. So it is about high pressure, low pressure. All right. One, they generally do not get in together. So there has to be a low pressure, and the low pressure is definitely something which is very difficult to figure out. But we will try to do that. And this is a negative leverage. And when that happens, this puts everything into a big question mark. A negative leverage is bad, but how bad is that is a dicey question. But that 20 is the other advantage. So anyway, that happened. And the fourth one is 7. 7 was pressure. All right. So this is like that. It generally is high pressure, low pressure, then again high pressure. But this is a 6-year-old mare, so this thing did not work. And 3 just didn't get there. So that's how it worked. We'll go to the 1800 meter here, which is the third one. We'll take the odds. 4931. These are the odds, okay? Okay, now we will talk about the DC. Right. Now the DC is where we are able to figure out the bends. Okay. The DC is where we are able to figure out the bends. Now, if we are right about the bends, then one will win. Okay. If we are right about the bends here at Randwick, at Flemington, then the one will win. Now, the catch with one is it is a colt, and it is being ridden by Craig Williams, who has never ridden this horse. So that's the catch on this horse. Okay. That is the catch on this horse. Now, that is also the highest leverage that we have. This is the highest leverage. The linear is, however, the 14, which probably will get there in some form, but if we have to understand how this thing is working, then this is the highest leverage. Okay, that's the highest leverage. That's the highest leverage. Now this is here. Leverage is the promotion which has been given to this horse. That does not happen through handicapping. It happens through, whenever a horse is racing and they participate into races, they are automatically promoted depending on the commentary which happens and the performance that they do. So that is the leverage. Now, if we look here, then this is okay. This 15 is a negative leverage, which is here. They are also negative leverages, which are here. So any one out of this would be a second or third, right? The second could be where? The second could be this. The second could be this, because this is a 0. All right, 166, 164, 16.3. Even that 11 is quite capable. And definitely the 3 is the heaviest, all right, on 0, 0. So the 3 is the gate number 14. This is gate number 15. And this is 6. So ideally this should win. And then it needs to drop. And drop can be here, here, and everywhere here. Out of which possibilities 6. I mean, it is a very tempting thing to look at this 9, because this is that, but this is also a negative leverage. So I don't know if that will work. All right. It has the rails and it is like one of the highest rated. So, I mean, it's very tempting to look at that, but I don't know whether that will work, because that is a negative leverage. Could be a third. So if we have to look for a second, that probably would go to this gentleman, because of that, that leverage. This is high. This is not 14. So yeah, I mean, things can go wrong. Things can go wrong. One looks good. One, I think, should win. The catch is that colts are very difficult animals. And if there is not, if they do not have a past history, the jock and the colt, and if the colt doesn't like the jock, it can actually bite the jock. So that can happen. But ideally, technically, one should win. Then rest of the things can happen. This is a listed race. And that should probably happen. I don't know whether 14 will win. So the problem is definitely the gate number. Gate number is very crucial. From gate number 15 with a 0 pressure, winning very difficult. You needed to have a lot of advantage, which is not there. That brings in the other horses like this one. The 6, which is here. Or 12 is also far 62. This is anyway, these are EWs, and this is where things go very wrong. These are the EW. Why? Because they have the highest advantages. But they are also negative leverages. They have, and this one, what is it doing here? I don't know, because it has got 6 races and has nothing, that it has no gate speed on this horse, so we'll stay out of that. Then it is this one, which is a very high rated, but it is a negative leverage. 3 is a 0. 29 is 16. This means it is very relaxed. Okay, this means this is very relaxed. Could be this 1, 14, because the rest of them are all negative leverage. These are there, but they are not in a great shape. All 37. This is gate number 12. The 6 still is okay, but those gate numbers are difficult. I mean, if this advantage is here, it is lethal from gate number 2. From 14-0 is difficult. So those are, these are all possibilities that can happen, but we'll see how this thing works. I think it is 1. So why I am saying 1 and not 14, which is the linear? Because this is a listed race, all right? That's the first thing. And when we look at the difficulty, if we take out the difficulty from this horse, this will become approximately, 37 among the same. These will all fall, but it will fall drastically, all right? If we take out the difficulty, this is the difficulty. And for this one, this is the lowest difficulty with a very strong advantage on this. This is the lowest difficulty. If we look at, this is the lowest difficulty, all right? So we'll see if that happens. But there is a catch with this, because this is a mix X, and the jock has never ridden this horse. It's got a brilliant resume. It has won a group league race before this. So this is the resume. So it has been into group 1, group 2 races. It actually won a very premium race. So that thing, what has happened, and it is like that, lowest difficulty, highest bend advantage. So we'll see how that works. Gatekeeper, that was exciting. Which one was exciting? I had a, the thing is, Gatekeeper, Flemington is a very difficult place. Flemington is a very, very difficult place. It is not easy. And on top of that, the problem is the entire world is doing analysis on this. The entire world. The largest syndicates are on this. The biggest tech companies are on this. The biggest betting platform are on this. So personally, I am a very small fish, and contradicting that requires a lot of experience, which I don't have. I have experience of 2 years of streaming. I am a YouTuber who's streaming. And when we are here, we are trying to contradict what? We are trying to contradict people who have been doing this for years. My data is one thing. The other thing is going against the biggies who have already made their, thoughts clear. And that's when I get a little nervous. I don't know. I mean, it's just me, if you look at this, all right, the 3 is the linear. This was from gate number 14. We have seen this. From gate number 14, you need a minimum 80% on the pressure module. All right. It is 86. It will deliver. It doesn't have the pressure. This one, the linear, but it became linear. Why? Because these are the contradictions. All right. These are the contradictions that will happen if we take the linear, if we measure this exactly how the betting platforms are measuring, that will show this, which is the linear. That should win. But when we go deep and dig deeper, we find the pressure module which is less on this. And the pressure is higher on this. And most importantly, when I show the data, I'm not trying to make a prediction. I'm not trying to make a prediction, but what I am trying to do is I'm trying to show what the data says. As an investment, it is the responsibility of the gentleman who is making that investment, whether he understands the risk on that, because there are certain proven things which are here, right? There are certain things which we have been doing for last maybe about 2 years, and every day we have changed the data. We have seen how things are working, and we know that there's a pattern through which it works. So either we adopt that and we understand the risk of this, and we develop that in a way so that we don't get burnt, or we just do how the old school was happening. Look at this. This is very tempting. Looking at 1 and 9, gate number 6 and 7, it is looking very tempting. But that negative leverage is what stops me from thinking that it'll get there at the second position. The second position could be with 4, which is the favorite anyway, or anywhere here. Here what happened, the 20 had the highest advantage. It came in where? Third. So that's the first thing that happened here, and that's the problem, So though it is very high rated, it has the advantage, but it is when it gets to negative leverage, and that negative leverage is something that is happening automatically. It is not by the handicapping. It is how the performance of that horse is. It could be very high rated, but it's got a negative leverage. It's got a fantastic advantage, but it has a negative leverage. So it came in third. Ideally, what would have happened? I would have said that the EW is the second position. Ideally, that's what it is, generally, but no, because it is a negative leverage, and the one which was here this 5, even I was not convinced that it will come in second, but it came in. It is the lowest. It is the lowest pressure point here. 0 came in. 3 did not have pressure. The pressure was on 10. Then we had to look for a negative, negative pressure. This one was the highest, which came in third. Got beaten by this one, which was a 42. This was a 58. 64, I'm sorry. So how that is happening is something that needs to be figured out.
Seen some sharp money though, and he's the best back runner, $5.50.
Vishwa, welcome back.
For 3, Champagne Hero, $6 into $4.80. Really, after that, it's take your pick the rest. Arabian Prince missed out on a run in the Derby. $3.50 out to $5.50, dropping back in the trip. Target was okay from the back last start, $7 out to $7.50. Then you're looking at double figure odds. A2 has been $21 into $17, but it's hard to really give you a push outside of the favourite here, the 4 different gravy, who is the best back, $5.50 into $4.40 with Sportsbet. What are you really gambling with? For free confidential support, call that number on your screen or visit the website.
This monthly card is brought to you by the racing.com app. Your racing connection for news, race replays, tips, and national forms. Download wherever
Vishwa.
your apps.
Ranwick. We're showing the paddock here, Vishwa. It'll be messy if we keep switching from Ranwick and Flemington.
Well, you can hear this horse coming before you see him because he's been roaring like an absolute clown all day. I heard him out the back, did the same thing when he's come in. He looks impeccable. I just hope his attitude's in check.
Yeah, showed nice potential in that first preparation. Ran okay first up, hitting the line, but second up, stepping up into 6 will certainly suit his chances.
Horse 2 is obvious. Ben Allen riding for Greg Durrell was the closest to the runaway Regal Award on the middle day of the Caulfield Carnival.
Really nice parade from this horse today. He's a good, imposing type. He's got a bit of quality about him. His coat is in outstanding order.
Genuine each-way chance. I know Regal Award was beaten, but they ran good time and it was a solid enough performance. This is a horse that can map nicely as well from barrier 4, so he should get a good run in transit from Ben Allen, trainer Greg Durrell.
3, Champagne Hero comes down after contesting Sydney's 3-year-old staying features of the spring.
Well, he's a bit of an eye catcher, this horse. He definitely turns heads when he comes into the yard. He's about to see a reflection in his coat. He's in absolute optimum health.
A little bit of mixed form. It's been good market support. I'm respecting that. Didn't hit the line all that strongly over the 2000 and back in trip here. We'll sort of need to bring some of the form from earlier in the preparation.
Off the Swan Hill maiden victory, the 4 different gravy was rushing at the winner at the Hillsmith.
He certainly was. It was a good run there, only just missed. He's in great mix again today. He's very engaged. He's walking with a lot of purpose.
And looks the type that will really be set into Flemington as well. The nice long straight there and stick to the same distance. Will Smith, the Hillsmith form usually stacks up well. I think it will again this year.
Nearside blinker for the 5 Brave Dancer, a Geelong maiden winner after being a place getter to Obvious and Bendigo.
Yeah, my first time assessing this gelding. He looks really well. He's a tall, athletic type. He's been perfectly prepared. Looks like this distance range is right up his alley.
It's a step up, there's no question. The winner at Geelong was sound. Started favourite there, got it done, but this is a much harder order, and there's a consequence of getting a price of preferred others.
6 is Island Boy, won a Cranbourne maiden over 1600 on Pinker night.
It's a good effort that day too. It was quite impressive over the last little bit. I think that presents nice and well here. He's lovely and relaxed. He's got a good loose action and his condition overall is very healthy.
Looking for him. They put the blinkers on for that win, and I thought he charged through the line really well. 1800 should suit his day. He's won at a price I couldn't entertain.
Damien Lane's won 2 of the last 5 editions of this race. He rides the 7, a 2 for Reece Goodwin.
Just getting a little bit on the chewy here in the yard without wanting to overdo it too much, but is relaxing more that I look at him. He's quite a scopy horse, beautiful, big, powerful mover.
The sound performance, wasn't it? He's another progressive horse in the lineup. Damien Lane's a positive booking, and yeah, I'd be respectful of this horse's chances. It's $16. I think that's probably about right, but he's one that could surprise.
8 Sid Sonic did a good job from the rear as a joker.
He's going to have to keep on progressing like a number of these horses that have won their maiden and come into today. He looks good. I think that he's in overall good condition. If you like what he did there, he should be running up to expectation again.
I love his run at Sandown. He went to Duke in a slowly run race, and I think he defied that tempo to win quite stylishly. I think he'll love Flemington and 1800. Cushion in the trap shouldn't be an issue, and he was my on-top selection.
9 Arabian Prince chases a consolation prize after missing a run in the Derby.
It was such a shame he didn't get a start in the Derby. I think that the winner was obviously very impressive, but I've always had a lot of time for this horse. I think that he looks brilliant here. I just wonder, is he going to be sharp enough?
Yeah, I think that's the key point.
6 4 5 exact.
Not back to 1800, but you could argue that he's been in the class races as well, so it's an easier assignment. He's shown a bit of a turn of foot in some slowly run races. There'll be more tempo here, but I thought he was short enough. He has got out the mark.
10 Zentorno has been cleared to run after a pre-race vet inspection.
Just a little bit busy as he first came in, but it just relaxed more and more the longer that he's been in here, which is a good sign. Seems to be moving really well. Got very good ponies, big horse.
Placed in a benchmark 56 last time out, following that little Jura Bay win. I'm not sure it's the right sort of form lines going in, but with a stable that know how to place, so respectful to some extent.
11 Super Paradise is back to the Flemington 1800 after tackling the Geelong Classic.
I was just chatting with connections of this horse now, filling me in that he's had no luck this horse. Everything just seems to go wrong for him. It's been a bit of a frustrating campaign. He looks really good though.
Well, he has. So, to take on trust time, he didn't have the pattern on side last time out. I think he's capable of running a very bold race, but it's for those that keep the faith.
12 Poor Old Johnny Ray here via the superimpose in the vase.
He looks the same as what he has done every start pretty much. He's in good condition. I just need to see him do it before I probably recommend him.
Yeah, he needs to improve a lot of
6 and 9.
So he's a big price winner. That's a big price winner here at Flemington.
13 Gold Topaz got the first placing of his career first up at Bendigo.
It's quite a powerful type of horse, and obviously by sire or firing game, I think that he looks well enough.
It's an interesting runner because probably that form last campaign wasn't anything special, but he ran well first up over the mile. Better suited here. So I've been watching him quite closely and wouldn't be shocked if he figured.
Filly 14 Luna Bay gets the blinkers and comes here instead of a contest last Saturday.
She's in very good condition. She's just nicely on her toes without wanting to overdo it. There is a big atmosphere here too, and a chopper overhead, so she's got every right just to be a little bit anxious. I think in regards to her fitness, it's absolutely spot on.
I think it's nice they got the blinkers going on. She raced in patches for mine last start at Horse Free, and she was sort of, just on and off the bridle a little bit at points off the race. She's one of the pace influences here as well. I think that will help. There's not a lot of speed.
Big Kent also represented by the 15 Don't Doubt Dare, who tackled the Geelong Classic at start 2.
She looks really good in the yard here. Her overall condition's nice. She's relaxed. She's moving well. She's doubled up. She's in good physical condition. Probably.
Which one is a useless horse? Which one?
Yeah, I think that's a fair call. Still a maiden. It might be something to work with, but should only be better for this experience.
And we'll give US jockey Johnny Velasquez, a 3-time Kentucky Derby winner, his first look at Flemington here in the TAB Trophy. Were you keen on the chances of Snitch Sonic Hush?
I am. I was wanted to take on the favourite because I felt there was reasons to do that, particularly at the early price. But that said, Arabian Prince has got out to 550 now. But Snitch Sonic, different grade, will run very well. Champagne Hero, bit of mixed form, but can bounce back. And another one at a big price, Island Boy, I thought was pretty good with the blinkers on. So searching for a bit of value, happy to with Snitch Sonic.
I think this race is a little bit of a raffle from my point of view. I'm with Arabian Prince just on top. I think he looks fantastic. He's a horse that I've had a lot of time for. I was really looking forward to seeing him in the Derby. My query is he going to be a little bit down for this trip? I think he's in peak physical health, but I'm just not quite sure if he's going to be sharp enough. But take on trust that he will. Nick's a good trainer, and hopefully he's going to hear in tip-top order. Put Madagar, he is another horse that presented very well, but once again, the query with him is his attitude. He's been a little bit colty today. Champagne Hero looks good, as does Different Gravy.
Beautiful pictures coming through from Flemington. Great to see the sun out and shining on Cup Day as we build towards the great race, which is at 3 additional time slot. Around 4 minutes.
There are quite a few jockeys today from different parts of the world. There's a Frenchman, there's an American jockey.
Thanks for your time, Greg. Obvious Jersey's a lovely time.
Very, very scary situation today.
He's had a good prep.
We've been very, very pleased with him. He's sort of typical of one of those horses that each time he comes in, he seems to improve. Thrilled to be here today at his last race this time in, and probably the upside with him, there'll be improvement, once he has a spell and comes in again, so we're looking forward to it.
That's an exciting prospect going forward, isn't it? He's probably exceeded expectations as you keep on raising the bar with him every start this campaign.
That thing is getting tailed, which is what? 15.
Oh, absolutely. There is quite a bit of upside with him, and I think he'll stretch out a little bit further than this trip
Nonsense
today. So
horses.
he can handle the wet, so he's got a little bit of versatility to him.
He does. In regards to tactics today, he's pretty versatile in the way that he just puts himself there, takes bad luck out of the equation. You've drawn pretty well. You just jump, squeeze, trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's exactly. Everybody seems to be on the same page. When Ben came out, he was thinking exactly what we were. So. Barriers make a huge difference, and we've tried to take advantage of that today. So if he can, he should be right in the mix.
Hopefully it'll give you beautiful ownership group something to be happy about on Melbourne Cup Day. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Alrighty, race number 3 here at Flemington, not far away. Different Gravy is your favourite. Only narrowly, though, from the 3 Champagne Heroes. Clearly the best back runner in the race, though. The 4 Different Gravy, 550 into 450. Arabian Prince has been a drifter since markets open, 350.
9-1 box. The 9 is a little dicey. The 9 is a little dicey. 1 should be able to do it. We'll see how it works. 9 and 1, I don't know. If that happens, that will be great. It is looking very juicy. If that happens, that will be great. They're like neighboring gates. But can it take it? Can it get the second position? If that happens, that'll complicate the race 7, the cup actually. If the 9 gets to the second position, that'll complicate.
What could be a tricky draw?
I mean, for me, it'll complicate. If the 9 gets the second position, 9 should be the.
He went so well last time.
9 ideally is third.
Tricky, but 3 wide with cover. Scrum you need to go to get in that position, I suppose, is where it's going to be.
You think he'd be here?
9 ideally is third. It looks very juicy.
Funnily enough, I did. We sort of had this race in mind a long way out. He was always going to break his maiden at some stage, and we were either running a Caulfield or...
See, technically, you can't beat the 1. Technically, you can't beat the 1. The problem with the 1 is it is a colt, and the jockey has no records with that colt. If that colt doesn't like the jock, it will not run. That's the catch with that 1, and that is why it is not the favorite. The catch is that the jockey doesn't have a record with that colt, and that is the reason it is not the favorite. If the jockey had a record or Zahara was riding it, Zahara is very good with colts. If Zahara was riding it, there was no looking back. But that's the only catch. That technically you can't beat the 1. But that will only happen if the horse likes the jock.
Brave dancer Van Stackhouse about to join them. It's the near side blinker on for the first time. Arabian Prince Ethan Brown already in the winner's circle today. He comes forward, so 3 to get centre. Champagne Hero is joining the line with Blake Shin towards an outside alley. A2, Damien Lane about to come forward after a strong win under the lights at Packet of last start. Different Gravy to come along. So Mark Zara aboard Different Gravy, already a winner on the board today after 4 on Saturday, goes up to complete the TAB Trophy at 1,800 metres for 3-year-olds, and they're locked away. They're racing, and the target jumps away evenly. A2 out Super Paradise showing some speed, and there's Luna Bay ridden with some aggression to lead the race from A2 and Mataga. Super Paradise wider. Next on the fence is Obvious and Snit Sonic. Then came out deeper, Brave Dancer trying to veer across to find a position as they settle down. Don't Doubt Dare is in the middle of that pack. Champagne Hero's very wide in the predominantly orange and yellow colours and is forcing forward. So they run off the back section of the 1300. Super Paradise just with its bib in front and it's off the rails. Luna Bay the inside. Champagne Hero travels around them and A2 between horses. Then a line of three. Obvious on the inside of Mataga and Don't Doubt Dare is three wide. They're 2 lengths to Snit Sonic and Brave Dancer followed by Gold Topaz. Well back in the field along the inside is Island Boy who got just squeezed for room at that stage. Next is poor old Johnny Ray, Arabian Prince as well back followed by Different Gravy and Zentorno was at the tail of the field. So they've stopped and started 800 metres to go. It's Luna Bay with Super Paradise and then came on the outside Champagne Hero who progresses on that wide run. It's worked hard. Don't Doubt Dare progresses to fourth. A2 is snatched up behind them, needing some room. And then Mataga and Obvious from Brave Dancer, Snit Sonic, Gold Topaz. Well back Arabian Prince around the corner with poor old Johnny Ray, Island Boy. Also well back Zentorno and Different Gravy in the straight. 400 metres to go. Champagne Hero, despite the wide run, has taken the lead from Obvious the inside. Luna Bay battles on and wayward. They were followed by Different Gravy right down the outside. Champagne Hero with Obvious claiming it at the 150. Different Gravy is absolutely blasting up the middle though. From the back of the field, Different Gravy breaks clear.
Four.
Second row dance from Obvious and then Gold Topaz. Further back in the field, Arabian Prince, Champagne Hero battled on but ran behind the placings and then Snitch Sonic followed by poor old Johnny Ray, Luna Bay, A2, Island Boy, Super Paradise, Don't Doubt Dare and Mataga. Different Gravy, you better believe it.
It did not. Mataga. No one did not respond.
No problems with the expanses of Flemington.
Zara too good.
Especially if you've got the top gun in Mark Zara, who's got a race-to-race double early on Cup Day to go alongside the four-timer from Derby Day. He is in sweet, sweet form. And Different Gravy wins a race that launched the Melbourne Cup winner and Town Declare 7 years ago. The ceiling might be quite here for Henry Dwyer's boy.
Big performance from Different Gravy. Heard from Henry Dwyer's pre-race suggesting this was the race he had him ready to peak at. And did he peak? Arrogant ride from Mark Zara going back to near last from wide draw and he spanked.
You know what? Throw the form book away, Zed. That's just back Zara all day. He just doesn't stop booming them home. What a performance. This was a really impressive win. He quickened very nicely for back in the field. Look, there may have been an excuse for
11.
back in behind. There
Where
was
did that come?
very tight riding. He's just getting it right.
Last year, the Hillsmith Stakes presented the Derby winner. They didn't press onto the Derby with Different Gravy, but, you know, in the autumn, he could be a South Australian Derby horse or even an ATC Derby horse. He's a progressive 3-year-old that could get over a little bit of
He's a
ground.
smart horse. I mean, it was a really good run from As Henry said pre-race. He probably should have won that race leading into. He showed an excellent turn of foot that day. They were happy to ride him patiently, and he was a little bit inconvenienced there as Arabian Prince came out underneath him. He just gave him a cold as he went on by. Tight riding, like I said, back on the inside, a lot of scrimmaging and bumping. The stewards are going to have a busy time going over that race. But it won't worry the winner. He was in daylight, Matty, and the rest were left in the way.
Yeah,
I am also trying to figure out the result. We know that 4 won. Wait, let me check.
So the speed was on for horses to really explode late, which Different Gravy has been able to do. And Mark's now 6 winners for the week already. He'd be chasing down James McDonald's 11. It's well within his sights now.
And he's on the favourite of one of the heavily backed favourites in the next street artist who we were giving a good push to. Hope so. Long may it continue. Hopefully he can get the next one home. But this might be an exciting horse for Henry Dwyer. Like he said, ridden the crest of the wave this year and sort of even last year with Asfura and the Group 1 Deeds on the international stage. And his team at Ballarat have been churning out winners at a consistent basis, but this might be the 3-year-old that can sort of get him back to that heights where he won a derby a few years ago with Sontag.
Oh, look, this is a good win. Like, he's come from last. He's rounded them up. It's never easy to do. Look at the rest of the field. I mean, it wasn't like it was set up for that in this race. He's won this on his merit, showing a very good turn of foot. Like I said, there was a couple that were being held up and had excuses. I I'd be sticking with Sonic as well because that was
45213.
I love that angle shot. You see the crowd in the foreground.
45213.
Thrown in the air. On the outside, there's nothing better than cheering a winner on track.
45213.
Well, different gravy. He was that today. Head and shoulders above you.
4, 5. Two, 13. So you see the problems, okay? This was supposed to win, did not win because a colt did not respond to the jock. 4 was the favorite. 0 went through. 9, but negative leverage, it did not work. Where it went, so the linear had difficulty, it did not work. It went to 4 and then 5, which is this one, which is also a linear in a very bad state, also bad, but it went here. So this was not something that would come up on the radar, not here, not anywhere. They're all the same, okay? They're all the same. But it went to the outer gate. 14, 13. That is gate number 15, the gate number 13. Then it was here, 2, which is okay, understandable. So both of the high pressures did not work. What happened here is this one should have won, but the jockey did not respond. This was too heavy. You take out the difficulty, it will become very difficult for this filly to win. But the odds were right. The odds were right on this. But this thing will not work if you have a negative leverage. This is difficult. And if that happened, 1K on box exacta, boom. What did you have? 645 box. 4-5 you got. 6 you did not. Brilliant, but that was brilliant. Four, 5, 6. 5 was there. Six. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant, Araman. Congratulations. It's a box. Okay, we'll go to the next. 4. It's back to that straight, all right? We are here again, back 1000 meter. 4. 3 and 5 has been scratched. 2419. 2419. See, there's no negative leverage on this, okay? This is good. These two horses have just won races, okay? And that's a huge pressure. The 10 and the 13, what you need to work with that kind of a pressure is you need a vacation and a jockey. So the 10 has a jockey, but doesn't have a vacation. So to frog your place. The 13 has 3 weeks of vacation, and those are all dicey. These are dicey. I don't know whether they will get in. They're very high pressure. This is the second linear, which is here 8. 8 is the second linear, which is here. 2 is the highest rated that has advantage. So it'll work pressure advantage. And we were talking about which one? 8. It's a huge distance to cover. This is a 38. The 13 is better than that, but that will not work. The 9 falls down. That will not work. So this is the other high pressure, which is here 148. It's got 4 races. 4 is after 4 weeks Bendigo. So that's got the highest vacation. And 4 is ridden by Zahara. So Zahara is very good. There is no problem. So 4 is good. That is the pressure. The other one that can actually 4, 5. I mean, this is okay. This is gate number 8. This is gate number 2. So that's the low pressure. This is the high pressure here. All right. This is a linear. This one, these are just 1-1 races. There's too much of pressure. This is a volatile one. They might get in, might not get in. They cannot. It's difficult to assume that they will get in. So how this should work ideally. So this is the high pressure. They are dicey. These are dicey. They don't have vacation. Plus, there's no jock on this. The jock is on 10, which doesn't have vacation. It's a high pressure. Maybe a place, I don't know. But the odds are again right. The 4 and the 2. That's a low pressure. This is a high pressure. And in between, there are other horses. They might 57. That is again low. So it might. It might. But now the problem with this 2, all right, it is the same thing. 2 is being ridden by J Mac. J Mac has no records with this horse. It's a colt. It's the same thing as this number 1. There was a fantastic jock on this, but did not have any records. 2 is with J Mac. That is the advantage. That is the highest rated. It doesn't have the negative leverage. Everything is good, but JMac doesn't have a working relationship with this horse. So we will not be surprised if this horse actually bites JMac. So that's that. So in that case, this is a negative leverage. That 6 becomes a check. Okay. Why that 6 becomes a check? Because this is a pressure which is with Zahara. So the pressure is not going to be a problem. Zahara is good. But through the advantage, it is the highest rated, and one of the highest advantages, JMac is riding. All that is great. But JMac doesn't have a working relationship with this colt. If the colt bites, then it bites. Wherein the 6 is a dedicated jockey. The 6 is a dedicated jockey. This is also an advantage which doesn't have a negative leverage, but the difference is almost double. This is a great horse. Colt doesn't have a working relationship with JMac. This one is a dedicated jock, but much deteriorated horse. Well, we'll see. 4 is secured. 2 is dicey. Araman is absolutely on fire today. 11-4-8 box. 11-4-8. 11. Yeah, the 2 looks dicey. The 2 looks dicey. The 2 is favorite because JMac is on that. But the problem is the same problem as the previous race, which we had with 1. That's that. But the question is right now, if this keeps happening, Araman, if this keeps happening and Zahara is so what we are heading towards is this, that here Zahara won. Okay, this is 0 pressure, fair enough, but this is on pressure, so he is not handicapped adequately, but he is very good with this, so he is not handicapped adequately. If this keeps happening, all right, and he has to deliver these horses back to back today, this was no stress because there's no pressure on this horse. This was no stress. This is stress. So I don't know how many pressure horses Zahara has today, but if that keeps happening, then here from this horse, Zahara will be in trouble. Downs, welcome back. Grandma, welcome back. Grandma brought in so many people. Thank you for joining in here, and thank you so much, Grandma, for doing that. Dow's, who do we have for Melbourne Cup? Let's see, how much time do we have? 18 minutes to go. Yes, we can talk. So this is Melbourne Cup. This is the Melbourne Cup, 3,200 meters. So what we are going to see today is this, that how does this number 6 plays, okay? What I have done is I've made some changes. And we took some heat on Saturday, and I had to make some changes. So I made some changes, and if things work right, and the ground doesn't do circus with us, if the things go right and this thing doesn't do circus with us today, then we are looking at, this is a high pressure, this is a low pressure buckaroo. So we are looking at one which is Zara is riding. Then we are looking at a low pressure. And if we continue doing that, then these two, this one is a 7-year-old gelding, but this one, being a 7-year-old gelding, is very good with the distance. So that we'll have to take with a pinch of salt. I don't know what will happen, but we will have to keep digging until and unless, we find that. And then I think it is 6, which is the linear. Generally, this distance, the thing is, if we look at what happened last year, it was a disaster what happened last year. If that does not happen, in case that happens, then this number 18 is a check. All right, this number 18 is an American horse, and if this thing, the pressure matches. Okay, if we look at what happened last year, this is. Which one is that one? Where did we? Second. Flemington 24. This is all 25. This is 24. 11. I think this is the one. So if we look at what happened last year, which is not this one, I don't know where I kept it. 24. I'll find it. I can't find it right now, but I'll just take a look where I kept it. But if, last year what happened is, so there are quite a few things which needs to be, which needs to be taken in clear picture. So what is this race? That's the first thing. This race is a 3,200 meter. If this is a 3,200 meter, the preferences are definitely with the younger horses. That's the first thing. You need younger horses. Performance doesn't make a sense here. Who is group 1, who is group 2? That does not make any sense. Why? Because the performance is all about the distances that they have done in their entire life. And most of the distances are 1,200, 1,500, 1,600, 2,000, 2,500 meters at the max. No one has done 3,500 meters or 3,200 meters apart from a few. So, and the ones which have actually done that, like, let's say these horses, they're all 7-year-old, 9-year-old, 10-year-old. I don't know what will happen with those horses. Okay. So you're basically you're basically looking at younger horses with low pressure. You're basically looking for younger horses with low pressure and with a dedicated jock. There are 2-3 conditions which are here. That is exactly what played last year. I don't know whether that will play here today, but I think technically it should go to 1. Then 2 is the low pressure. Then if we keep counting, then these 2 are 7-year-old and 8-year-old. Then 6 definitely comes in at 4.5. 5 is a 7-year-old horse. That probably is a bad idea because it doesn't have a dedicated jock. Then if we keep going down, we have other horses, but they're all 6-year, 9-year-old, and then 14 comes probably in the 4th position. But having said that, now if we look at that, and if we look at this horse, this is what we are monitoring. This is a negative leverage. This thing is within the odds. The 24 is within the odds. All right. It is a huge advantage on this horse with a dedicated jock. It falls way below, but there is a huge advantage on this horse. Now that is exactly what I'm trying to monitor, whether these guys are coming in, because if they keep coming in, the negative leverage and in what position they are coming in, that will give us a little clear picture. But yes, I think Zahara will get it. Buckaroo is also there. Buckaroo is the low pressure. He's very good at delivering that low pressure, and that basically is if we go through the maths, if we just do the maths, then these 2 are 1st and 2nd. Then probably the linear will kick up because of the pressure. And that is also there, that is also there here. These 2 horses are 7 and 8-year-old. One definitely has the advantage from gate number 2, but this is from gate number 9, which is a 5-year-old horse versus a 7-year-old gelding. The pressure is going to work. So if that is there, then 1, 2, 6 is here. And then if goes to another advantage, then we are doomed. And if it doesn't, then probably 14 with the highest leverage. This is a lot of pressure on 3,500 meters, 3,200 meters. This is a lot of pressure. It is at 99, mirroring at 77. This is 77, but it is like that. These 2 are out probably because of their age. Then this is a dedicated jock, cannot go wrong on this, but the pressure is high. So we are probably looking at Zahara, Buckaroo, then 6, then probably 14. That is what probably we are looking at.
Really well here as he strides past me. His coat is absolutely beautiful. Lovely, well-muscled type too. Can't fault his grade.
Interesting. There's been some good market support for him. He went 40, then up a Borough, he won. It was okay on the clock. It wasn't anything spectacular. It's a much harder race here, so I was looking elsewhere, but with the right stable that he can perform well.
9 Bold Secret was placed up the straight in July on debut, resumed in the same race as Flemington.
I do think horses that have had a chance of running up the straight here, it really does hold them in good stead and gives them a little bit of an advantage to most of their rivals. This horse is yet to win a race, but he presents really nicely here, and I think with that advantage, he may be one that runs okay.
Yeah, he went well, I thought, at the Valley. It was a nice performance. He's back and wide. He kept on well enough. Just giving him a chance there. I've been giving him another chance once again here, coming back to the straight and being a bit fitter for the run.
10, Van Gogh bank check, smoked past them on debut at Echuca.
Looks like a horse that doesn't really carry too much excess condition. He's quite busy in the yard without wanting to overdo it. What he's doing is just up and about, on his toes, feeling good. He's a short distance horse, they're high energy, but it's perfectly okay.
Snapshots is rough, but it's not really rough. It's $12. So I love the winner of the Duke. She had a brilliant turn of foot. There was good market support. I think it still could get the right run. I think he can handle a right grade, even though that win was only against Maidens.
11, the Cavalry Girl, 104 in the field, having their 8 start. Needs to find some of the form of earlier in her career and prep.
John horses that have had a look up the straight. She's a winner up at this track in distance. But you know what she'll do? She'll jump out, she'll go quite hard. She'll give a good sight for a certain amount of time. How far she can hold on will yet to be determined. But she's very, very fit. No excess condition on her ever.
More race experience than most. She's probably, she's fit and racing quite well. I'm not sure where her sort of ceiling is, but it was kind of
11.841.
At this point in time, I just preferred others.
12, Wintry was just snapped late on Cox Plate even. The Valley, a form reference for a couple of others here.
She definitely doesn't look wintry in the yard. She looks fantastic. Her coat is beautiful. Really good tone over her rib cage. She seems to have a really good attitude. She's quite intrigued with all the spectators here taking it all in really nicely.
But Sal and the team were pretty keen on her chances last start at the Valley. She was brave, beaten by a handy sprinter as well and sustainable. So she's pretty tough. She's been that way the last 2. I think she'll run well.
There was Pakenham's success on Caulfield Cup E for the 13 Quiet Point at its first start.
Yeah, very good effort. It's not easy to go to the races and win on debut. Seems to be having a really, really nice time in the mounting out here. Beautiful loose action horse, really flicking her front feet out. Really strong hind quarter too. I think she's a nice type of filly and she presents very well.
It was a nice performance on debut, but she's
yes, absolutely. I mean, I don't know what you mean by do I make. I don't make any profit from anything. My profit is only when you're generous and you make some donations. That's when I make money. In India, we are banned and we can't place bets as of now until things changes.
Melbourne Cup, the Freedman's won it last year with Manolo Bling. They've got a great chance with Street Artist Touch.
Legally, we cannot do that.
McDonald on the top 2 chances, and priced pretty much identically at the moment in the market. Wouldn't it be lovely to see these two absolute guns fighting out a finish here and a little look over the shoulder to whoever ends up on top? I think it'll be Zara here over McDonald. Van Gogh back check, I think, is a bit of value. Wintry could run a bit of a race as well. 4, 2, 10 and 12.
I love Street Artist, so it's pretty easy to have him on top. I thought he presented absolutely beautiful today.
Yeah, 10 has a job. That's a pressure.
The better that his attitude is going to get. I thought he paraded absolutely spot on.
10 is what they're talking about, that has a pressure.
Beautiful looking individual, really quite taken by his parade.
I know what you mean, and I cannot talk about all that here, Adaman. I cannot talk about all that here. My lips are sealed, my bro. You and I can talk about that privately, but not here.
Winning over 1,000 metres, they stepped him up to 11 at Bendigo. A nice jump out between runs. He looks a real short course specialist. And Peloton brings some solid form down from Sydney. It's just a matter of how he's going to handle the straight course. But Philip Stokes' horse in Bold Secret, he was super on debut. He had a few excuses at Moonee Valley. Let's see what Cam think about his chances today.
Thanks for your time, Phil. Your horse, Bold Secret, he was excellent on debut up the straight. How is he coming into today?
We're happy with him. We decided to start him at the Valley first. Probably a mistake. He didn't handle that track. Big raw horse got lost. So he's working Saturday good. He's drawn the right part of the track. I think to give him room. He just needs galloping room. Tough enough race, but, with Phil, he's up to it.
A little bit of a track upgrade too. Does that probably boost your confidence
But
a little bit more?
what we are heading towards is basically, it will. So the thing is, when the same jockey is on the pressure horses.
Once again here, so we've got a new favourite. It's back to Melbourne. He's in at $3.30.
And he is also riding a pressure horse at the race that we are all looking at. That's the 7th one. There are 4 more races to go. There are 2-3 races to go. That makes it a little dicey because it's not easy. Do I like Modi? He's my prime minister. He's genius. He's one of the best prime ministers that we have seen in a long time. Long time is an understatement. Probably after independence, he's the best.
Next wave sort of coming into their autumn campaign that could emerge and get to a stronger level. And also the Lembo Pine, I think he's an out now sprinter.
It's a different thing that I don't agree with everything that he says, but that's just personal.
He was one that I went, well, clearly the 1200.
I don't agree with everything that he says or does, because at times that's a conflict of interest.
I was looking elsewhere.
This is interesting. He was good at, Quiet Point, not Choice Point. Yeah.
But I vote for him. That's all.
Let's get the latest from her trainer, Matt Laurie. Yeah, Matt Laurie presenting a couple in the Shrimp-Investments plate. Matt, appreciate your time. Starting with weapon, talent, and a pedigree to match. Can he stand on the return run at the Valley? Yeah, his run first up was
we live in a world of contradictions, Saruman. Can't help it.
But he's a nice horse. We've always had a bit of time for him. He's got a little bit of experience up the straight. We're drawn to be close to the favourite street artist, so fingers crossed. What of Quiet Point? There's a couple like her coming off provincial maiden wins on debut to the big stage. Yeah, I like her a lot. She's different to Blethen. She works really sharp, and you know what you got. Blethen's a bit more casual about it all, but it's a good win first up.
Yeah,
which is not always easy to do.
But to reconsider this, I need to have
alongside each other, which is better of your chances do you feel?
We'll talk about it some other day, Adam, not today.
But, she hasn't got quite the race day experience. Thank you. Under 2 minutes to the start here of race number 4. This is the second of our straight races. We did have a 2-year-old race first. Speed's drawn sort of across the track here in this contest. My guess is that they'll start to shift middle to outside. I think that was the prevailing position on the straight track as well. Yeah, I did. I mean, I wasn't sure what they did first.
I was 9. The 9 could be a third position. Could be a third. It's a negative. That's something that we'll see how it works. I'll show you the 9. You're talking about the 9 that has the highest advantage after this, all right? But this is coming with a negative leverage. That's where the 6 opens up, because here it is not a negative leverage. This is a colt, which is with J-Mac, and J-Mac doesn't have a record of riding this horse. Ideally, it should win. That's a very high-rated horse. But if it doesn't respond to J-Mac, then it will not be anywhere.
Goes forward. Club's colours worn by James McDonald on peloton. Bango Bankcheck about to join them. 11 takes a middle stall. Speedy Wintry.
And honestly, Vishwa, from deep down, I do not want that 9 to come in. If that 9 comes in, thank you for saying that, Aduman. Thank you so much for saying that. And honestly, Vishwa, I do not want that 9 to come in, because if that 9 comes in, it will unnecessarily complicate the race, the Melbourne Cup, if the 9 comes in.
And Street Artist missed the kick too. Wintry began fast with Cavalry Girl, Bold Secret behind them and showing speed. That's money, brother. Then Vango Bank Check, who's about 5th at the moment, and a little key. Behind them, followed by Choir Point trying to pick up some ground. Aleppo Pine is behind them, Blethen, Street Artist, and at the end of the field, Tempt the Gods. Cavalry Girl, the pilot, onto the course proper, 550 metres out, held together by about a length and a half to Wintry, and then came Peloton behind them, Bold Secret. Further back is Choir Point, and then came That's Money Brothers. Street Artist has a wall in front of it at the moment, next door to Aleppo Pine, and then Tempt the Gods. So it's Cavalry Girl, 250 metres to go, led by about a length, and now Peloton getting into its work, followed by Wintry and Choir Point over on the far side. Cavalry Girl, 100 to go, but Peloton is lifted. Peloton takes the lead.
Two. Boy, welcome to the gang.
Choir Point, Wintry, Aleppo Pine, Cavalry Girl got time. Next to finish, Bold Secret, Blethen, Tempt the Gods, and That's Money Brother.
Two.
James McDonald on the board for Michael Freeman with Peloton, who started its preparation in the Rosebud, was the runner-up in the listed Brian Crowley to Coolmore Stud Stakes contender Skyglider. And it might be an important win for James McDonald because it steals one off Mark Zara. J-Mac with a record of 11 during the Cup Carnival last year. He missed Derby Day. He's back in this afternoon. And Peloton, it looks like it's been able to hold off Street Artist, who had the hot hand of M. Zara in the saddle in second market, hitting the target in the effervescence.
Peloton, well supported, starts favourite, everything went right for it. It was a bit of a tough watch if you're on Street Artist, a little bit slow out into an awkward position in between runners, but brings some premier Sydney form to Peloton, dropping down in class on a straight track for the first time, and a bunny to chase was able to get the prize. So there is James McDonald announcing, I'm here.
Is that close shoot?
2, 4, 10, and 13.
It's pretty happy about it. But they're very competitive, aren't they? And of course, Zara's been dominating, and James wasn't running on Saturday here in Melbourne. He gave this an absolute peach that he got the right spot. It didn't work out well for Zara.
So 2. So this is favoring the low pressure. This is what we've been monitoring here on the 1,000 meter on the straight. So this straight is basically the place which plays very tricky, but this is where the advantages are coming in. But that has to be like that. So anyway, that 2 got through, 4 got in. 2, 4, 10 and 13. So 10 was the high pressure here, which is the third linear. The 9 was the advantage which did not work. The high pressure with a jock, it worked. Okay. So if we look at the others, this 13 is the 4th. 13 is the 4th. This is the linear because it did not have a jock, but the pressure delivered. So this is 4 here. The 2 won definitely. These 2, they did not get a chance. That will not work. The 67, 148 here had the physics. So they both got in. And then it was this one with a jock. It did not have a vacation, but had a jock. This one had nothing. What was a linear? Went through. We'll go to the next. Now this is a brilliant race. We'll see how this thing works. This is a benchmark 96. Race number 5. (15) and 16 has been scratched. We scratched 15 and 16. 10, 9, 3 and 8. So this is good. The linear, the pressure is okay. There's a jock which is okay. Who's riding 10? Whoever is riding it is good, not bad. We have these orange guys are for high pressure. The green guys are for low pressure. So that's good. But if we get the orange guys on a low pressure, it will be equally good. So now we have 10, which is the linear, which is also the favorite. That is okay. Now we have 9, 8. These are low pressure, but not low enough. The others are here, so we'll take a look at the cap. So this is all negative leverage. They have the advantage at the same time they are negative, so that probably is not a great idea. The scary one is the 11 because that's a negative leverage with a very high rating. So that 11 is a scary one. A 10 is good. It is supposed to have pressure. Then all that is there. So up here, we have the EW, which is that, but not in a good state. That practically doesn't mean anything because they can get in. The 3 is the other one, which is 67. They are like that. The management is bad. 6 is 3, 123, 117, 118. This is a larger drift, should have dropped more. This one is the other one, 6, 11, 5, 3, 3, 10, 14, 20, 05. Now look at this, 6, 90, 94, 8. These are that. And not happening. Seven 40, 1, 63, 73, 63, 4. What is 1? Very unreliable horse that 1 is. It's a lot of confusion here. There's a lot of confusion because there are plenty of horses. 10 is a clean shot, probably. 10 is a clean shot. Out of these two, definitely 9 is better because this one is bleeding. And it is also a 6-year-old mare. I don't know if that will come in. 8. 66.8. So what you need to what you need to look for is, like for these, it is very clear cut. It has to be a linear with a pressure, needs to come under capping. It doesn't matter whether it goes on negative. It can go on negative, but that doesn't matter. But if advantage comes negative, then that's a problem. So this is good. Now that's good. For the advantages to work, it has to be the highest capping with lowest leverage. Highest capping with lowest leverage. So that brings in the horses that are kind of very tricky to work with. So we will not go there. This one is like 13, 0.5. So that's good. And this one is high, but the leverage is also going high. That 18 is a check. So what is happening here is this one is good. Okay, this one is good, but the horse is. I mean, can it get in? Technically, it can, but they're bleeding. Plus, the horse is also not doing great. There's a cap, which is good. It's very relaxed. These are basically EWs that can get in from anywhere. It doesn't matter what it does. So, I mean, these have the lowest handicapping on them. But to utilize that lowest handicapping, they also need to be educated enough to understand what's going on with the data on their side. It's coming from gate number 19. Whether it'll, a 6-year-old gelding, whether it'll deliver, I don't know. The 3 is there anyways within the odds, which is here, but it is also not doing great. If you look at this body weight and the one on 18 is heavier. This is 67, this is 68. This is, the management is a problem. Here, the management is not a problem. Is it getting into low leverage? Yes. With a high capping, yes. So that 18 is a check. If that 9 has to be beaten, which is a low pressure, it's a very good horse. We need a lower advantage. I mean, we need somebody on this green side. So that from gate number 5 is good. Okay, that from gate number 5 is good. And this is that. And then probably it will bounce back to a pressure, which could be either the 12, which is the second linear, or it can go anywhere. If it goes crazy. So either it is here, which is a low pressure with a very good horse. All right. This is 94 and a 4-year-old mare, which is very good. The resume is also very good. If we look at the odds, then it is 10 and 9. So that is good. To beat that, the nearest one is 18, which doesn't stand a chance. This one is there. But there is a leverage on this. So probably that is right. And then if it has to go back, it will go back where? One other talk. This is 108, 107. There's again low pressure. That will not work. 44. This is not the right arrangement. This jock, I don't know whether that pressure will work. So 12, maybe. From gate number 12. So there's hardly any pressure on these horses. This is like at 2800 meters. This will give us a clarity of what's going on. So 10 is now 2800 meter is again a kind of a distance which is also very, very tricky. Up till 2000 meters, the linears are great. Up till 2000 meters, the linears are great. Beyond 2000 meters, it becomes questionable. But it is the favorite, it is the linear. We will not question this. The 10 looks good. The 10 looks good. 37. This is 5. 14 also 5. This is like that. 94, 90. The jock is on. This one is difficult. So it will bounce back where? Probably. If it has to bounce back to a pressure, but that is okay. 10-9 is good. Number 12, race 5, Flemington. Lightning strikes. Thank you for being here, my friend. You're talking about number 12. 12 is good, right? That's where it should bounce back. If 10 wins, there are quite a few things that can go wrong. That's the first thing. Firstly, it's a linear, it should win. That's the bottom line. But 2800 meters is a little too stretched for the linears to win. And that's exactly what is stopping the linear to win from this 3200 meter, which is the Group 1 race, the Melbourne Cup. So if the linear wins here, there's a huge difference. That's a Group 1. This is a benchmark 96. So we are not measuring it through that, but that's the linear. If that wins, it will go to a low pressure. So the low pressure is this one, which is rightly identified, because rest of the low pressures are in a very tricky state. This one is with a 7-year-old gilding. They have this one, which is a 5-year-old gilding, but this is also not doing great. So the 9 is the right low pressure that has been identified. So this is not only I am doing, there are, thousands of, people doing numbers. They are also doing the same thing that we are doing. So if 10 wins with pressure, it will go to a low pressure, which is this one, the 9, because it is the lowest. It is one of the highest rated. That will happen. I do not want that 11 to get in. If that 11 gets in, that probably is, should be a third, fourth place, because if that 11 gets in, then it'll make things very tricky. So that is right. And if it bounces back, it goes to 12. And you are right about identifying the 12. It is the second linear. This is the first linear, second linear. It should. Why? Because the third one, which is here, is let's say, if we assume this as a pressure, which is absolutely nothing, 16 is nothing. It is not a pressure. But still, the jockey is a mismatch. This jockey is basically for these kind of situations, not these kind of situations. So this jock on 7 is a mismatch on this 7. So 10 is right. It has a jock. It is the linear. Here, the 9 is better than this. Whether it has a jock, that makes it better. That is a low pressure. And the 12 also with a jock, which is good. It's a low pressure. It's a high pressure. It should bounce back here. So you're looking at 10, 9, 12. That should happen. And what happens if it doesn't bounce back and it goes to it goes to another one with an advantage? Then that can happen. That can happen. All right. This is not in a position to win. It doesn't have the physics to win this. 10 has the physics, geography, mathematics, everything to win this. Having said that, it is also carrying pressure, but that's not too much. It's at 30%. I'm very, very keen on this pressure. Why? Because this is the right pressure to win this race. About 30, 35, 20, 24, that's where, is the scary one. So this is good. It doesn't have pressure that much. It's at 31, which is good. This is low, which is good. If it bounces back, it comes to here, 12. If it doesn't bounce back, then it goes to some something that is probably, which is an advantage. And that's where the 18 comes. If the 11 comes, that will be very sad. Five, 9, 12, 17. Race 5, 9, 10, 12, 17. Seventeen. Okay. 11 win place. Why do you do that? It will unnecessarily complicate the things if it actually gets to the third position also. Forget about second. If that happens, then you're looking at the 24 at Melbourne Cup. I do not, from the bottom of my heart, I do not want that 11 to be near anywhere. It will just give me the confidence. I do not want that 11 to be anywhere. Trust me. From the bottom of my heart, I do not want that. What will happen here is that if you look at the odds here on the race 7, all right, that 24 is within the odds. It has the gates. It has a lot of reasons to be there, but it is a negative leverage. It is a negative leverage, and trust me, I do not want this horse to get there. I do not want this horse to get there. I mean, this one, honestly, because if this gets there, then we will have to tax a lot our mind to figure out where this is going to be. If that 11 gets anywhere to the gates. So JMac did good. So the game is low pressure, high pressure. The game is low pressure and high pressure. And for the last few days, we are seeing that during this particular season. Last year, I don't remember, but this particular season, what we are seeing is at the straight, the low pressure horses are doing brilliant. That 5, you remember, on Saturday, what happened? I went nuts. I went absolutely nuts on that 5. We'll put the feet the moment they come to the paddock. It's still not at the paddock. Okay, we've got that.
Been hoping there was a bit more rain around. The upgrades from Softbite probably works against it. It was good support early doors, $10 into $6. Marooney Mama's seen some smart money, $7.50 into $7. And the best of those double figures is the 11 Raging Bull, which has seen a little bit of support as well there at the $12. But your favourite at the moment is the 10 Golden Century, best back $4.60 with Sportsbet in the Australian Heritage Cup. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call that number on your screen or visit the website.
This mountain yard is brought to you by the 2025 Woodside Park Start roster, led by dual Group 1 winning 3-year-old Celestial Legend.
On our most special day of racing, as we embrace international runners from afar, great that we've got a race purely for those trained in Australasia, the Australian Heritage Cup, 2,800 metre benchmark 96, and horse one is Cleveland.
He is. He's got great time, this horse, and as you'd expect for all of these horses contesting this 2,800 metre race, he's nice and engaged. Looks like he's been presented to run as well as he can.
Had a run in the Moonee Valley Cup as well, but he goes up 5.5 kilos on the back of that, which won't be easy. And he hasn't won, 700 days. That would be the concern for me.
Cleveland comes out of the Moonee Valley Gold Cup as the 2 Tramp does. The Kiwi was a further 2.25 lengths back on the top here at the Valley.
The way that he's turned out, he looks really good, this horse. I thought that when he's had his first start here in the Bart Cummings and in the Moonee Valley Cup as well. I just don't know how well he's going, Hutchie. It'd be a disappointing and frustrating one because he looks like he should be going better.
Yeah, well, if his looks are good, that's a positive, but I can't have him on the ball. You're right, and his last couple have been pretty poor, to be honest, I thought. So, won't be jumping on the track just yet.
De Vega was 4th in last Wednesday's Bendigo Cup.
It's tongue twister for Matty Hill to get out, isn't it? Hopefully it's not a close finish. This horse looks great. Really seems like quite a cool animal here. Relaxed, moving super. He's really great.
Yeah, I like the back up. I thought it was a good run, really. Probably didn't have all favours in terms of the way that things played out there at Bendigo, and he should be cherry ripe for it to go. He's a good winning chance.
For the Doctor of Life, cut the ground for the first time since running second in the Derby.
He's a real beat. He's like to say this horse is starting to really climb up between his back legs. He's a horse that takes a little bit on today, but considering its poor conditions, he's probably overdoing it just a little bit.
Yeah, maybe the thought that would be the 10 round form because he needs to turn something around. I think going that well time, so
5 is Cadmus, who was 6th in the Cooch.
It's great. He's a horse that looked very healthy while his whole preparation. He is due a win and has been 506 odd days now. He's great. He's a lot of purpose here.
Even nice to I don't mind him. He's honest. He usually turns up, gets one over 500 days, but He's a horse that probably just needs to touch along in that wide alley. If he finds the right spot and gets the race run to see, he won't be far off.
6 to Wiley resumed in the horse cup.
Good looking horse this, and he's unbeaten second up. You know, with him, the further the better. He's won over 3,200 previously. You know, the significant step up in distance here isn't going to be any trouble. He looks really, really good.
He's a pretty tough, consistent horse when he's right. The drive track will probably help. His horse wasn't sure about it, but he was a bit plain late in the race first up, so I'll let him go as well.
5th in the Bart Cummings, the 7th for now will improve being on a better track than what he struck at Geelong.
He's a cool little horse, this. He's an absolute gentleman. He was so good last preparation. I just queried how well he's going this time round. I don't think he is at his absolute best. Condition-wise, he looks great.
A little gear change. I'm thinking, well, the Bart Cummings has worked out really well. He finished 5th there. Again, he's good to Geelong as well. But if he can improve off probably more so the Geelong run and bounce back on a better surface, that will certainly bring him into calculations.
8, Aruga Mama, a dominant winner at home 2 Saturdays ago.
She looks awesome, this horse. Really nice type of mare. She's big and strong. She's got so much power behind her, the way she moves. You know, the toe is impeccable. I think she's here to run really, really well.
4th elect in the market. She's in form. She's racing well. She's pretty versatile, rider as well. So I would think it'd be funny, happy to be following Aruga Mama stuff.
Placed in a sort of ledger here on Anzac Day the 9, lid stills built through 3 Caulfield runs.
She's just been getting better and better each time as she steps up over more ground. This girl, we know that that's what she appreciates. She looks great here. She's actually matured a lot this time round. Seems to have muscled up more and just matured in general from last preparation to now.
Yeah, she's still got upside as well. It's only 11th career start. She's 53 kilos. She ran really well behind Mr. Monaco, and she looks ready to win.
Chris Waller has placed top 4 in this race each of the last 5 editions after winning it in 2018 and 19. He's got the 10 golden century.
Well, he's got a wonderful attitude for a staying horse, this guy. He's conserving every ounce of energy. He's almost asleep here in the yard, which is what you'd like to see. His form coming into it spotless, and I like what I'm seeing here, so he looks at a top chance.
I think he's seen Caulfield all that well, just wobbled on the turn, plugged down a little bit. I think Flemington's a big plus, 53 kilos, and he dropped 5 kilos off that last run. I thought it was the horse effect.
11, Raging Bull flew the hometown flag in style of Bendigo.
He's such an honest horse, this, and he's been a wonderful horse for the Pace family. He's a $500,000 earner. He's in good bid too. I think that he's going along really quite nicely. Toad's healthy, knows his job well. He's very honest.
Racing well on the back up, a couple of real positives. The negative would be found the right part of the track at Bendigo, but it's a touch.
A sprinkle of money for the 12 Argentum, 71 into 51 ahead of his third Australian run.
We just been expecting this horse just to keep on getting better and better and fitter with every run. He had a year off the scene in his 2 runs back. He needs to improve. They've played around for a year with the Blinkers and the tongue tie going on for the first time. He looks fitter. Can you have him on form, Hutchie?
Well, he's easy to have on his overseas form, but once I've had a couple of runs here, Amy, I look at that and respect that more. So at this point in time, until he shows something, not yet.
Third run back on the flat for the 13th Farag off a hurdle campaign.
He looks well, this horse. He's sort of, I like a few of these. I feel like there's a little bit of a tail on this race. I'm just not quite sure how his form is going to stack up against some other horses that are going a little bit sharper.
He looks great on the screen, but his form doesn't look great on paper, so he looks an easy way to oppose.
14, Farrago, top 4 in both the Anzac Classic at Mornington and the Geelong Cup.
It's a very honest horse, this. He's been up for a good while. He raced very similar to how I saw him a couple of starts back at Caulfield. He's quite healthy enough. His fitness is where it needs to be if you like him.
Yeah, he's lightly cushioned the track. He would have liked a little more, to be honest. I've got him ahead of a few of them, but I've still got him price pretty big, so can't be
15 and 16 out, 17 Carburan.
He's another one that's been up for a very long time, but turns up looking great every single start, so may as well keep on going with him. He's very consistent and honest.
Yeah, go forward. In a race that a lot of them like to get back, he's a horse that's close to the front end. So he's racing well. He's honest. It's a harder race.
Ascot, bro, welcome back. We have Flemington.
Captain Electric via the same race as Carburan on Geelong Cup Day.
Flemington, Ascot.
Sharpen him up a little bit here. His parade is good. He conserves his energy well and looks okay, but probably another one touchy in regards to form.
Yeah, another one that probably would have liked a little bit more rain. He's 2 for 2 on a heavy track, so the sun coming out, the course drying up has damaged his chances somewhat.
9-day backup for 19 Stu Rockford off the run on
19's
Sale
getting
Cup Day.
tailed.
Yeah, it seems the short backup's done the horse no harm, but really worked up as it was going on.
Flemington, Scott, where else?
He's been held really easy, but this is too tough to sign.
Australian Heritage Cup over 2,800 metres as we find ourselves 1 hour and 45 minutes away from the great race. In Hutch, you got Golden Century on top of your numbers.
Yeah, both of the horses, my top two picks coming for the same form race at Caulfield. I'm hoping that works out well. So Golden Century narrowly over.
Wait, 10 is getting tailed now.
Racing well, and Don Diego de Vega, who of course comes at Bendigo. It's 10, 9, 8, 3.
There's a number of horses that you could really make a strong case for.
10 is getting tailed now. That's not a good sign. Yeah, please don't talk about that, Ascot. You know the things.
It's an open betting race, there's no doubt about that. Golden Century got into as short as $4.60, back out to $4.80. Now, it's best back runner in the race. Lid still touched $5.60. Now back to $5.
So the 10 is getting tailed, which is not a good sign.
But he's back out now in the market.
We'll see.
Sharp money for Aruga Mama, got into $6.50, now back to $7.50. And there has been some smart money for both the 11 and the 7 Raging Bull, and for now $12 and $15 respectively. But an open betting race, Golden Century best back, and is your favourite at $4.80 with Sportsbet. What are you really gambling with? For free confidential support, call that number on your screen or visit the website.
Thanks for your time, Annabelle. You saddle up two nice horses here. We'll start with the tongue twister, Don Diego de Vega. How is he?
Yeah, the Don, he's good. He's obviously been fairly busy of late. We're on a shortish backup, but he's coming out of two really slowly run races where he's drawn wide and we probably ended up being a little bit too far back. So I'm just hoping, I mean, there's not a whole lot of tempo on paper today, but from the good draw, we've been waiting to draw an alley. And hopefully he can just settle up a bit closer. And I think a little bit of giving the track's a big tick for him as well.
What about Fernando? Do you feel like he's going as good this preparation as what he was last prep?
Up until last start, his run was terrific in the Bar Cummings, and looked to have every chance in the Geelong Cup. He sat in the box seat that day, but he just didn't seem to handle that quite tacky ground that day.
2, 3, 18, 19. Place good luck. Boy!
Both runs have been terrific.
Brilliant.
He's obviously placed in the Andrew Ramsden, and then a really good run in the Bar Cummings. So he does love this track, and I think he's been looking for this sort of distance.
Good luck with both horses.
Thank you.
Danny McBrien joins us at the bit nostalgic if Flint Steel can salute here in the Australian Heritage Cup, given her ties to your great cup winner, Danny. How do you assess her prep so far through those 3 Caulfield runs?
Look, they've all been excellent in pretty decent form races, so she's had exactly the build-up we need. This is probably her grand final, the 2,800 here at Flemington. Is a perfect setup for her, and we're really happy with it.
Can you expand a bit on the setup and how things hopefully are going to play out?
Look, she stays the trip, and she loves a big track. She's a little filly that loves a big track, so she crabs around the bend a little bit at Caulfield, but at Flemington and at Morfordville, she was a lot more comfortable. She'll go forward. She'll be in the first and second pair. She'll give herself every chance.
All the best.
Thank you.
With Cleveland, ridden by Jai McNeil, who rides Valiant King later. Canvas waits its turn. Raging Bull is about to load forward after running a blinder in the Bendigo Cup last start. Gentleman's in. Carl Buren has gone forward. Harry Coffey with a blue distinguishing cap with 2 OTI runners in the race. Aruga Mama about to join them. Trav, the Auckland Cup winner from earlier in the year, and also about to join them Farrago. Craig Newitt with a blue distinguishing cap, same colours as the form the Doctor of Love. So making a good fist of it, 2,800 metres down to the post in 1 lap. A famous Flemington as Farrago is in. Vince Deal is in the stalls. Craig Williams. So just about ready as Fanau goes in. And the last one will be Trav. So the Australian Heritage Cup, I know 10 of the 17 jockeys here have rides in the Cup, so it's a bit of a sighter for them with the run down to the post and the lap to go of the famous track. Field set as Trav takes the outside. They already set to run. They're racing. Golden Century was a touch slow. Jumping well, Litsteel from Carburan from the deep. Not too far off those, Aruga Mama Cleveland and Raging Bull Don Diego de Vega. Further back is the Doctor of Love, and then came Sir Rockford. Next in the race is Farag, and then Captain Electric. And next, out deeper on the track, but pulling hard is Trav as the jockey restrains it. Just ahead of those horses is For Now, and then came Farago, Diwali, Catmus, and last Trav. At the post, the leader is Carburan by a neck to Argentum. Then came Aruga Mama, who slots in. Third one off the fence outside of Litsteel, and they're 2.5 to Cleveland. Next on the rails is Don Diego de Vega of the 20.
Come on, baby.
Then came Raging Bull outside of Sir Rockford. Two further back in the field, the Doctor of Love. Then came Farag, 1.5 away, Captain Electric. Then came the inside Golden Century, one of the elects in the race at the 1900 metres. For Now is in the back half, and then came Farago on the rails. Next in the race is Diwali, followed by Catmus, and last of all is Trav. Along the riverside, 1,700 metres to go, and there's no pressure. The leader is Carburan by 3/4 of a length at a trot. From in second, Argentum. Tucked away in the box seats, third is Litsteel. They were followed by Aruga Mama, and they're 2.5 Don Diego de Vega. Then came Cleveland, a length away in the field, Sir Rockford. Next is Raging Bull, and then came the Doctor of Love outside of Farag. Next in the race is Golden Century on the rails from Captain Electric, a length and a half For Now. Then came the inside Farago as they just start to string out a bit better now from Diwali, Cadmus and Trav at Chiquita Lodge at the 1,200 metres. But it's been a crawl, and the leader is Carburan, leading out 3/4 of a length Argentum, a length and a half to Litsteel, Aruga Mama, 2.5 Don Diego de Vega as they run by the 1,000 metres in the Australian Heritage Cup. Cleveland is one off the fence. Two further back is Sir Rockford, 7th on the rails. Then came Raging Bull. Next, the Doctor of Love, Farag, Captain Electric. Well back and getting shuffled back is Golden Century, the inside. For Now getting going. Then came Farago, who pushes the button as well. And then 2 lengths to Wiley, Cadmus. And last of all is Trav. Coming around the corner, 600 metres to go. Carburan by a length to Argentum, who's stoked up. Aruga Mama trying to join in. This still needs to move.
Run, baby, run.
Diego de Vega, Cleveland presenting, and For Now on the outside, 400 to go. Litsteel sprinted for home, put up 2 lengths. Aruga Mama, Carburan, Don Diego de Vega, then came Cleveland, Golden Century, and down the outside, Raging Bull, but Litsteel on the clock tower. 200 metres to go, and a very good buffer. 3 or 4 lengths in front for Craig Williams. Litsteel is going to mould him. Down to the line, it is Litsteel to the Australian Heritage Cup by a good margin. Don Diego de Vega second, poking up on the
9.
Third is Farag in that decision.
That low pressure went through.
9-3. Electric Trav. Then came Argentum, Sir Rockford, and further back in the field, the Doctor of Love. For Now, Farag well back at walking through the line.
The 10 was getting tailed. That's not a good sign when a horse gets tailed.
The pathway for Litsteel, the half to 2019 Cup winner, Val Declare. She has smashed them in the Australian Heritage Cup. And to frank the form, Don Diego Vega top 4 in a Bendigo Cup last Wednesday, but is appointed to the great race later on this afternoon.
Steele absolutely smashes her rivals and was good at Caulfield, narrowly beaten on that occasion, Hutch, but today, give it a sweet ride.
9-5.
They didn't look like they're going overly quick, and when the split opened up along the inside, she burst through. She runs second in the VRC St. Ledger early in the year behind American Wolf and gets back to the 2,800 metres, and who knows, in 12 months' time, she might be trying to emulate her older brother.
Yeah, for a stable that's had success in the great race itself. So well done to Danny O'Brien and the team. And gee, she was in a beautiful position, like you said, just the way that race was being run. No one really made a move. They were in 2x2 formation for the vast majority of the race. And it was sort of time to measure by the end, wasn't it? That was it. This was very impressive. And further evidence you can win from anywhere on this track. I mean, it was leaders back, took the inside running, hard up against the fence pretty much, and is absolutely donkey-licked the opposition.
Yeah, when the gap opened up, she sprinted back along the inside. Craig Williams' map didn't have too many options but to take that run, but when she burst through, she really put them to the side. Not a bad effort from Don Diego de Vega into second after running in the Bendigo Cup.
No, you're right. Look, it's the inside's absolutely spot on, isn't it? So the leaders back, as Hutch said, 2 back the rail is pretty much belted the rest of the field here. So
That is 9. That is
the tempo is
3.
as slow as what it was in that scenario, it just plays beautifully for those horses that are in that plum spot. But she's an exciting little mare, this Lid Steel for the Danny O'Brien stable. She's travelled her to Adelaide. She's won stakes over there.
9-3, 9-3, 9-3, 9-3, 13 and 8. 9-3, 13 and 8.
Be a Melbourne Cup chance down the way because she stays. That's only 11 starts. Clearly taken her time.
Good.
Time to get her to this point. She's got a degree being the younger sibling of a Melbourne Cup winner.
9-3, 13 and 8. So what happened? The 10 got tailed. So if a horse is on pressure and getting tailed, that's not a good sign. That means it is refusing the pressure. That's all. So the 9 went through. Then the 3, which is low pressure, 67, 9, 3, 13 and 8. 13 is that 8-year-old gelding, which is a low pressure. And 8. Then came 8. So it did not happen. The 12 was running, but that was a bad decision on that. It got raved, and the last moment it went out of gas. So at that pressure, you cannot rave the horses. And I'm so glad that these horses did not get there. I am so glad that these horses did not get there. So 10 got tailed, 9 with a low pressure, 3 was one of the highest caps with a low pressure. This one had a management issue, so that did not work, and the gate number was also weird. So this from an inner gate that went in. 3, 5s got through because it's a drift. But actually this one should have gotten there, the 6, which did not happen. This happened. And the 18 did not get there. 72 with a low pressure. This is 68, 72. And 13. 78 again. So, I'm going to leverage. Worked well. This was getting tailed. So if you have watched our channel, whenever a horse is getting tailed, it is not a good sign. It basically, it at times works, at times it doesn't. And 90% of the time it doesn't work. Why? Because when a horse gets tailed, that means it is getting dragged by another guard horse from the paddock to the gates. That means it is refusing the pressure. They can very much feel the pressure and it is refusing the pressure. That's what I think. Anyway, we'll go to 6. We'll take the odds of 6, and then we have 2, 4, 7, 10 all scratched. 2, 4, 7, 10 all scratched. 5, 3, 6, 12. Okay, 1800 meter. Now the problem with this linear is, it is coming from gate number 13. So this was from gate number 10 at 31. That is also, I mean, this is 2,800 meters. These two races are completely different. This is an 1,800 meter. But this particular pressure is not great. We need at least 80, 85 from gate number 13 or 14. It is 52, so that's bad idea. And now, this will give us a clarity whether we are going good on the next race. All right. So ideally, through the bends, if we calculate the bends and the body weight of the horse and the pressure that they are carrying and everything, then 3 should win. Okay. Then 3 should win. And that is 0. This is how it should work, basically. All right. It should work like this. This is in a bad state, so we'll stay out of this. But 1, what is 1? Unspoken. Sheen is on this. Sheen is on this. And that's in a very weird state. We'll stay out of that. How it should work is through this line. It should work through this line. All right. We are looking at, this is in a bad state. So that's the highest. We'll stay out of that. It's in a very good hand. And can it do something great today? 1,800 meters, 6-year-old gelding, 12 from gate number 3, maybe a place because it's very high. So we are looking at these 4 horses, and I honestly think 3 should win. This is though half of this, but this is also half of this, almost. This is 66 and this is 88. So, through rating, if we look at, and we look at the bends and the advantage through the bends on this 1,800 meter, this is a listed race. This one is a group 1. We are measuring both of these races through the same metrics. What should happen is 3 should win. If 3 wins, then Zahara wins. Probably. I mean, if any of these wins, 1 or 3, then Zahara wins. If that doesn't happen, then we will have to rethink everything. So yeah, the 3 should win. The 1 is a check. Why? Because it is also very high, but it is not doing great. Okay. In that case, the pressure will fall from this guy. The pressure will fall from this guy, but this pressure is not adequate from gate number 13. We need 80 plus from gate number 13 to win. Winning pressure is not here. So definitely it goes here. This is the highest advantage, but a negative leverage. I do not want this to be anywhere close. So we'll see how this thing works. It should be 3. All right. That's the highest after this one. This is the highest, but this is also not the best horse. but it has the highest advantage which is there. All right, it is there in this thing. So how things might work is, if the 6 gets there with pressure, then it gets there with pressure. It's the linear. There is no question to think about this in any other way. But let's say the pressure is not adequate from gate number 13, which it is not. Then it should be all right. This is where it should work. This is like this. They are like that. 12 is the EW, which is anyway, I mean, we know that that's the lowest handicapping on this horse, these two horses. Is lowest handicapping and highest advantages on these horses. So through numbers, 9 has the highest advantage, but it is a negative leverage. 12 is the EW, which is here. Ideally, in each and every race, it is pressure, then this, then pressure back. Ideally, in each and every race. That is how generally it plays. 90% of the time, that is how it will play. But this one is a listed race. We did listed races last Saturday, and I did the calculations back. 3 should win. If 3 wins, then Zahra is clean to go. 3 or 1 out of these two. Let's say we ignore the fact that it is not going through a great state. All right. Let's say we ignore the fact that it is not going through a great state. If that happens, if 1 or 3 wins, then Zahra is clean to go in the next race. There's no stopping for Zahra. But if that fails, then we will have to rethink. And the problem. So the problem is this, that when we do races on an average every day, every weekend and Wednesdays, when we do that, there are few set things that has happened over and over again. One of the things is when you put a drift, this is a drift, right? This is a drift. When you put a drift up here, it fails. For some reason, I don't know why. When everything is good and everything is absolutely brilliant for this horse to win, it loses. That has happened too many times. I don't know how long you have been following this channel, but we've spoken about it numerous times. We have spoken about it and we've discussed this. But we'll see how it works today. I have, these two horses, anyone gets through, Zahra is clean. If this gets second, then Buckaroo is clean. And if this gets to the third, then, sir, our linear is clean. We'll see how it works. I have a doubt. This one is not doing great, so that's the same situation with Zahra as well. That is the same situation with Zahra as well. But let's say we ignore that fact. Any of these, if that falls into picture, we are good to go. Number 3, not great on soft. Number three, you're talking about number three. Yes, so you're probably right, and the thing is, that's one side of the story, that it is soft. But what we are doing here is, soft was here, okay? Soft when we started off. Then it is a gradual increment with each and every race, with the number of horses running and covering the ground. That is also happening. So, I have very limited understanding of horse racing. I keep saying that. The only thing that I can believe is the numbers, and the numbers, they do reflect the results. All right, you will see why the numbers reflecting. If you're here, you will see, like, these horses, they will not get there because they're negative leverage. Similarly, it has to be a high pressure, low pressure game, but this one was getting tailed. We had that linear, it was getting tailed. So ideally what you're saying is right. This is not great with a soft thing. Let me reconfirm that. Hold on. I'll So with the wet ground, the best is 6. Okay? The best is 6. Then it is 13. Then it is 8. Then it is all. Then the 5 is the worst. The 5 is the worst through the wet situation. All right? But 6 is the best. Hands down, 6 is the best when it comes to wet grounds. But let's say we take a look at this one, the previous one. All right? "12 should won. 4 should won. Should have. They should have won. They are the best with the wet grounds, but they did not win. Which one won? Was 9. Why? Because the ground is getting better. Why? The ground is getting better. They are the best in wet grounds. Okay? They're the best in wet grounds. These two are the best. Then 10 was there. Then all that is there. The 3 definitely got through. But 9 won with that. So, not everything is about how apparently we look at it. It is a gradual increment, or it is a gradual deterioration. It will either improve gradually or it will gradually deteriorate. So by the looks of it, it is improving. It is not deteriorating, but that's that part of the story. What should happen is this, and if the 5 gets to the second, that'll be brilliant. If the 3 wins, then that is fantastic. Even if the 1 wins, we will take it with a pinch of salt. Why? Because I mentioned, the problem is, this is a proven fact here. Whenever this guy is here, he has lost numerous times. He has lost numerous times. And if we look at how it should work, the 3 ideally should win. If the 3 wins, this thing is not there within the odds. It is also going through a bad phase and all that. Let's say it doesn't win. I'll be happy. I'll be happier if 3 wins and 5 comes in second and 6 comes in third. If that happens, we are in the game. And we probably have the Melbourne Cup. The 4 and the 10 were in there. The 4 and the 10 were in there. Yes, but the 10 did did the 4 get there anywhere? Results 2-4. Yes, actually. No. This is the one. 9-3. 9 got there. The 4 was there. The 3 was also there. They were there. The 10 was very high in wet grounds. All that was there. We calculating that. That's there. But it got tailed. So that did not happen. These were the highest. 12 and 4. They had the highest, mud racing thing. And this thing is also the second linear. I had a thing on that 12 will go, but that from gate number 12, that pressure was not adequate enough, and it got raved. It just did not do anything, but should have gotten there. Anyway, that's apart from the story. This thing fell apart. Why? Because the 10 got tailed. Then the low pressure went through, which is here, and then everything went low pressure. There is none of these guys with pressure they got in. Tell me about it. I've had 2 package 20s since last night. My head is like smoking now. You can literally see smoke coming out of my head.
Ability probably to win the race, but she just doesn't always turn up. And the stocks run was great. Seymour Cup run wasn't. So we're going to need to bring her best. Damien Lane combining with Chris Waller, that's always a problem.
9 Garrett Chico returns, just making its way into the Art of Course 1, the Australian Heritage Cup on this day 12 months ago.
Lovely, relaxed horse he is, and I do feel like he's pretty forward in condition. His coat is beautiful. He's just got such nice manners on race day, and he's got a good record too. He's still 29 starts, 3 wins, 3 minor placings, 450,000 in prize money. He's a nice horse.
Yeah, I was happy to let him go around today. I think he'll probably need it. I'll be looking to follow him when he steps up a little bit more on the trip. So not Garrett Chico for me today.
10 Promises kept out. Busson and Young won this years ago with Forgot You. They present the 11. Shayar of her fresh run in the Sandown Stakes.
Presents quite well, this horse. I have it marked down as having tips on for the first time. It looks to be a normal racing plate as he's walking past. His condition is good. I was also happy with the way that he's moving. I think that he's lovely and free in his action, and he's hit his peak in regards to fitness pretty quickly.
It's good to hear it. He put up lane, fresh up. One thing with him, he excels at Flemington. He's 3 of his 5 wins have come in this track. He's certainly a horse with street better and goes well second up, goes well at Flemington.
12 is real class. There was plenty making a strong case for her off breakfast with the best to run a good race in the TCO. She was scratched for that contest to come in.
Sweet mare, she presented really nice and relaxed here. I think fitness-wise it won't be an issue. She doesn't look to be a mare that carries much excess, and she must have come to hand pretty quickly.
Yeah, we like to follow the money. She's hard to quote. She's third run in, and with this smoke and all that, so she is definitely one to consider. And I would put the past her improving third up, but she's at 18 into half that quote at this point in time.
13 Flying Valley contested a heat of the Melbourne Cup Carnival Series on Geelong Cup Day.
10 is not there, Vishwa. Where did you get 10? 10 is scratched.
He's actually presented really good today. It's nice and relaxed for him, especially given the occasion. He can be hot even when there's no one around. So I think that this
if that happens,
Jenny, it actually was a very good run. It beat a couple highly,
then we are in the game.
Geelong, far from disgraced. I think he could run a bit of a race at $20.
If that happens, that 13 looks very dangerous.
The listed Kieran Ichiban played over 1,800 metres the race before the 165th edition of the Lexus Melbourne Cup Hunch.
Yeah, the market's interesting here because there's 3, well, now there's 4, but there's predominantly 3 main chances in the race, not a lot between them. But St George is the interesting one runner out of that.
Refresh that, Vishwa, refresh that. 10 has been scratched. 10 is not there.
It's got a couple of people that looks well placed. I'm not sure with Molly Bloom. Is it the real Molly Bloom to stand up today? Well, we'll find out. I went 5-3-6-8.
One with Athanatos here. I thought it was the best that I've seen him look today.
Yeah, they're not talking about one either. One is not in a great state.
It did take a long time for it to shoot fully.
If it falls 3, 5, 6,
Getting back on this nice big
man.
holding in good stead. Off the wrist, I like the 2 greys. St. George, he looks fantastic. What a super.
If it falls 3, 5, 6, then we have it. It has to fall 3, 5, 6.
The horse was terrific in the Group 1 Chirac last time out. St. George continues to firm. He's the top selection from Clint Hutchison. Kingswood, well, he's coming back from Sydney after a run at a little underwhelming. He's a high quality if he can get to his best.
When you look at his overall ratings and recent performances, I mean, even if you put him in the middle of those, he's going to be right in this race. He usually fights and strong. They can have a trip up to Sydney on occasion and not perform, but it's early enough.
Vishwa, this is 6th. This is the 6th one.
Great crowd, of course, for Cup Day. The weather is clear. Let's get a little bit more from Gavin Bedgewood around the chances of Kingswood.
Thanks for your time, Benji. Kingswood, he seems like an absolute gentleman. He can wear arm standing and ties. They can be different beasts at home. What is he like at home?
No, he's pretty straightforward. He can have the occasional nip, but other than that, he goes out in the yard with the other geldings, and yeah, he's pretty straightforward.
You took him up to Sydney for his second up run. What did you make of that?
So Johnny thought he was the winner on the corner. I thought he was going to run third or fourth.
8 is there. We'll see what happens, but it should be 3, 5, 6. If 3 wins, 5 needs to come second. If 5 comes second, Buckaroo is in.
He'll get his chance to be winning today, I think.
How's he been working in between runs?
If 5 comes second, then Buckaroo is in.
3 weeks, he's just sort of done 2 nice gallops.
It has to fall into the right place. I can't tell you how sweating I am.
Fox seat or something like that in an ideal world?
In an ideal world, you're 1 out, 1 back. I would have liked to have ridden him a little bit more conservatively, but there's no speed, so we'll just ride him accordingly. Yeah, with 3rd or 4th.
Have you got a tip for the Cup, Benji, for everyone at home? Have you had a look?
Yeah, I like the French horse. I backed it at Caulfield and thought it ran great, so you're not getting anywhere near the price today. But
if 5 gets to second, then Buckaroo is in.
There's plenty of movement here at the top of the market, lots of fluctuations. St. George into 280, it's clearly your favourite now. Around a third of the overall staking hold is on that galloper. Best back, the total number of bets is the 6 Athanatos, though. 460 into as short as $3.20. Now back out to $3.80. Here's what's been hovering around that $4.50 mark for most of the day. 12 Real Class would support early doors, $18 into $9.50. Unspoken and Molly Bloom have had their supporters as well. But it's the 5 St. George who's been really well backed here. He's your $2.80 favourite with Sportsbet in race 6. What are you really gambling with? For free confidential support, call that number on your screen or visit the website.
Peter Snowden is with us. It's Unspoken. He's back for another crack at the Kieran Ichiban plate. Peter, appreciate your time. He brings better form by the Shannon than he did 12 months ago when he ran so well in the race. How do you feel his chances are in 2025?
Yeah, his last run was very good. He's had a few little issues along the way, but hopefully we got him back on track again. And race, he just got better nose in last year, so I hope we can find that hitch and win today.
What's Blake's approach to things, especially with a proven commodity in Athanatos and a Flushing Grey in St. George to deal with?
Yeah, I guess there's the quality horse that are racing well. This fella's no hack either. He's a 5-diamond winner, so he's a very talented horse. And as I said, had a few issues, but he's back on track again now, and we're hopefully he can return to form and run well today.
Where does he ideally have him in transit?
Well, not on the speed of the race, so I'll probably find him the first 4 or 5 comfortably, I think, and if he does that, he'll give me a better chance to run well. Thanks, mate.
Best thoughts of Peter Snowden, the trainer of horse number 1 in Unspoken, who, as was mentioned, went close to winning this race last year. It's the trainer's tip as well at a big price. So the popular elect here is number 5, St. George. Got a couple of breaks in this race. St. George, this final race of the afternoon before we get to the Alexis Melbourne Cup, which comes up at 3 p.m. So a massive build-up. You'll see it all here on racing.com. They're moving in, Hutch. Final thoughts?
Well, there's been good support for St. George. It's been a pretty decent go. I think the way the conditions have worked out to set, they're pretty happy with it. Should get his chance and hopefully get the lead of it. Any which way you've gone, best of luck. The starting leader, here's Matt Hill.
Registered name, the Melbourne Cup Day Plate, 1,800 metres, sponsored by Kieran Ichiban. Real Class, Joe Moreira joins them with Unspoken. just about to come along. Third up from a lengthy spell, the Coogee winner of last year. Molly Bloom has that tactics change to go more forward if circumstances permit. Scratching's taking some pace out of it, so a change of tactics there. St George, who was brilliant in the Seymour Cup on resumption, goes in, but Garrett Chico won the staying race last year. Athanatos going into the gates. We'll complete the line. The curtain raiser before the Melbourne Cup. The Kieran Hitchie band played and the field is set. Ready and away they go. Flying Belly jumped away well, but not as fast as Unspoken. Now joined by Flying Belly in the blue and pink, and Athanatos the outside, and not too far away. Molly Bloom is going forward as we were told it would. Then came Kingswood midfield, St George, Garrett Chico, and Real Class dropped to the tail of the field. 1,400 metres to go. The leader Flying Belly with Athanatos working up around them. They're about 2 lengths in front, now a little bit closer, Molly Bloom, who's a little free, and they're 2 lengths Shayar Unspoken, 3 lengths Kingswood, a length and a quarter Garrett Chico, and then came St George, and last is Real Class. At Chiquita Lodge with 1,200 to go, and it's Athanatos striding out for Craig Williams, looking for his second cup victory today, led by a length as they slacken it from in second place Molly Bloom. Then came in third Flying Valley, a length Unspoken at the 1,000 metres. Shayar next the inside, there's no pressure. Further back is Kingswood outside of Garrett Chico, St George second last, and at the back is Real Class. Athanatos, 800 metres to go, led by 3/4 of a length. 2 in second, Molly Bloom, who's pulling pretty hard. A length and a half, Flying Belly Unspoken, a length Shayar. Then came Kingswood, well back Garrett Chico, St George, and Real Class at the end of the field for Joe Moreira. Coming around the turn with 500 metres to go. Athanatos starts to click it up from Molly Bloom, who's hanging tough. Flying Belly behind them. Then Unspoken, Shayar in limited room, darting back to the inside.
Run, baby.
Kingswood, who's presenting up the middle upper hold as they reach the 3.
Run, baby.
The front runner Athanatos by a leg, Molly Bloom, but here comes
Yep. Run, 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 baby. Run, baby. 3 and 5 and 3 and 5 and 3 and 5, baby. 3, 5, 11. 1 got there.
It's the 2 greys flash towards the post.
3, 5, 11 and 1.
Of St George in the closing stages. A Coogee winner last spring before tackling a 5 diamonds and coming back to running a Zippy Classic. He put a marker down with some weight for age 4 behind Golden Park here on Mackay Davis Stakes Day, and he claims this prize. Gavin Bedgegood had done a splendid job with him. 3, 5, 11 and 1 in the Kieran Ichiban play.
3, 5, 6, 12 was the odds.
Clear out from the rest of the field, and it was Kingswood.
5, 3, 6 and 12. 5, 3, 6 and 12 was the odds. Were the odds. So what happened? That 11 got there. But it was not a negative leverage. The 9 was the negative leverage, which was not there. The 12 was EW. That is okay. Bottom line is that 1 got there. 3 and 5. We got that. 1 is okay. Zara is clean. Zara is clean. This should win. 5. Now the problem is one of the advantages. I mean, let's say here it was gate number 13. All right, that pressure is not adequate from gate number 13. That's the first thing. We need 80 plus. We did not have that here. From gate number 13 or 14 or 15, you need 80 plus. That was not here. If we look back to this particular race where there was a horse from gate number 14, no, 4, No, that was not the thing. I don't know which one, but I kind of lost the track. But that played, okay? That played. This one got there with the advantage. Now that makes things a little complicated. Things will not be that easy. But let's say now we take a look at this one, the 3200 meters. The reason we are here for. Alright? So, 7. There are no scratchings, all 24 horses running. 1, 14, 6 and 24. 1, 14, 6 and 24. Zahara is favorite. Where is 1? Here is 1. 14. 6. And this 24. So the 24 today, out of all the races, none of the negative leverages have gotten in. All right. None of them actually got in. So that gives me a little confidence to say that this is not going to get in. Though it is from gate number 10. It is not going to get in. And if we follow the rules, then we got 1, 2, these two, all right, on the top line happened. This was 66, it got in, there was no problem. Zahara is on this. This is Buckaroo, where things are, this is where things are dropping from gate number 12. Then we have these two, which are 7-year-old and 8-year-old. Right? This is a problem which is here. If we ignore that problem, then it should go to the linear, which is at 3.5 from gate number 9. It's a 5-year-old horse with a dedicated jock. Should not be a problem. Then it is here. If we ignore these two, this is an 8-year-old from gate number 15. Very difficult. It is not even there within the odds. That's what we have. Okay. And then it falls on the linear. Here also the linear should have gotten in, but the linear did not get there because gate number 13, that pressure is not adequate. Here, the linear is from gate number 9 and that is more than sufficient. Then we have, now we are in a state where things might get dicey before it reaches 14. 14 is here. So we have these many horses in between, okay, out of which this one is with the highest advantage, which is here, but it doesn't have a dedicated jock. You need a dedicated jock. This is gate number 13. The pressure is not adequate. This is gate number 22. 8. This is again JMac on this 8 with a low pressure. So if it follows the rhythm, then 14 is very far-fetched. It is a very high pressure horse for uh, for a 3200 meters. That's a lot of pressure that it is going to carry. If we look at how normally things play, this is during the weekdays when we play or do the analysis. Then it is like through this BL, which actually shows how they could get placed, wherein I would have strictly said no for the 6. Why? Because the 6 doesn't have the physics. But in this race, it is a 3200 meter. You don't need the physics. The track is going to play. So that's that. This is a lot of leverage on 14. I would have gone with 14. If this was anywhere between 2000 meters, I would have gone with 14. And then definitely, if this was not 22, it would fall. It would fall here or Buckaroo. So, but this is not that race. It is not that race. So we have these two on top. If that works, then Zahara wins, Buckaroo second. Then we have these two horses which are here, out of which the linear is here, which is good, which is 6 from gate number 9. This one is from gate number 2. It's a 7-year-old. I don't know how good that would be. It is not there within the odds as well, but it's there within the inner gates. Then it is this one, which is with a dedicated jock. It's a linear. And then we have up till here. And anything can happen between here and there. The best of the chances are very wild. I mean, like this 9-year-old is brilliant, but it's a 9-year-old plus gate number 11. These are very wide. 9 is at 46. That is also a 7-year-old. This is gate number 22, which is, so if 5 is not our problem. It doesn't have a dedicated jockey. If the 8 doesn't get there before 14, if the 8 doesn't get there before 14 with J-Mac, then it'll fall on 14. If 8 gets there, then 8 is the 4th, probably. And all this thing will only happen if that Mr. 18 doesn't do anything naughty. Which doesn't look like it'll happen, because here that 11 did get there. This pressure is, I don't know if I can show you. I forgot to pull that thing up, but last year when we did this race, so this race did not go to a high pressure horse, and we did not have these horses as well. All right, we did not have any of the horses with advantage. We had a total pressure lineup, and some of the horses were with 0. They did not get there. But what happened basically is Robbie Dolan won with a pressure which is about 24. This is the pressure that actually won. last year. So if, all this is a 5-year-old gilding from gate number 13, all that is there. But if these things do not interfere and our maths is right, then we are looking at 1, 2, definitely, then 6. If we are able to take these two with a little pinch of salt, which are not there, then it is on 6, which is the linear. From gate number 9, that's a good pressure, and it is not the highest pressure. The highest is here on 14. So if JMac doesn't get in, which he can very much, he's a brilliant jock, but for this distance you need a dedicated jock. For this distance you need a dedicated jock. Unfortunately, the top 2 horses that we have chosen, they don't have a dedicated jock, but they're very good horses. They're very good horses. They don't have a dedicated jock. So if we keep the dedication towards only the pressure points, which is here, which should work at 71, and then if Mr. JMac doesn't get, because JMac has physics, all right? JMac has physics. He has physics. He also has physics. But this becomes tricky when it is 3,200 meters. Whether you have physics or not, you need to be able to run. Physics is secondary. You have to be in a position to run. So in that case, from gate number 22, if this thing gets in, now from gate number 22, that advantage is also not adequate. From gate number 22, that advantage is also not adequate. What is adequate is this from gate number 5, right? What is adequate is gate number 5, this 7-year-old horse. This is adequate. From gate number 22, that is not adequate. Like here, this is not adequate from gate number 13. This is not adequate for gate number 22. But these are all thoughts, and then it falls here. So, if Mr. JMac fails from there, then it is 14 on the 4th position. But more or less, if this thing is right, what we just saw is right, they should have gotten 1st and 2nd. They got 1st and 2nd, right? This was very high. It got in 4th. Even after that problem. And Mr. 11 with that advantage went 2nd. So we can't ignore any horses. We can just hope that it works. And if it works, then it is brilliant. We will have a fantastic day. Bro, I hope it does the job, Adaman. I hope it does the job. But, having said that, race 7 will put the odds in. Race 7 is 1, 14, 6, and 24. What about 20? 20 is a 6-year-old mare. Okay, it's got the physics. Let's see where it stands. 20. Where is 20? No. It's got the physics, but no, it is. See, I'll tell you what, okay? It's a 6-year-old mare. It's a 6-year-old mare. Now, these horses are good for what distance? 6-year-old mares at the max, 1600 meters. All right. 1600 meters is the distance that these horses are very good with. Even if they have age, like you must have seen Viva Sistina, the other horses. They are very good. And a 1600 meter is very good with a 6-year-old mare. But when it is double that distance, no, this is a death trap. Please understand this. This is a death trap. The advantages are with the younger horses. Anything that is young, they are all threats, because they will be able to, it is not a race about the, performance. It has got nothing to do with performance. Why? Because none of these horses have any performance on 3200 meters. It is not that they've been continuously racing a distance like this and they've been coming first, second, third and all that. So performance is out of the equation. What comes in between is the age and the agility. How long can you survive, and what is the advantage or disadvantage on you? If you look at these horses, up till here, the 5-year-olds and the 4-year and the 3-year-old, all right? This is a 5-year-old with 99% pressure on this horse, wherein there is a 3-year-old colt which is at 14%. Obviously, 17 has a lot more advantage than any of the other horses, because it's a 3-year-old colt. It has got nothing to do with the distance. It is just the age of the horse and the pressure that it is carrying. But that's not how racing happens. Racing will follow certain guidelines. I'll show you. Like when we say guidelines, what guidelines are that? So you look at this. So this is a guideline which anybody can find on the Victoria Racing website. All right. This is how the scale is. All right. So they are designed for a purpose. They are done for a purpose. And what that does basically is that defines the horse, even if the horse has advantage with the age. So we have to believe something. We cannot go blind. I mean, just because this is a 3-year-old, I cannot believe this. It also has to match with the guidelines. right? It also has to match with the guidelines. If the guidelines is against it, whether it is a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old, it doesn't matter. So according to the guideline, this is where it was laid. All right. According to the guidelines, this is where it got laid. So we had 3 and 5. We got that with the bends. This is something that we are doing. 5 was the favorite, but 3 should have won, and 3 won. 5 came in second. The 1 was very high. It came in with the leverage at 12. 6 from gate number 13 was not enough. Though it is like that, it should have happened. Now, why the 11 got there? The 11 got there because of the advantage, right? The 11 got there because of the advantage. If you look at how this is, I mean, this is absurd. It's at 67%. I would have never gotten into it anyways. The bleeding, but it got in today. 8 had a better chance, but 8 failed. So this 0-0 got in. Similarly, here, this one is a 0-0. Does it have advantage? Of course it has advantage. What happens when this thing gets in? Can it get in? With that pressure, it can. With that age, it can. But we can't work with that. We have to have some guidelines. So this is clean to go. That's what I said. If this happens, then Zahara and Bakaru is clean to go. If this happens, then this is clean to go. Then everything is hazy, because then it starts dropping. Then we have this one, which is from gate number 2, has the pressure. Can it do? Of course it can do. Through the numbers, it can do. This is an 8-year-old gilding. From gate number 15, that's not the adequate pressure. Like this one from gate number 22 is not adequate. This is not adequate advantage. And this is also an 8-year-old. Then we have 6, the linear. I'm hoping that it skips both of these two and the 6 gets in. That's the linear. Should get in from gate number 5 with that pressure. And then we have all this. And we are going to skip this one, that 24, because none of the negative leverages today has gotten in. That's something that we have to refer. If this was getting into, this is what I was praying to God, that this thing should not getting in. This thing should not get in. It did not. This thing should not get in. It did not. Because if they had gotten in, then then it is a lot more complicated doing this. So, not that it is easy right now, and I don't know whether we will actually end up getting all that, but that's the maths that we have done, and it has proven right. This was an LR. This is a group 1. So here, that is from gate number 2. That pressure is adequate from gate number 2. But let's say we skip these 2 horses. Let's say, I mean, just for the sake of it, we skip these 2 horses because the leverage is a little low here. This one is a higher leverage with a higher pressure from gate number 9. Much younger horse with a dedicated jock. This should deliver the 3rd position. 4th is $1 million question. If you have the answer of the 4th, Adaman, It's good that they've given us a break because it looks like it's still about 34 minutes to go. They're giving it a rest because everybody needs a little break. It's good. You want to take a look at this one final time. We've got 34 minutes to go, 33 minutes before the race gets there. '96, this is 100, 93. Should fall in here, 94, 94, 94. 92 is 9. Ninety. 14 is 88. 14 is a very heavy horse. So this is 88. This is not adequate from gate number 22. That is there, but 5 is adequate, which is here. This is all good, but this is a horse and the jockey doesn't know the horse. In that case, what happens? I don't know. These are all 1.5s, and then it reaches here 1. 7, 5, then 4.5, 4.5. Sorry about that. This is 3.5. This is not enough. This is enough, but he doesn't know the horse. This is a gilding. That's why it also has the physics with a brilliant jock. Mr. J Mac is on. I don't. It'll actually blow up the mind. Constantly looking at my eyes started watering, man. It'll blow up the mind. I don't know how to do this, but I think one wins. I think one wins. There is no. I mean, I was waiting for this particular race. This one. I was waiting for this one. And I so desperately wanted these two horses to come first and second. I so desperately wanted these two horses to come in first and second, and they actually did. They actually did. That gives me the confidence here. That's all that it is. That's all that it is. Which one is Valiant King? PC, welcome back. Which one is Valiant King? Valiant King is 24. Yeah, that is PC. That is. If that happens in this race, that will be very, very, very disturbing. This is a negative leverage. There's a lot of advantage on this horse. But that has not been happening today. I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. Showtime. John, welcome back. Still 27 minutes to go, John. They give us a break. They gave us a break. God. Now six has become the favorite, the linear. Six has become the favorite. These odds are constantly changing. Now this is the favorite. They will start boarding. I'll put on the feeds. I'll put on the feed the moment they start boarding. There, the paddock.
$6 this morning, but he's back out on the drift now, so you wonder if you're going to get double figures maybe with him. And half yours has been sort of $7.50, $8 has been solid at $8.50 for a while now. Valiant King's also drifted out to $10. But yeah, Presage Nocturne is the one they're coming for.
He comes out of the Caulfield Cup Arch, and each and every year this is the best form line. We see a number of runners coming from it. Presage Nocturne, he finished fourth on this occasion. Valiant King was third. River of Stars was winner, and second, and half yours was the winner.
Yeah, it's nice to, when you get a bit of a lead and look at these internationals, and we've got it out in the key form reference of the Caulfield Cup, but a lot of people left the course that day thinking he's the one I want to be with. So there's been a bit of chopping and changing the market, but it looks like at this point in time, he's the one the money's really coming for.
Yes, great betting races. The Lexus Melbourne Cup each and every year. We've already seen a change at the top of the betting a number of times in the past 48 hours. Here is the Caulfield Cup. You're still picking up strongly for half yours?
Yeah, I am. I mean, look, I think I wouldn't be surprised if any of the horses that highlighted have managed to perform. I mean, Maydown's quite interesting to Flemington, and he looked on at this point of the race and hardly got the best spin around, did he? But yeah, I mean, I think when you look at the favourite, the horse that's been well back, what you have to appreciate is the 3,000 metre form. He's proven. The conditions, it doesn't matter. He would have been even better on a wetter track, but he's handled it on a very fast track here, and he's had the benefit of a run now. So he's going to come on for the run. But all that said, geez, I mean, Half Yours was still good, and even River of Stars was very good.
Yeah, she was very brave. River of Stars on that occasion, finishing second. I like Valiant King out of that race. I thought he's the one that's proving at the right stage. Yeah, good price to find out. Who are you going with, Matty?
I'm with Half Yours as well. I'm with Hutchie. I think he's the one to beat off his Caulfield Cup run. Yes, he's got to tick that 3,200 metre box, but he's beat the handicap at 53 kilos. It's a winnable weight, and I think it'll be a great story as well.
Anything else to add?
Not really. I mean, I think of those other horses that are at sort of bigger prices in the market, it'll be interesting to see which one of those they spec. It sounded like there's a little bit of money around to flatten the curve, but that was when the track looked like it might be worse. It might get back out. I wonder, Zeddo, with one smooth operator, it's playing okay. Can that horse bounce back following that great performance of Mooney Valley?
Build-up continues. We go to the yard for the Melbourne Cup.
This mountain yard is brought to you by the new Racing.com app. Now with national form, racing form for every state, every day. Download wherever you get your apps.
The time has arrived at Flemington for the 165th Lexus Melbourne Cup. 3,200 metre Group 1 handicap with $10 million. Horse 1 is Al Ripper, Joseph O'Brien and Mark Zara, both chasing.
Charles 10 and 9 small bits.
This is exactly how you want a horse that's going out to contest a 2-mile race to be parading. He's not letting the occasion get to him. He's moving beautifully. Looks good from what I can see with the rubber.
He's the class horse on the race Group 1 form. The main issue for Al Ripper, can he carry the weight from the wide barrier?
2 Buckaroo, 9th last year, offered Caulfield Cup second here via a second place in the Cox Plate.
Question for me, this horse looks fantastic. He has done all preparation. He definitely does look a little bit tighter than what he has done previously. He's never won past 1,800. Can he stay, Hutchie?
Yeah, it's a big question mark. And he was okay last year with excuses. I personally have my doubts, but he does bring the weight for age 4. He's clearly good enough if he gets the right run of the race, which he may well do. Cox Plate form has stuck up really well.
3 is Arapaho, the Sydney Cup winner in April, 11th in this race 3 years ago.
Gorgeous horse. I went out the back and saw him. His eye is so beautiful and glossy and healthy. He's in peak health.
Proven over the trip, which is a big positive. Just needs some luck from the gate. He does need to turn around some moderate form, the 9-year-old.
4 is Vauban, now with Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott, 14th in 2023, 11th last year when trained by Willie Mullins.
Last year he got himself really quite worked up pre-race. He had a tendency to do this. He keeps on getting better with more age and maturity. He's definitely parading nice and relaxed here.
The stable done a great job with him. He had excuses in the Caulfield Cup. He was okay in the Metro. He's not the worst in the race, but it's time to deliver.
Japan, represented by Team Murder Glass with the 5 Chevalier Rose, who won a Group 2 staying stakes at Nakayama in late November last year, over 3,600 metres.
Vicente has the most impeccable manners. I saw him out the back and he was just an absolute gentleman. His poke's beautiful. He's very healthy.
He's very hit or miss when you read his
18 is a dangerous one.
In the best form. He got a great rider in Damien Lane, and I think he could be a blowout.
Boy. 18 is a dangerous one. I just hope it doesn't put everything upside down.
Fourth in the Caulfield Cup.
I thought he ran awesome in the Caulfield Cup and he had a bit of improvement to come. They were my notes on him pre-race. Jeezy's tightened up. You can see such good tone over his flank there.
Terrific run, wasn't it, when resuming? Had a gap between runs to be fitter and far better suited here over this journey. Great chance. He's a big market mover.
7, Middle Earth won his first Australian start here at Flemington for Kieran Maher in the Australian Cup Prelude, 11th in the Caulfield Cup, before a 3rd in the JRA Cup at the Valley with blinkers and Ethan Brown applied.
He was great off the quick back up last start in the JRA Cup. I think he's most definitely at his peak, which is exactly what you'd expect for all of these runners in the Melbourne Cup.
Stable sound confident. On me, not so much. I think he needs to lift them what we've seen.
Horse 8, Maiden. 9th in the Caulfield Cup after a 3rd September stakes at Kempton. The race Prince and Aaron used before tackling previous cups.
He was another horse that I thought had a good bit of improvement in him going into the Caulfield Cup, and he's definitely taken that step. Once again, you can see much better tone and definition over his rib cage and down towards his flank.
Good run in the Caulfield Cup. Looks better suited to Flemington as well.
9 absurd. 3rd attempt at the Cup, 7th 2 years ago, 5th last year, first time he's had a run on Australian soil leading into this.
He's a veteran, this guy. He knows his job now. He knows what this fuss is all about. And as you can see in the way that he's parading, he's not letting it get to him. He's been here and done this.
Another pleasing run in the Caulfield Cup with Willie Mullins. Well, he keeps trying. He's going to win one of them. Maybe it can be a turn.
Germany chased another cup with a 10, flattened the curve with 1. 6 of his past 7, beginning with a 3,700 metre win on a heavy track in France last October.
But when you look at this horse's frame, it's no surprise to see him running over these kind of distances and being proven. He just is an out-and-out stayer. On type, he's very fit.
Yeah, the only failing was on the dirt with a race switch from one surface to another. So his form's pretty impeccable, but he'll stay all day.
11 Land Legend, 8th beaten 3 lengths last year, last in the Turnbull and the Caulfield Cup this year.
He really does need to improve on what he's been doing. He looks fantastic, but in saying that, Hutchie, he has done all preparation.
Well, look, they've changed the gear around. They've got a different bit today. I think we've seen reasonable ability from him in the past, so he does need to turn things around, and maybe these gear changes can do the job.
Ben Mallam's ride at the allotted weight of 53.5 on horse 12, Smoker Roads.
His coat is beautiful, this horse. It's the best it's been, all preparation. The team have definitely got him peaking right on the right day.
Yeah, it will be a big shock. He'll roll forward, and that'll give himself every possible chance, but he's an aging galloper, well exposed. Just others have no class.
13, changing of the guard, drops 7 kilos for his 4-length defeat in the Geelong Cup.
Hasselink is going on for the first time today, and why not? We're here to mean business, need him to run at his best. He looks nice and engaged and exceptionally fit.
Had the pattern on side in the Geelong Cup, so I find it hard to make too strong a case for him. He's another off-pace runner, awkwardly drawn. They'll work early. I think that'll be telling late.
Horse 14 is a half yours, who carries a half kilo more today than he did when winning the Caulfield Cup.
He's by a son of Philo out of a Desert King mare who was the sire of the Great Maccabi. But this horse is bred to get this kind of distance. It is the fittest that I've ever seen him. There has been no stone left unturned.
He's just in the form of his life. He's a progressive star in his own right. Terrific win in the Caulfield Cup, beating key rivals at that time.
15 more felons, 12 2 years ago, and his second Australian start after rushing home in a Geelong Cup.
His weight looks absolutely spot on today. I don't know him well. I saw him at the start of his preparation, but from then to now, the improvement has been vast.
Big price, all withdrawal from all felons. He hasn't been that far away in his last couple, including the Metro, but he's going to need a lot of luck.
16, one smooth operator, 12th last year off a Geelong Cup win, drops 4 kilos for his Moonee Valley Gold Cup success.
He's a horse that can get a little bit tense on race day. He did last year at the Geelong Cup and even in the Melbourne Cup. He's parading exceptionally well for him.
Best roughie in the race for sure for mine now that the track's a little quicker than what we expected. His Geelong Cup win last year and his Moonee Valley performance were both very good. We expect him to figure.
17 further won the Group 3 Jeffrey Freer at Newbury in August, the race that Red Cadeau twice placed in before tackling the Cup.
Beautifully presented, this horse. He's moving really, really good here. That seems an absolute gentleman for an entire as well.
Yeah, good luck to all the connections as well. Look, some of these horses with his 3-year-old profile read well and further could be a very interesting runner for the team. He's still on the up.
18, Parchment Party makes history as the first runner from the United States at the Melbourne Cup.
And what a beautiful horse he is. I've been most taken by him at all the internationals and what I've seen from him doing his work at Werribee. He's a beautiful moving horse, this.
Yeah, I just don't know and don't trust his form, to be honest. He did win, of course, a lead-up race, but that was on the dirt, different setup here.
Qualified by the Belmont Gold Cup in Saratoga in June. 19, Athabasca gets a chance on the first Tuesday in November after being scratched from the race last year.
It was good to see him bounce back to some form last start in the Moonee Valley Cup. I think that he is here in the best possible shape that he can be. Hachi, what do you make of his form?
I think he needs to lift a little bit, but he'll get an economical run and need luck at some stage. He can be a little bit missed as well.
Joseph O'Brien also represented by the 20 in Goody, 2 shoes, who won 3 straight stakes races in Ireland before a third in the Lily Langtree.
I give this girl a cheeky chance. She's proven at the distance. She doesn't mind soft ground. Gee, she's going to need a good ride from that wide gate here. She looks beautiful in the yard.
Yeah, proven over the trip, as mentioned, and she'll see it out strongly. So she's an interesting runner. They're not here to have fun. They want to win it. They may well do it with the right connections.
21 River of Stars, second in the Caulfield Cup, was twice placed in the Lily Langtree before coming out to Australia.
Gorgeous attitude, this mare. She knows her job exceptionally well. You can see the beautiful tone all over her hindquarters there. There's not a drop of fat on her.
Great run, Caulfield Cup, chased up by close enough to that strong speed. Really good performance. Going forward here, run a big race. She's right in the mix.
Fifth in the Caulfield Cup, 22 Royal Supremacy, trying to become the fifth to complete the Metro Melbourne Cup double.
He's just a lovely horse, this. He's a really nice type, seems to have a lovely attitude. I went and saw him out the back. He was asleep. He's conserving his energy well. Just a little bit up and about now, which is to be expected.
Good running round for the Caulfield Cup. Far from disgrace there. Flemington might suit him better.
23 Torrenzino, third in the Country Cup final last year. Second in the Bart Cummings, won the Geelong Cup at his last start.
Good luck to Celine Gaudreau. I'm sure this will be an exciting moment for her to soak all this atmosphere in. I'm not sure if he's going to be classy enough to exhibit the best of these, but the Pushka team have turned him out looking fantastic.
That they have, and I like the win of the Geelong Cup, but this is another level once again, so it's a bit hard to recommend.
24 Valiant King, 13th last year, his first Australian win. In 11 starts, was two back at the Bart Cummings.
He looks fantastic today, this horse. I think he's well and truly hit his peak today, and he's come through that Caulfield run in even better shape here.
It's easy to like. That Bart Cummings win was absolutely outstanding, as was his run in the Caulfield Cup. He's right.
A full field of 24 for the 165th edition of the Lexus Melbourne Cup. A truly global staying feature with representation from 6 foreign nations, but you think the Cup's staying on home soil, Hutch?
Yeah, I'm in trouble, Nigel, if the Caulfield Cup form isn't the right form, because my top four all come out of that race. Well, if you like one, you're going to like them all. Then half yours is still pretty well treated under the circumstances. 53 today. Can he be a magical moment for Jamie Mellon? Well, we'll find out. Presage Nocturne, the French entrant, water there, and will only be a little bit fitter for that. Valiant King, the barrier, was the key negative in the Caulfield Cup. Much better drawn today in the Melbourne Cup. The River of Stars did a lot of chasing there. Still looks a pretty good price. So in 14, 6, 24, 21, we head back to you, Amy.
Wow, what an honour to assess this mounting yard here, and what a tough decision I have to make. 24 horses, all in their absolute best condition. It's a bit of an ask. I'm going to go half yours. Come on, the Aussies. I think this horse looks amazing today. The more I look at this pedigree, the more he just has to get this sort of staying trip. It's going to be an ask, but I think he can do it. He looks awesome. Of the rest, as a Presage Nocturne, he's such an impressive looking horse. The internationals, I was really taken by him and almost tossing up putting him on top. But can't wait for the race that stops the nation.
Great shots there of horses heading out onto the track. You can't miss the presence of the grey, and his favourite, and a clear favourite now, Presage Nocturne. This has been a big go, Hutch.
It has. Looks nice early style. I'm just looking at him there. Looks like he's going nicely for that one. Yeah, I mean, what have we got through the top four of the market, all coming out of the Caulfield Cup, so it's still looking though. That is the predominant form reference that people want to use.
There is Karen McAvoy, who's won this race on multiple occasions, dating back to the year 2000, 25 years ago, with Brew, looking to do it here with Absurd, a horse who is having his third crack at a Melbourne Cup, and Willie Mullins changing tack with it this year. One of the outsiders from the International Brigade is Maidan, and his trainer is now with Amy Young.
Ed, thanks so much for your time. Firstly, welcome to Australia, welcome to the Melbourne Cup. How are you feeling?
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be here, and all the hard work's done now. And heading out to the track, very pleased with it. Couldn't be happier. He's in some really good form, and he's taken the prelims really well and a big crowd, and all systems go.
He looks to have tightened up really nicely from the Caulfield Cup run.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think he's sort of woken up a bit. Tightened up, as you say. He looks fantastic. His fitness levels are A1, and really pleased with him going into this race.
Geez, we weren't kind to you with the barrier draw, were we? What are you going to do from there?
I think you've got 1,000 metres or so to the bend, so I think just leave it to J-Man. Hope we can get a bit of cover mid-dib and see where we go from there.
Go well. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Already under 4 minutes to go until the race that stops the nation, and Presage Nocturne is the one they are continuing to come for late here. He's into $6.50. It's the shortest price that he has been. Al Riffer got into that quote this morning, but he's back out now to $8 for Joseph O'Brien, trained galloper. Half yours, the Caulfield Cup winner, $7 out to $9. Valiant King touched $10, but back into $9.50. A couple down the pumps worth mentioning. Buckaroo obviously comes through the Cox plate, has been $9 out to $13. Not much love for him. Absurd solid at the $18. River of Stars back earlier in the week, $18. And Flatten the Curve, it's one of the big losses for us, $81 into $20. Don't forget as well, on the Melbourne Cup, you can have a same race multi, use more places, and you can get bigger odds. So select any of the horses in the field, to finish in the top 10. You can draw up your same race multis. There is no better race to do that than the Melbourne Cup. What are you really gambling with? For free confidential support, call that number on your screen or visit the website.
Tony McAvoy has Melbourne Cup experience this time. He does it with son Calvin, with the Caulfield Cup winner in half yours. Tony, great to see you. All the very best. Where this track has landed, he would have been suited by more cut in the ground, but I imagine soft line is right on the mark for him.
Oh, yeah, it's a beautiful ground for all horses, and a little bit of rain around, so he's certainly better on softer, but he's proven in the Caulfield Cup he's okay on firm, so this is in the middle. It's beautiful, safe ground.
Do you and Jamie feel like the ideal position for him is going to be from 8?
Look, I've just left it to Jamie, but the barrier allows him to be in a beautiful spot, but she can be really patient here. We pressed a little bit of Caulfield to right the track. She's just going to be really patient. She's going to count to 10, and hopefully we're challenging late.
From the formative days of his career under Kieran to his time in your stable, everybody involved, especially riders, talk about how clean-winded he has been. Is that the biggest thing that gives you confidence that he sets out a really strong 2 miles?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, his pedigree says he'll run it, but you've got to have the capacity, and he's got beautiful lanes, and he relaxes, so he looks like a stayer. He's acting like a stayer, and let's hope he can run the 2 mile. Good luck, Tony. Thank you, Martin. Thank you.
The money continues now for Passage Nocturne into $5.50 that this has been a sustained thing. Yeah, over the last hour, it's been really solid support for Passage Nocturne. You knew there was going to be a push for one, and it's Passage Nocturne, so $5.50, the shortest quote of the day. The butterflies are there, half an hour, everyone's nice and nervous, the horse is down at the start, waiting to be pulled into the barriers. The great race, the Melbourne Cup, there's a flag from last year, which will change to the colours of the winner of this year. It's like that Bruce picked up. Thankfully, the rain really hasn't hit, but it's threatening.
Well, not only a race that stops the nation, but it'll change someone's life. Whoever manages to win this race today, it changes your life. That's what it does. We see it time and time again. We've spoken about the stories. With every single run of this race, there's something special that we find out or is delivered. And it's just a matter of who will it be this year.
Absolutely love everything about the Melbourne Cup, the build-up to it, the race itself. And as we go back to Amy and Nigel on track, what a moment this is, just waiting for the horses to go into the barriers.
Spectacular, BC. A privilege to be here, and we can tell you that effectively there's a 5-kilometre radius right around Flemington, with a virtual hole in the sky. Melbourne is shrouded in cloud and some storms, some rain that hit here earlier on. But right here, right now, Amy, looks like we're going to have a cup run under dry conditions.
Yeah, you've summed that up perfectly, Nigel. The city's landscape there is crystal clear, isn't it, with some ominous clouds in the sky all around. I can feel the buzz. It's so exciting. It is a privilege to be here. Can you imagine how nervous some of these jockeys are and the thoughts that are going through their heads? They're just trying to keep their cool, trying to gather their thoughts, trying to focus on the animal. You've got all this crowd and the excitement building.
A number of riders experiencing it for the first time, and we've got a husband and wife, Jamie and Ben Mellon, and fiance Nathan Brown and Celine Gaudray experiencing the Melbourne Cup for the first time. A really strong market push for the French galloper, Passage Nocturne, who was 9 into 550 on the VOP, ahead of the 165th edition of the Lexus Melbourne Cup. In 200 seconds' time, a number of lives are going to change. Let's join Matt Hill for the call.
Another turn with the American Parchment Party. Vauban is riderless at the moment, having its 3rd attempt at winning the Lexus Melbourne Cup. Here is Parchment Party from the USA going into the stalls. The Belmont Gold Cup winner. About to join them, Belly and King, a white distinguishing cap sported by Jai McNeil. Smoke and Romans milling around with Ben Mellon, who has made the weight of the 53.5 kilos. So the loading process continues. Land Legend is forward. Torrenzino is in. Further is about to come forward. Further with jockey Michael Dean, who's having his 5th ride in the Lexus Melbourne Cup. Valrifa goes in to barrier number 19. That gate has provided 6 winners of the Melbourne Cup, winning 2 shoes as the next one forwards. So they're making a decent line of it. Presage Nocturne. Stefan Castier's first ride. Presage Nocturne is in. More Felons about to join them with Smoke and Romans, who looks to be one of the speed elements in the race. Maydan is about to join them with James McDonald, looking for his second Lexus Melbourne Cup. So too Time Hill goes in on Valiant King. The fields moving up well as Land Legend wanting to lift. Chevalier Rose stands well. Buckaroo about to come forward. Buckaroo joins them and that will lead changing.
All right, gentlemen, this is the moment of truth, and I wish all of you best of luck.
Stand by for stars.
Wallace, my head is smoking.
River of Stars jumped away pretty quickly.
There we go.
Smoke and Romans. Boban's tucking in behind them. Half Yours is nice and close. Changing of the guard, using plenty of the track on the outside to sweep over. Arapaho is the leader. From Smoke and Romans, the inside, River of Stars right behind them, Torrenzino, Goody Two Shoes, and changing of the guard out in the middle of the track, taking its time to come over. Then came Torrenzino. Further back is Half Yours, who's about 8th or 9th in the early stages. One Smooth Operator and Maydan. Land Legend in a pack, and then came Valiant King, Presage Nocturne. Not that much speed on here as they saunter past the 200 metres on the first occasion. Back in the pack now on the rails is Vauban, followed by Absurd. Buckaroo at the Baskin Parchment Party. Further, Chevalier Rose, El River, More Felons, and Flatten the Curve is last at the post. So the leader is Smoke and Romans. With on the outside now Royal Supremacy going up to just about dispute the lead. Changing of the guard, got across from that outside alley, third one off the fence. Next on the rails, Arapaho. They were followed by Goody Two Shoes, and next on the rails, River of Stars. A length and a half to Torrenzino, then Maydan. Further back is Middle Earth, One Smooth Operator, 2,000 metres to go. Next in the race is Land Legend, 3 wide. In between horses, Half Yours in the middle of the pack. A length and a half, Valiant King, Presage Nocturne is next the grey, followed then by Vauban. A length away in the field is Buckaroo, who is on the back of Valiant King. Next out the Baskin on the inside. Then came Absurd, Parchment Party, Chevalier Rose the inner. Well back in the field is Further, El River, More Felons is second last, and Flatten the Curve is last in the Melbourne Cup. 1,400 metres to go, and Land Legend now took it up. And has raced clear about 4 lengths in front to try and turn this into a staying contest. Land Legend 4 or 5 lengths the leader. From in second, Royal Supremacy. And they're 2.5 lengths in front of Changing of the Guard and also Smoke and Romans. 2 for the back, Goody Two Shoes, Arapaho as Land Legends now 8 or 9 lengths in front. River of Stars is about 7th, the inside of Torrenzino. A couple of lengths to Maydan, and then came Middle Earth as they reached the 1,000 marker. Next in the field, Valiant King a little wide from One Smooth Operator, and Half Yours, the favourite, is 25 off the leader. Then Buckaroo, Presage Nocturne, Vauban, Absurd, out the Baskin, well back further, Chevalier Rose, Parchment Party, El River, More Felons, and well back in the field towards the home corner. Flatten the Curve has got a lot to do. So it's Land Legend, 600 metres to go. A runaway leader, 6 or 7 lengths in front. From in second, Royal Supremacy. They were followed by Changing of the Guard, Arapaho under pressure, Goody Two Shoes presenting up the middle. They were followed by River of Stars, who battles on, Torrenzino and Middle Earth right down the outside. 300 metres to go. Goody Two Shoes.
Run, baby.
Goody Two Shoes with Half Yours challenging at the clock tower. Half Yours takes the lead from Goody Two Shoes. Middle Earth.
14. Wow, 14. Big win, 14.
Then came Arapaho. Well back Royal Supremacy, Changing of the Guard. Smoke and Romans, Maydan.
14, 20, 7 and 21. 14, 20, 7 and 21.
Then Chevalier Rose, Land Legend and Buckaroo has completed the course.
course becomes the 13th horse to complete the Caulfield Cup, Melbourne Cup double, and 10 years after Michelle Payne broke extraordinary ground to become the first female rider to win the Melbourne Cup, Jamie Carr becomes the first female.
So Warden wins 14, 20, 7 and 21. 14. $20, 7 and 21. And 21. River of Valley. Valley of River. 14, 20. The physics 20. That is it. Six did not win. The 20 got there. $93. $65. None of the advantages got in. None of the advantages got in. 14, 20. $7 and 21. Let's all cry. Man. $14. So it basically the pressure that won. 14. All the pressure. None of these horses they got in. None of them. None of them. $14, $20, $7 and $21. So now if we look at what happened, basically was a dedicated jock. Not a dedicated jock. Had the physics. 7 was adrift, did not need the physics. "21 was the highest rated." That was the highest leverage on this horse. So all these horses, they did not even get there. The advantage did. Last year it was something like this. These horses were not there. Last year, these horses were not there. It was it ended at 0. But this year, that thing went through the pressure. Anyway, we'll move on. This is a 1400 meter. '16 and '17 has been scratched. '15 to 7 and 4. '15 to 7 and 4. '15. So what is this horse? This horse is at 27% leverage, one of the highest leverage on this horse. But the problem is with the jock. The jock is not handicapped rightly. This pressure needs to be with one of these guys. That's not there, but it is Whirlpool. People think this is going to win. Now, this is one of the second linears. There are two horses here, 12 and 6, almost identical. But the physics is on this horse. There's a physics on this horse. So So is there with this one, 11, they're kind of bleeding. So 15 is there, and for some reason they have not taken this one, which is the linear. Which also lacks a jock, which is there. Now, so this is the highest advantage. There's a negative leverage. I don't think this will get in, which puts 17 into the picture. 9, I mean, 9. So this is wide, 17 not adequate. This is 5, which is adequate. 10. But having said that, what are we trying to do here is the fact that it's a 1400 meter, and ideally what should happen in a 1400 meter is this, that we should get it by the rails. And if we want to get it by the rails, then we'll have to have the highest pressure within the rails. This only has physics, doesn't have a jock to support the pressure line. This is a lot of pressure. I'm not saying it will not get in, but winning is difficult. Winning is difficult. 3. Six, 4. So it's a 1400 meter, all colt and gildings and fillies, all that is there. But honestly speaking, I think it'll play pressure because they are all 3-year-olds. So if we take a look at that, then that is the pressure line. But this thing doesn't have a jock. I don't know if 15 will actually win, because 15 is with a jock who's handicapped in a way, which is here. So he's among the green lines. So that may not be the right thing to look at, and that may not be the right thing to look at. That generally doesn't happen. So if we have to look for a pressure with a jock, that is not there. This guy is here, and 14 is there, which is 39. This is 40. Well, it's bad. Thing is here. Jockeys are differently placed in a very different way. Very, very different way the jockeys are placed. But here, if we go through the ratings and the physics of this entire thing, so there is so this is a LR, as in a listed race. Ideally, what should happen is that 59, 60, 73. They're not in the best shape. They have these numbers, but they're not in the best shape. The best shape is probably 4, which is 15, and has the physics. So and this is also a mismatch. This thing had to drop pressure. It did not drop pressure. It is there. It did not drop pressure. And then the rest of the things are there. I think it's 4, probably. That's the best that I can. This is with a jock, alright? This is a very strong number, but this is a mismatch here. A drift cannot be on that pressure. A drift has to be something like this. Like this. A drift has to drop pressure. A drift cannot be with that. That's a mismatch, probably. To contradict this is also very high. I don't know what basically it'll do, but point is this, that this is a colt, and the jock doesn't know this colt. The jock has never raced with this colt. So that's my take. 15 is also a colt, but the jock knows this horse. It's through the rails, got the physics. I like 4. 15, I don't know. It's got the physics, it's got the pressure, all that thing is good. But the problem is, to handle that pressure, you also need a jock and a vacation. With that kind of a pressure, it's 184. Not that it is not deliverable. It is quite deliverable. This one drops pressure at 88. This is 99. These are all very high hope horses. But my point is very simple, that with this pressure you need a jock, which is not there. So it's a question. The other thing is this one, which has the jock knows this, and it has the both side of the stuff which is there. The pressure is also adequate. No, not actually. It is gate number 15. We needed about 80%, which is not there. From gate number 12, that is adequate. This is not adequate. The only possibility is this 5, which is a check. I'm sorry, I kind of a little out of place. So that 5 is a check. It is capable. It is capable of getting in 5. This is not adequate. We needed about 80 here. We needed about 80. We needed 80 plus here. If still that works because of the physics, that's a different question. But from gate number 15, that is not adequate. From gate number 12, this is adequate. 6, this is more than adequate. So all that is possible. Gate number 11, that is also adequate. But I don't know what will happen actually. Well, see, the 15 probably is the right odd. Right now, when I look at 4 from gate number 15, that is not the right pressure that we need. We needed about 80% and above, so that is not there. This is good. Got the physics. This is dropping, so this will not help. But will it not get in? That is very absurd to believe that it will not get in. So it's a linear, it will definitely get in some form or some way. So we'll see how it works. I'm not going to get into this. Lightning strikes 20, right in the money. Yes, I think lightning strike. You spoke about 20, and it delivered.
Has the world at his feet.
Yeah, emotional moment, amazing moment, great sporting moment. Let's have a look at the race in its entirety. And Jamie, of course, she's jumping out of that middle toward the pale blue. What was it, about gate 8? I think you'll see her jump. She actually jumps on terms with the other runners. And you can see her in the early stages working across.
She gets very tight here. She tries to come across with one smooth operator, who then gets tight on, I think it might be Photobend, gets very tight on Al Basket, right on the fence. You can see there the rider front smooth operator, Harry Coffey, then has to come off a touch. And that just then leaves Jamie Mellon in the one-off position. And these race cuts are not dictated to by us. We get these from our pitchers at Flemington, which is not ideal to try and work out where horses are when they're chopping and changing all the time, but was in a nice position at this stage.
Yeah, that she was. But there's a fair bit of scrimmaging back in the field. We did see a couple of times from the above shot just how tight it was for a lot of runners in the field. And there's a couple that were sort of posted through those early stages. At this point, nicely positioned back in the field.
So the horse that finishes second in Goody Two Shoes is currently running fourth. So it was a race that was really dominated by the front half. You've got Middle Earth just to the outside or in front of Jamie Mellon. So those horses, even Torrenzino, it was a race of little change. River of Stars back down on the inside. Those at sort of the back of the field really never got into the race. Half Yours was the furthest back of those places. And when the speed sort of comes into the race at this point, when Land Legend gets keen.
He was left free wide with that cover, sort of going halfway around that bend. And we've known his antics in the past. They changed the gear with him today. I think Moreira probably felt I can't really control you anymore. You're not going to finish if I keep pulling. So he allows him to roll along this injection of speed into the race. And as we see now, the field really starts to string out a little bit.
So at this stage, Jamie Mellon is still one off to the outside of one smooth operator. Just behind her, that's where Presage Nocturne, the heavily supported runner, was behind Half Yours. But Valiant King was in that 3-1 position and trying to stay in as close as possible around that bend. There was a consistent pressure from the outside in on top of Presage Nocturne, who never really seemed to appreciate that at all. It's still difficult to understand when the moves start to come from this camera angle, when we've got a long shot of a lot of horses.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Legend out of front.
the ultimate thing is we have to apologise because we can't identify them because with these shots that are obviously given to us, the horses are a mile away. You can't really identify who is where, but there's that breakaway leader, Land Legend, and well back in the field there in a bunch. So it's really hard to work out what moves were happening and at what stage. That's just where they passed the 800-metre mark to see.
2:12:30.
Goes first. That's where Jamie Mellon allows Maydan to go. Valiant King was on her outside. She then switches back down to the fence. So that's interesting. That's where James McDonald went right on Maydan in the yellow. And Jamie went back down towards the inside. So she made a decisive move to come back down towards the fence and then just gets around the heels at the right time. So a very brave move to do that at that stage of the race when you're expecting horses to be tiring, coming back down in front of you.
Just a fantastic ride back in the field. There's been a couple of horses well with those cars. I'm not sure it was a Buckaroo that was well back. I mean, he was beaten on by almost eked out of contention. The Japanese horse was well beaten. Riffa out wide has made a bit of late headway. Did he get up for 7th, I think, in the end? Great run as well. Of course, Torrenzino has to run bid. But that ride, I mean, just an exquisite ride from Jamie, wasn't it, Matt? She was back in amongst her. She weaved a path and she made the right decisions at the right time. It was pretty much perfect.
I mean, as you say, she made every correct decision in every crucial moment. So it will be a replay that she'll enjoy watching for a long time.
We need to take a deep breath, and still 3 more races to come. We've got the 8th event coming up very soon. Matt, you got a marker for us?
Yeah, looking forward to this BZ. It's the Amanda Elliott over the 1,400 metres. This is a big go early in the week. So London was put up $8. You clicked your fingers and that was gone because our smart punters jumped all over that. He was into $4.50. He's back out to $5 now, but he's in the right stable for a progressive horse. Graham Begg on fire at the moment. Navy Pilot comes through the Caulfield Guineas, drops back to the 1,400 metres. Pretty solid there at the $5.50 point. Ripley's got that 10 Tyrus form, so interested to see how he goes. $8 into $6, and the cash has been in good form for quite some time. $6 out to $6.50, but it's London your favourite here in race number 8. Graham Begg is our trainer watch with Sportsbet. He's the man who trains at London. He's also got perfect picture in race 9, and this is a very exciting horse who's been really good in 2 starts so far to date, with ROI 37% for G-Beck. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call that number on your screen or visit the website.
I quite like the horse that Grey Beg has this event in love on. Grey, that was terrific winning at Seymour last time out. The form of that maiden's been very strong.
Yeah, it has. It was a really nice performance. Good, beautiful action horse. A couple of nice horses in the race, though, that said, BZ. There's 1 or 2 here that definitely have some upside, but a lot of the race horse, a big amount of progress in store.
See how they look.
This is brought to you by the 2025 Woodside Park Start roster, led by dual Group 1 winning 3-year-old Celestial Legend.
Horse 1 is hit an achievement for you. He resumed in the run to the Rose.
He looks good, this horse. I feel like he presents in good even order here. He's a little bit up and about, which is to be expected considering that there's fairly going on, but his condition's good.
Yeah, his first up run was pretty plain. I thought he was beaten almost 10 lengths in a strong race, so this is easier, but he's going to need to improve off the back of that. But just start number 6 in his career.
2 is Navy Pilot, who's back in trip after tackling the Caulfield Guineas.
I have a lot of time for this horse. I think he's absolutely gorgeous. He is at his peak today in regards to his fitness. His hope couldn't be any better. He's moving beautifully. I love this horse.
So he did beat Bakash a couple of runs back to Winston Guineas. Maybe the mile was a little bit too far for Navy Pilot, but Jim had on board, nice barrier, and also back to 1400 are all positives.
3 is the Grand Prairie, also Furlong, won the up-and-coming 2 back before going up in trip to run at the Big Dynasty.
Only just about to the end of the yard, so I haven't had a chance to assess this colt with my full usual coverage, but from what I can see, he looks in really nice shape.
Yeah, it's interesting, Grand Prairie, because he's been up a while. He's kept safe in the market around that $8 mark. At a trial recently, seemed to be going pretty well on that. Ran fit, of course, to 60s in the Ming Dynasty, going back from barrier 8. Awkward draw again today over the start. So, Nigel, that's what's going to make it tough for him, but if he gets a little bit of luck running, he'll be home.
The second in the Rosebud, the third run preparation to Sky, we saw run well in the Cornwall start on Saturday. Horse 4 Bakash for Lindsay Park. He has been the epitome of consistency through a prep that included a win at the Open on Caulfield Cup Day.
Hasn't he ever? He's an absolute beauty, this colt. What you see is what you get. He's in perfect condition. He's been racing in such good heart. He never puts in a bad performance, and he looks like he's here to run exceptionally well again.
Yeah, look, I was surprised how strong he was last start, 1400, and he's coming in. He'll map beautifully. Hopefully, if they decide to go forward and park out in a nice position, it's hard to not.
Change of rider with Jamie Mott indisposed on the 5 in Vega Falak, who was second in the Guineas Prelude.
He was. I do like this horse, and I feel like he's the fittest that he's been since Matt's had him today. He came back just a little bit heavy, a little bit chubby, and I feel like with every run he's got better and better, and he's at his peak today.
Yeah, he probably needs to improve overall. I mean, he's won 1 from 10. He's been consistent in some good races, so there's definitely something to work with, and if he's got that improvement in him, then he might be able to figure, but he's going to need to find a length or 2.
Lindsay Park and Dorrington Farm combined here with the 6 Miss Celine, the last filly to win this, the Group 1 winner in Magic Time 3 years ago.
She's quite a light-framed filly now. She drops off pretty quick into her preparation, and to be fair, she was never really carrying much excess condition at the start of it either. We'll say her coat has improved between us.
Well, so she's been looking for soft ground. If she gets a bit of that today, that might help her improve. She's going to need to.
Next to the bar runners is the 7 Ripley, who was 4th in the Gothic Ethan Brown. It's a half kilo over.
This is a nice parade from this horse. I think he's quite a good athletic type. I haven't really seen much improvement from the Gothic Stakes, but he looked good there anyway.
Yeah, he's third run of the preparation. Perhaps the 1400's a step in the right direction. He's a horse that can take up a position, so tactically it'll be interesting from that wide rally, but he's progressive, so.
James McDonald won the race with Schwartz 2 years ago. He's been attached to the 8 Burma Star right throughout its Sydney campaign.
Yeah, my first time assessing this colt, and he's quite a nice individual, seems to have a great attitude, doesn't carry any excess condition. I just feel like he's at his peak already, which is what you'd expect at this time of year.
Yeah, I like his run at Rose 11, 1200, 1400's a big plus. His wet track form earlier in the preparation was solid as well. So I think he can get it done. I think it'll be well suited here for Joe Moreira, and he just needs a touch luck from the gate.
9 Kaleo for Kieran Marge on Allen, a half kilo over, a non-factor in the cash race first up.
He looks well, this horse. He's doubled up over his hindquarters. I'm not quite sure what to make of that first up run. Maybe Hutchie, you can touch on that a bit better, but his condition's good enough.
Well, not any headway really made in that race behind Big Cash. It's a little difficult to make a case for him. Market's not interested either at $81. So, Nigel, I think he's going to have to find it hard here unless he can improve many lengths.
Replicate some of that form from the Caulfield win at his second start back in May when he defeated Prestige Olay. So that's the 9 Kaleo. We then move to horse 10 in Sulek, who's 18 into 14 for Dom Sutton. Frank Williams takes over.
He's quite a stylish horse, this, and he's really done a good job. In his first preparation, he's won his maiden, he's run 2/3, he's going along really quite nicely. I feel like he's just a little bit of one of those slow burners. He just keeps on getting better and better with each start.
Yeah, look, I don't know what with him last time. I think he had excuses. He cranked out application, pushed him out the way, and struck last in the straight. But it was only his third career start, maybe better for the experience. I still think
He was excellent at his first race with Freeman's and by racehorse.
I saw this horse at Caulfield when he had his first ever start. He's a little bit up and about. He looks to be quite a quirky character, and he still looks a little bit that way inclined here. But physically, the development that he's made from February when I saw him today is quite vast. He's bigger, he's stronger, he's filled out. He's still got an athletic frame, but it's very good frame.
it's a big step up for a horse that is just a terrific prospect. He'll be one to watch. He might win today. If he doesn't, he'll be one to stick with going forward, particularly over further.
Fourth of the Yulon runners is the 12 Tagline. Back in trip after being well off Regal Award in third on the middle day of the Caulfield Carnival.
Thoughts and prayers for Matty Hill with 4 lots of the Yulon colours here. This horse looks good, lovely and relaxed, just ticking around with a little bit of gear. Had the blinkers on last start, then come off, just leaving the near side blinker on, just to try and get this horse to go straight over the concluding stages. But it's a pretty solid parade from him.
Consistent and easy level, he'll need to improve a lot of Bob's performance if he's going
to reinforce those pre-Amy business at 5th Yulon runner. It's 13 Hector for Chris Waller with Damien Lane on.
But wait, there's more. This is another nice horse, lovely and relaxed, doing everything right. I haven't assessed him before, but he's a nice colt by written tycoon. Lovely shape, lovely attitude.
Yeah, another one that's probably you've got to really allow for a lot of improvement if Victor's going to go on and perform. Imagine some of these little gear change as well.
Transcendent had Cup Day success in recent years. He's got the Cup-winning jockey Jamie Mellon aboard the 14 Survivor.
It's almost mean to make her come out and ride in this, isn't it? But I'm sure she'll do a good job. This horse looks really good, beautifully relaxed. He's come over here in really nice shape, which is what you'd expect if you're going to bring a horse over from Adelaide for the carnival. You want him to run well.
The best part of that race that he won last time out was just the way he powered to the line and the concluding stages. So it's a nice prospect. Usually on this day we get another South Australian winner. Maybe it's Samaka.
3 years after the win of Magic Time, Graham Begg's got another one on an upward spiral here in the last Art Seymour winner, 15 Ludlow.
He's a big boy, this. He's really quite tall. He's close to 17 pounds, I would say, as he's walking past me. His coat's just going to continue to clean up a bit, but he's definitely in nice, healthy shape and seems to be operating with no excess condition carrying there.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know where the ceiling will fit with him, but we don't know that with a lot of them either, but there was a lot to like about his win at Seymour Cup and Graham. He's far too good, class above, and it looks as though this race is well within his scope.
A 1-2 for the Rosemont Alliance in the Amanda Elliott last year with Cottagio holding off Zusto, the Magic Millions Guineas winner. Much here with Lindsay Park to grab a victory here in the Amanda Elliott.
Yeah, I know the horse has been up for a long time, but he's hard to knock. The cash, he's drifting in the market. I wouldn't let you put him off. London, I think, can run well. Navy Pilot. Wanted a price that may run well. Kaleo, but needs to find that form from last preparation, as mentioned. But I think the cash can get it done here.
I'm with you, Hutchie. Hopefully we're both good judges. I'm with the cash. I thought he looked immaculate here again today. Got a lot of time for Navy Pilot. I was tossing up between putting him on top as well. I think that they're two really nice, progressive young horses, and both of their parades were pretty much spot on. Make him a bit of a push for one at bigger odds in Sulek. I think that he's a really nice horse. He just keeps on raising the bar and presenting really nicely, and I think he looks good again here today.
Horses going towards the start as we try to calm the nerves and the excitement after what was a thrilling Lexus Melbourne Cup, taken out by half yours from the McAvoys and Jamie Mellon, but Quinn Hutchison's tipping the 4 here in Bakash, who's been flying.
Yeah, it has, but I think your tip's the one that's really, the money's really come for. Ludlow, you made a good case on get on early in the week.
Got a lot of time for this horse. He trialled particularly well prior to his debut. Was a little unlucky on debut. Good win last time out, but Kira Barr is now alongside Amy Young.
He certainly is. Kieran, firstly, congratulations. It wasn't a win, but third in a Melbourne Cup with Middle Earth is a really good achievement.
Yeah, I thought he had a bit of sense of timing about it. So, got a bit of a flutter there for 50 metres, but fantastic for the winners, yours and Jamie as well.
Well said. You settle up 3 runners here, right back to reality. Let's start with Maybe Pilot. I love him. He's such a beautiful horse.
Yeah, he is. I think back to the 1400s, a big tick. He's going to love the draw. James on board. He should land just behind the speed, somewhere like 3rd to 6th. And, I think back to the 14th to keep in.
Talk us through Ripley. He won his mate with 2 starts back.
He's got the right form, Ripley. He's a progressing colt. He went from a maiden to a stakes race, performed really well. That was his first run, this player going. So he's only going to be better, and I think he'll really enjoy just getting that touch of give in the track.
What about Kaleo? He presents really well at bigger odds.
He's got the ability, and I haven't got him to reproduce what he did last preparation, but look, I know he's got it there. It's just whether I can get it out of him.
Any chance you could have done that today, mate? You've had all the there.
I've been trying. Anyway, hopefully Johnny can find the bug.
It's Maybe Pilot your best.
Yeah. Ripley, I think that's the right run. Ripley's, there's not a whole lot between them, I don't think, but he would probably say no.
Thanks, Kieran.
Second leg of the 40 on Cup Days and Open betting race. There is no doubt about that. London was the one they went for early, but has pretty much held that $5 quantity for the last couple of days. David Pilot getting back into the $5.50 as he quickly moved a couple of lanes to $5. The catch, despite being Hunter's on top selection and the pick of the yard, has been $6 out to $7, but it's Ripley, your $5 favourite now in the race. What are you really gambling with? For free confidential support, call that number on your screen or visit the website.
Brian Hughes is with us. Beck Sable chasing a second victory in the Amanda Alley in the past 3 years and be hoping that London can hit the heights of what Magic Time's ensuing. But the signs have been terrific so far. What did you guys make of the performance to Barge and Charge for Seymour?
Yeah, he won his maiden really well, Nigel. Very happy with him that day. He ran really well on debut at Ballarat. Probably should have won his maiden there. Trained on great with Seymour. Seymour looked a really nice race and gave him a chance to get some confidence. So really happy with that win and good step up here. It's pretty serious. Concerning a lot of experience and form, but he's a really nice horse and he certainly earned his chance.
Suited by getting to a bigger track in some respects, even drawing out.
Yeah, I think so. I agree. 1,400 metres looks within his range. Certainly the wider draw, as long as he's not on a limb and covering ground exposed. He's a big horse, he's got a big action, and that sort of draw we think could help him. Graham was keen to have drawn sort of midfield, first 6 or 8 with a bit of wide cover, and then plenty of the race. Like Brian, great, thanks, nice.
Let's go to Matt Hill for his call of the Lexus Amanda Elliott.
Ripley is $6 in, $5.
I'm here, bro.
$5. Favourite on current $4.95. Sumia Roki goes in.
I'm here, Aduman.
Bigger odds here. Schuller going up rightless. Bloodlock, who was the impressive winner on the provincials. Seymour goes in. So Bloodlock going forwards. Surmaker for Melbourne Company, jockey Jamie Mellon going forward, with also going into the gates Navy Pilots. We've got 5 Yulong horses represented here as Victor comes up with also Bakash. Tagline going into the stalls. Red Distinguishing transported by Dan Stackhouse.
Aduman, I just don't have any for this one. I just don't have any. I just thought I'll watch this one.
Their hidden achievement going forwards.
I don't have any.
To complete it. Race number 8 on the card. Field is set. These are up. But just bouncing about a little. They're racing London away fairly. Beginning well was Pictor, but also Sir Micah, and also on the inside, Mr. Lee. Speed from the Cash as expected is Red Jacket out wide, and also coming across is Ripley. So Sir Micah, Jamie's in the front early here on this one from the Cash, and also in between horses Vega for Luck, and then came Ripley trying to sneak back and find a position with Celine the inner. Then came Victor Ludlam as wide, and then further back as Sulek on the rails from Navy Pilot, improving as Ram Prairie deeper. Then Burma Star as they reach the 800 marker. Next on the fence is Tagline, well back Hidden Achievement, and then came Katsumi Aroki, and at the tail is
Tomorrow? What is there tomorrow?
50 metres to go. The leader is
I think we'll get the other one that we have at Flemington on Thursday, I think. We'll take a look. We'll see.
Further back in the field, then Vega, Balak, Sulek. Ludlam's under a bit of pressure, hooking towards the middle of the course. Victor Tagline next. Navy Pilot trying to extricate out with a bit to do. So Sir Micah running a bold race, 300 metres to go. Ripley's chasing the outside. Followed by Pikachu battle on with Victor and Burma Star right down the centre of the track. It's Ripley in front with about 50 metres to go. Coming in as Burma Star on the outside and Tagline between them. Tagline, Burma Star. Burma Star, it's close, but Burma Star being Tagline, then Victor Ripley. Further back, Sulek, Callio, and Gap is the lead. Followed further back then by Pikachu Company with our wide hit achievement. Then came Sir Mike.
8-12.
The field then was back there, Ludlam with also Navy Pilot, Grand Prairie, who worked early, and at the tail, Vega for Luck.
Joe Moreira gets the victory on Melbourne Cup Day and does it with Chris Waller, with Burma Star, the son of Exceeding Excel for Godolphin. James McDonald, as mentioned pre-race, had been on his back through that Sydney preparation. He hadn't had a run for 5 weeks. McDonald taking the ride on Navy Pilot, who didn't have a great deal of luck in the rear of the field, but no problems for Burma Star, who was in space and able to hold off the best of the 5 furlong runners in Tagline. 8-12, there'll be a photo to come to separate 7-13.
From his 7th start, we get to see Joe Moreira on the board. The Brazilian wizard arrives in Melbourne. The photo was close. Looked like it was a little more decisive, but right on the line, Tagline got close, but in the Godolphin Silks, riding for Chris Waller, this colt by Exceeding Excel out of Gongs has ducked up.
8-12, 13 and 7, I think.
Second last time behind Grandstand, stepping up in trip to the 1400 for the first time. Chris Waller gets on the board, and good to see Joe Moreira in town.
Oh, it is, and yeah, like you said, it was a lot closer than I thought. And put under Matt Belt, had to go well through front of the Yulon horses there. I'll tell you what, good luck with that. It's not easy, but good finish. Burma Star trip today was solid. A couple of disappointments in the race, but Cash was there weak and late. Maybe that's the end of prep for him as well.
Was wide, but gone along. He was on the back of Tagline. Sorry, not Tagline. He was on the back
8-12, 7 and 13.
Travelling into that 3 looked like a lovely travelling race, but found very little under pressure. You can't say that about the winner. It was very strong, coming from back in the field, surging over the leading stages.
So what happened is that 15 was the favorite. It did not have a jockey to support this. The 4, which had the physics from gate number 15, that was not the right pressure. So was 7 to win. 8 was from gate number 7. It doesn't make any sense, but that actually won. The high pressure horses did not have the jocks. They did not have the jocks. The 13 came in 4th, 8, 12, 7 and 13, 8, 12, 13. I mean, the 7 got there because it was very high rated. So this is a bad one. We'll do this 1400 meter. Nine. 4, 9, 11, 12, and 17 all scratched. 4, 9, 11, 12, 17. Fifteen, 1, 10, and 14. This is a group 3. So the 15 is the favorite. 15 is the linear. Apparently, you can't beat this horse, right? This horse is a monster. You can't beat this. Now, where is the problem? The problem is in the jock. It's the same problem as this one. It's a very high pressure horse, right? But the jock is handicapped in a way that does not complement the pressure. We needed one of these guys to be there, which did not happen. The 13 actually got there because of the jock, right? Though it did not have any pressure, but how 8 won, I don't know. It won. So, point is this, that on papers you can't beat this horse. And this horse is with Tim Clark. Tim Clark is not bad. He's a good jock. But today, for this particular race, either he wins because of the horse. That horse is unbeatable. But if he does anything funny with this horse, it's upside down. He has to let this horse run on its own. He cannot do anything fidgeting. No fidgeting with this horse. If he does anything, because it doesn't have a breather, it's a whole pressure line. It needs to just run. From the gates, it just needs to run and do not look back. Like the other horses, they have a breather. They can take a breather. You can't take a breather. This thing is not meant for a breather. If it runs and doesn't look back, takes a lead, it'll win. You can't beat this horse. That's the highest pressure line on this horse. Okay. So that's that part of the story. They also have the one which is from gate number 15. Now, that's a 6-year-old mare. It's a good horse. That's the second linear anyway. But now if we look at the pressure line, we have these horses which are there. But they don't have the physics to win this. And they also do not have a jock. So, the 10 is there at 95. This is... So what happens to these horses is what I don't know, and I made that mistake. I made that mistake here in this one. I made that mistake here. Why? Because they did not have a dedicated jock. You can't win this race without a dedicated jock. I made a mistake. And when I look at it, I feel like slapping myself. Because I've done this for the last 3 days, non-stop, no sleep. We have done this, and one thing that I think I kind of mentioned also, that you can't win this unless you have a dedicated job on this. You can't win this. And I don't know why I did not go with the usual, where I know that there's a physics on this, there's a high pressure. That I don't know. But now the point is this, that this horse is a linear, all right? And this is not only a linear, it's a 325 with 165 from gate number 6. On papers, you can't beat this. You can't beat this. Now, the problem, like I mentioned, is the jock. That jock is handicapped. So how this works basically is that jockeys, horses, they are given a certain weight to carry. That is handicapping. The better the horse, the complicated the weight. It doesn't necessarily have to be the highest weight, but it gets complicated. Now, But one thing that happens, whether you have a jock or, I mean, one thing that's there is the horses do get a claim, which means they get a reduction in the carrying weight depending on the jock. So what happens basically is the weight which is being assigned on the horses are refined after the selection of the jock. And we do this separately. So one side we have the horse handicapping, the other side we have the jock handicapping. So when the jock is handicapped like that, they are good for the pressure line. This is number 4. If we want to take it, we can actually. This is number 4, but the top 3 are here. This is number 4. And then we have these 2 here, which are green. Okay. So when that happens, that the jock is not rightly handicapped, what I mean is that either the jock does not have the required body weight to carry this horse, to be on this horse, because the jocks need a specific weight on the race day to be on that horse. So if he did not meet that weight that he's supposed to be, then it's a mismatch. Then it's a question of chance. Now, this is one of those situations. So you have this one is the 4th, okay? This guy is the 4th, but the horse that he's riding on papers, it cannot be beaten. If it gets beaten today, that will be the reason, because the jock handicapping, which is a little dicey. These guys are meant for these horses. This guy on this guy, this horse is a bad arrangement, all right? He cannot be on this horse. 3. It's a high pressure horse. He cannot be on this horse. That's a bad idea. So, on papers, you can't beat this. If anything happens, that will happen because of the jockey. About the queen, what might happen? So, this thing is a contradiction. Like I said, this is a contradiction. You, as a drift, you cannot have pressure. All right. As a drift, you cannot have pressure. That weight from that gate was not adequate. So as a drift, you cannot have pressure. But here, it's the same thing. It's a drift. It has pressure. You cannot do this, no matter what it looks like on papers. Then comes the EW, which is 14 that they have taken, which is good. Now the question is, which is the second one? This is 86 at 20 from gate number 4. And this is 95 at -4 from gate number 8. Both of them are negative pressures. This is more, this is less. This is even more from gate number 9. 783. Out of all this, they are the biggest defaulters. They're bleeding Out of the entire lot, they are the biggest. 9 is 22. This is becoming negative leverage, so we'll stay out of this one. This is not a negative leverage, but this is an 83. Will it be able to beat this one is the question. Has the physics. This is better jock on this horse. This is very high rated. This horse is 10. So I think the game is here. It will not go down. I think that 6 is a check. Maybe, may not be. But I wouldn't get into it. Because this is a very high rated. It has a jock. This gets even better from, what rating. Plus it has the body weight. So this is good. 15 will win. Unless the gentleman does anything that is not required on this horse. All that he has to do is just sit there, do nothing. If he does that, it'll win. If he does anything funny, it'll not. So that is, he just needs to ride. Ride as in ride like a seesaw. Don't do anything. Don't do anything. Then 15 is clean. 15, 10, 5. This is where I think it'll play. 93, get number 5. 14 they have, but they are also the largest defaulter. The neutral comes in between with a much higher rate. So whether 14 will get there is a question. This has advantage, but it also drops. This is 86 at 83. The jock is right on this horse. This is the right jock. Both of them has the right jock. Probably with the above. It's difficult to beat the 15. You can't beat the 15 unless the jock decides to do something funny. You don't need to do anything on this horse. Just sit there, relax, chill. It'll deliver. This is 95, negative 4, 10 has the advantage. And if it has to bounce back, where will it bounce back? This is a bad idea. This will probably not happen. If it has to bounce back, it'll bounce back where? This is a 6-year-old mare. This is gate number 17, no jock. This is gate number 7. There is advantage. This is gate, that is getting bad. This is 19, that is also advantage. So they have this 6-year-old mare from gate number 15, which is the second linear. Now, that second linear has a jock, but that's from gate number 15. That is not the pressure that we want. We want 80 plus. So that is also dicey. So in that case, advantages will have more advantage to get this. This from gate number 15 is very difficult. You see, it doesn't work unless, from gate number 15, you need 80 plus. All right. Here 80 plus, and here it has to be 90 plus at the last bend. Here it has to be 80 plus. It is 61. It cannot win. This just went through with an advantage. That's all that has happened. It just went through with an advantage. This one was a low pressure at a 59. This is a low pressure at a 65. Went through. This just was a low pressure game. That's all that happened. Here, this is not the same. This is 68. Difficult from gate number 15 to deliver with that pressure. Though it is the second linear, I mean, it has a jock. I don't know what will happen, but winning definitely is difficult. This is perfect, but the problem is the jock. Let's see how it works. I mean, for the last 3 days, I was going through this, and I constantly kept thinking. I constantly, no sleep, nothing. I constantly kept thinking that should we go with the original layout? Should we go with the original layout? That's the original layout, the 14. Through the rails with the pressure. This is the question that I've been asking. I mean, I've been asking myself like millions of times, zillions of times. Should we go with 14? That's a proven system that we have, and we developed this in last 2 years. It took 2 years. It's not a matter of joke. 2 years relentlessly we've worked on this. I asked myself, should we go with the pressure? Last year when I checked, it refused the pressure. But now I'm thinking maybe the ground conditions were different last year. And last year, sincerely, we did not have this kind of a program. It was very basic last year. So I kept asking the same question, that should I go with the leverage? Should I go with the leverage? Should I go with the leverage? And, do all that. Then I did all that mathematics, and it proved right here. And look at the results. Then
Stakes, the Group 3 level over 1400 for the men. We start our yard with Horse 2, she's got pizzazz.
She has got that, and I feel like she's parading really good for her and quite tidied up a little bit in between runs. Just got the blinkers going on for the first time as well.
Third run, the prep up in trip. I think even if it's at both runs this campaign, she just needs to improve. A little gear change might help her certainly do that.
6th in the Northwood Point 3 is Dance to the Boom with Bjorn Baker, who's 1:02 in Sydney.
Really nice parade from this horse. Obviously, my first time assessing her. She's a strong type. She's come down in fantastic condition. Her coat's beautiful, and she's got a really nice attitude. She definitely gets the tick.
Back-to-back wins, benchmark level, but they've rated okay. And just a tricky draw for her today, but she's S-speed short. She's been well found. She'll just need some luck from the barrier, and it's obviously a tough assignment, but she has won by late.
£4 is a scratching. 5, Bossy Nick for the Melbourne Cup winning trainers Tony and Calvin McAvoy. She's had 5 starts here, but they've all been up the straight.
She's a really sweet mare. I've got a lot of time for her. She's nearly a $700,000 earner. I think she's in fantastic shape. She always parades really nice and healthy and in a sensible manner, and that's the same today.
Yeah, it's a nice parade for her, I thought, in an inside draw with Mirror on board on the previous race. She'll get a good run. I think very interesting with her as well, just 1400 Flemington. She generally likes Flemington, and 1400 might be a sweet spot too.
6 Roll on High now with Lindsay Park, one of desirable stakes as a filly here 2 years ago on this day.
Deep with some gear stakes, got a crossover and a tough play going on for the first time. She's really good with that gear on. Crossovers are a big one for me. They really need to accept that piece of gear when it goes on, especially for the first time. She looks good. What do you make of her recent form, Patrick?
She's been disappointing, really. She's a lot better than what we've seen of her to the first 2 runs back. She was just okay, I thought, at the Blazer. It's a third run in now. A little bit of push at the track, one warrior, got a good finish.
7 is Electric Impulse, who hasn't been to the races since running third in the Summoned on Zipping Classic Day last year at the start prior. She won the Country Series final during Cup Week.
Well, it would be a hell of a training performance to top up a great day for Henry Guy if we could get her to win the first up today after so long off the scene. She's parading fresh, which is exactly what you'd expect for a horse that's been away from racing. And I feel like she has got a bit of natural improvement to come. So you can see she's up on her toes a little bit more than usual, and I'd prefer to see her today.
It's just a gap between runs, which is the concern, but she could still run one of anywhere near her best.
8 Eternal Flames, another kicking off.
She's parading really good for her. She can be really naughty and really up and about in the yard. Isn't that right, Nikki? Giving me a little bit because she walks fast. She's actually been really, really good for Nikki Bergstrap's her, who's a wonderful horsewoman, and she does a great job. But this is about as well behaved as she gets.
She's very talented. There'll be improvement to come, I think, with the gap between runs, and she's definitely got more to want.
9 is scratching. 10 Gumdrops now with Chris Waller. Was impressive in the Northwood Blue behind the board.
Yeah, really sweet mare. She's always had good quality in regards to her type. She presents well. I think that she's been ticking along nicely. When I saw her at Caulfield recently, there was no improvement to be made, so she looks just as good again today.
Yeah, talented gallop, her third run in, stepping up in trip, looks nicely placed. It was a very good chance with more to want. I mean, it's only a first career start today, so expecting a full showing from her.
11 and 12 out, 13 Fly 2 back was 4th in the Northwood Point.
She looks good. I feel like she's picking over quite nicely, this horse. Blinkers come off, winkers go on. I think that she's probably due for a win now. It has been 541 days. She has been racing pretty consistently, though, hasn't she?
Yeah, she has, and she's got to be in the mix. And the issue for her today is just where she ends up with the gate. She's going to need luck herself at the stage, that's for sure. Generally does get back a little bit, but maybe if the inside's chopped away and she get the running line, she could run well once again. Don't think she'll be too far.
14 is Melbourne, the 1400
She looks really good, this horse. Her skin is absolutely beautiful. She's always got really nice manners. She's lovely and relaxed. She's moving well.
Yeah, I thought, look, she's ready to win. It's just a mile back to 1400. It has been a while since she's won one, but her last 2 runs in the Blazer with the advance last night. So we're thinking she should get a good run today, and she could love Flemington.
15 Surf and Bird took another step forward in her promising career at Caulfield.
I think she looks even better today. I thought she actually had a little bit of improvement to come fitness-wise when I saw her at Caulfield recently. She had a decent gap between runs. I should know better than to ever doubt the master in Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott, but I do actually think that she presents a lot better and a lot fitter here today. She's spot on.
Incredible win. Caulfield, grand time. Covered ground, didn't have any favours at all. Today she drops from 59 to 55, gets a bigger track, which she'll soon. And if she turns up in that form, albeit from a benchmark race, her times don't lie, she'll be extremely happy.
Melbourne Cup Day runner for Lucy Yeomans with the 16 Jenny the Fox.
She's another mare. I think a lot of these horses tick the same kind of box here. She's been racing really quite consistently. She's turned up looking really good again. So if she gets luck at the right time, and it might just come down to luck in running for a pretty even bunch behind the favourite.
She has been quite consistent, so I think it's a fair enough point. I just don't see any massive scores in the sort of class given where she'll likely finish today with a similar performance.
17 out, 18 Kirribilli gets a start off the back of a Pakenham victory.
Good to get her confidence back up with dropping her back in grade at Pakenham recently. She's a real quality looking individual there. She's the daughter of Shinsel. She probably hasn't reached the expectation that she might have promised early on, but they're in really good shape against Dave.
A lot of harder race, but she does a right with winning form, which is great. It's a third run of the preparation and 6th career start, so we get to see the best out of her. And I don't mind her here, but get a better light how she lines up against a few of these, how she fares today.
Damien Lane takes the ride on the 19 Perfect Picture.
She's another one. I feel like she's going to have to run to a peak here against some of these horses, but as you expect with the big stable, she's been turned out really nicely.
Yeah, she had the bias against it, so terrific at Sandown. Didn't really have the pattern on side either, so just ready to win a race. Simple as that. The issue is of tackling a strong enough race at Surfing Bird that's pretty exceptional, but if you take in an exotic play, you might want to
Michael Hickmott with a winner earlier this afternoon with Party Crasher. He's got Horse One Fancify back trying to defend the crown of this race.
Yeah, fair enough too, and he's brought her over looking an absolute treat. She couldn't look much better. She's such a good type of mare. She's really strong, $500,000 owner now, or close enough to. Loves this track and distance touchy, and she looks like she's here ready to fire.
Yeah, so in a bit of form, third run of the prep. Thought she had a few favours last year with the way the race was run, so I was sort of with her after that, but no denying with the right run she could set the name of business.
Joe Bowditch in the saddle 12 months ago. This time around for Fancify, it's the Melbourne Cup winning jockey Jamie Mallon. But Hutch, like many, Surfing Bird amongst your better options on the Melbourne Cup Day program.
Yeah, the money keeps coming for this horse as well, but I thought Ponderlay would be an exact play. Gumdrops will run well. Electric Impulse I throw in, thinking it might be a little bit wet, but I'm excited to see how she can perform today, and I'm hoping she can back up what she did at Caulfield Amy. Because Surfing Bird, she was absolutely exhilarating there last start, so we'll see something like it today.
Yeah, she certainly was. I can't go past her today. I think she looks better today than what she did when she won at Caulfield recently. So that's pretty ominous because she's going very, very well, and she looked pretty good on that day anyway. Up the rest, I think Fancify looks fantastic. She's come over in beautiful order. A couple of the others, Dance to the Boom and Bossy Dick, I also think that they're in really good, healthy shape.
4 minutes out here from a race on the 9 on the program. This favourite just gets out of the market. Now to short as $1.60. This has been to go of the day outside of the Melbourne Cup. We had a massive go for Presage, not turn. We haven't seen one firm like this all week. Hard shut into odds on. I think we had an odds on favourite on Saturday. Derby, there was no odds on.
Yeah, there was one. The Wakeful.
Oh, yes, get a good feeling, but
it was always short anyway.
This is 270. Yeah, this has been a big go for Surfing Bird is jumping up into stage grade for the first time. Let's hear from Michael Hickmott, who's already had a winner today.
He has had a winner today, Michael. It's been a great day so far.
Fantastic to do it 2 years in a row.
Officer Eagle Fancify, she's come over looking an absolute treat, which is what you'd expect when you're going to take on a fast race like this on a big day.
Yeah, she's really peaking at the moment. She was fantastic first up. She had a little issue second up. And this is a race that we've set her for. Unfortunately, I don't think the way the racing pattern and potentially the track's playing today is probably going to suit her. But as I said to Jamie when I spoke to her before the race, I said I wouldn't tell Mozart how to paint, so you do what you like. Should be free rolling out in front, but I would have loved to, been probably on a good 3 today rather than what it is now.
Your confidence probably grew a little bit throughout the day, then, given that we've had a track upgrade, but still probably not ideal situation.
Yeah, it's been a bit interesting. I think around the circle, they wanted to get wide. A couple of winners came up the fence, including the Cup one. But we'll just leave it up to Jamie. The horse is in great order. She looks fantastic. She loves Flemington at 1,400 metres, so huge amount of respect to Gay Waterhouse's emerging filly. Figures she ran the other day were phenomenal. If she replicates that, she's probably warranted being $1.60.
Absolutely spot on. Good luck. I'll be cheering for you.
Thanks, mate. All right, it's been some go here for Surf and Bird. She's being backed as if unbeatable, coming out of the benchmark 70 straight into stakes straight, and $2.90 into $1. On the second one, betting the other, just continues to trim up now with two single figures, $9.50 for her. Fancy flies out to $10. $12. Boston getting back out in the market as well, $14 into $13, back out to $16. But it's one-way traffic here for the favourite, Surf and Bird. It's $1.60 here in the Hong Kong Jockey Club Stakes. What are you really gambling with? For free confidential support, call that number on the screen or visit the website.
With a couple of spits to rain about, Adrian Bott joins us as Surf and Bird looks to go from Maui in the depths of winter to Flemington on Cup Day and win a Group 3. Adrian, appreciate your time. Happy with how she's handled the atmosphere?
Yeah, I've done. She rode it nicely, handled the occasion well. It's, as you mentioned, it's been a remarkable progression from her this preparation. So hopefully she can cap it off with a nice run here.
What's Timmy's approach going to be?
Yeah, look to be positive. Capitalise on a nice draw there. We'll just let her. I want to see her find her feet, just get into a nice rhythm, but potentially that has her just in behind the speed here. We've seen that's where she's most effective. She's changing a nice sharp turn of foot. Want to be able to utilise that. She's not necessarily the filly that can do it at both ends of her races. So just a nice run where she gets all the favours. So.
She's tackled a variety of ground in her 5 starts so far. Is the fact that we found ourselves in a better track than we would have anticipated 24 hours ago on your favour?
Yeah, look, I think it is just going off her recent runs. But she's very, very adaptable, very versatile. Having been wetter, she seemed like the type gives us a bit of confidence that she could handle it. So I think she's versatile and all go. Good luck. Thanks very much.
It's a big jumping grade, but that hasn't stopped the punters charging in here to Surf and Bird, who looks destined to be competitive in this class after a strong performance at Slip Time in Caulfield last time out. And Hutch, that's what's fueling this pushing market.
Yeah, obviously, wasn't it? So she's still like the race with a straight wanted to strike rate as well. So I'm happy to hear that's happening in Vlada today, because they have driven her in other ways. She's been good, but she was stuck last time around today.
Should be too far from loading into the gates here. That process has started. We're less than a minute out here from the Hong Kong Jockey Club Stakes. We go to our call back.
The Hong Kong Jockey Club Stakes registered as the maiden Mahal Stakes for Mares. First run in 1977. So Bossy Nick coming along with also Kirribilli. Kirribilli goes in. Bossy Nick joins them. Tony Kelvin McAvoy, in particular, Tony putting this race with full passion back in 2018. Just being the icing on the cake, Fancify. Peter in the second was to go back-to-back to win this race goes in. There's the favourite Serpent forwards. Dance on the Boom is coming along with also Jenny the Fox. And it's complete the line as Flyer. Zach Spain aboard Flyer to the outside. Flyer goes in, completes it, and they're locked away. Center up. 3 level. All 3 given their racing. It was a beautiful line away too. Jenny the Fox is the first to break it with Fancify. Dance to the Boom. Surf and Bird is also forcing up. And Pondalawi is nice and close too. So the leader is Pondalawi from Surf and Bird, and Fancify caught a little deep and Dance the Boom out even deeper. She's got Pizzazz Electric Impulse behind them. Then Jenny the Fox, Bossy Nick, and Eternal Flame out wide. Further back as Gumdrops over racing. Well back in the field as well as Perfect Picture on the inside. Getting back in the field, Kirribilli. Wide and well back roll on high, and last is Flyer. So the leader is Pondalawi by about a length and a half to Surf and Bird and Fancify. Electric Impulse fourth the rails. Then came She's Got Pizzazz, and next Dance to the Boom always deep. Eternal Flame 4 deep. Jenny the Fox, Bossy Nick, Perfect Picture. A length and a quarter away roll on high, well back Kirribilli with also Gumdrops and Flyer as they run the corner. With 400 metres to go, Pondalawi with Surf and Bird showing its head and Fancify the outside, almost 3 across the track. Further back then, Electric Impulse whacks away. With She's Got Pizzazz and Dance to the Boom on the outside. Bossy Nick is also starting to run on this. Of course, shit! Has come down there with 100 metres to go.
3-6.
see in the last 200. Electric off behind them. Perfect picture. Fancified Flyer. One of the last across the line. Kira Billy. Eternal Flame, the last across the line. And
3, 6, 16 and 10.
Rider who's come to grief at the 200 metres and at this stage is being attended to in what was a dramatic finish.
Bring you updates on Blake Shin, who is the rider who's come off horse 2, and she's got, as soon as they're available, 3, 6, 16 and 10 A numbers. The first of the real upsets of Melbourne Cup Day so far is Dance to the Boom, who drawn wide for Karen McAvoy, is able to sweep past the Tribune Banker and Cambridge Stud and making 3 consecutive victories in her sprint so far.
So that was the problem. That's a very high pressure horse, but the handicapping of the jockey was not right. In fact, that 6 got through. The 14 was getting raved, and why was it getting raved is because of that. These gentlemen are bleeding. They're the highest defaulters in this. So the 3 won, which is this one. From gate number 17, 87, 110 went through. It did not have the physics, but what happened here is the mismatch of the jockey. Here it was also a mismatch. Here it also was a mismatch. But it had the leverage through the bend. So this is something that we need to work on, because this will get added to the jock. This will get added to the jock. And the pressure was right. From gate number 17, that pressure is deliverable. 87. This was unstoppable, but the jockey mismatch. And he tried doing something that he shouldn't have tried. That's what happened. So 3, then the 6, which was the highest here, that went through. It did not have a negative leverage. And these jocks, I think they're tired. They've given up on the fact that they are no more interested today since the Melbourne Cup is over. So they're kind of not interested. But that happened. This is 87, quite deliverable. This was not from gate number 15. This was okay. So when a horse pressure goes up that high, it becomes, the linears are very delicate. These are very delicate animals. When I say delicate, this means that so there's a sequence, all right? A sequence. A sequence is where I'm sure you have heard them saying that there's a line. They need to follow the line. It's like the railway track, something on those lines. So if they change track, they have to stick to their assigned gates. They have to do what the design of that horse is, and they cannot change lanes, and they cannot do anything funny. With linears, they cannot play around. If they do anything funny, like changing lanes, changing any kind of anything, it will give up. it'll not work. Anyway, we'll go to the last one today. This is again a 1400 meter, benchmark 90. One 4-8. One has been scratched 4-8, 11, 13, 16. $17, all scratched. Seven, 12, 3, and 14. So now here, this is gate number 18. From gate number 18, the pressure is 73, mirroring a 78. Though it is the linear, it is not the favorite for a reason. Why? Because it is from gate number 18 and the pressure is not adequate. Wherein this is the second linear, which is at 199.99, and it is from gate number 9. So that is what it is. So 7. Now the question is about the jock. Seven is being written by Ethan Brown. It's the same thing again. Why? Because there is no jock on this. Alright? There is no jock. It's good. It should be the favorite. It should be the favorite. It's at 199. Okay? It's at 199. 119. Everything is good on this horse. But the problem is that it doesn't have a jock. Both of them. You need a jock on this. That 10 is a check. That is a check. This is a dangerous one, all right? This is a dangerous one. Why? Because from it is not like these horses, all right? It is not like the 6, which is going to have to struggle. It is not like the 6 which has to be struggling. Like here, the 14 was very favorite. Why? Because it's the final pressure line is 0. All right. Then it turns out to be 20 here, 24 here. And that was the EW. Apparently, that's what it is. But there were 2 problems with this horse. What were they? First, the management. They were not great. All right. That's where the 6 came in. It had more advantage, though the final pressure, which is at the bend, was a little higher. That's why it struggled. At the bend, it was high. All right. That's why it had to come from the back, and it struggled. Though it got in, but it struggled. Chances were with 14. The odds were right, but they were like that. Here, I don't know why it is not there within the odds, because it's 0, 0, 0. It doesn't have any pressure on this horse. There's no pressure on this horse, basically. So they all have some pressure at the bend, but this one doesn't. So that 10 is there. In the game. It also has a jock who is riding 10. Craig Williams is riding. So now what might happen here? See, ideally the pressure is adequate on 7, but there is no jock to complement the pressure. It is the same thing what happened here with 15. If the jockey weight is not complementing the pressure that it is carrying, the jockey weight has to complement this. All right. This is the pressure on the horse, 144 at 165, linear, but the jockey is not handicapped rightly. The jockey, along with his tools, his own body weight, the saddle weight, all that is not adequate enough for this horse. He just had to ride. But even then, it did not get there. It is the same situation with these 2 horses. I don't know whether any of those will win. The pressure is good. Ideally, through the pressure, you can't stop this horse. But then again, that's where the problem is. The 10 is there in the game. I don't know why the 10 is not mentioned, but the 10 is not there in the odds. I don't know why, but it is there. This is a very high rated horse. Doesn't have the pressure from the gate number 18 to win. You need 80 plus. That is not there. So what are the other options? There's nothing actually. I think it is kind of a race which better to be 1400 002. That's a 9-year-old gelding. You want me to believe that? 2 is where? Sheen. That'll be very, very weird if that 2 wins or gets there in any form. It'll be very weird to believe that it's a 9-year-old gelding. I don't know what that thing is doing, but that is there. Then these are out of question. I don't know whether that'll happen. The entire race looks very, very dicey. This thing looks very dicey. The 12 and the 7 both are in trouble because of the jock. The 12 is very much in trouble because that is gate number 18. The pressure is not adequate for winning. the pressure is adequate for winning but doesn't have a jockey. That's the same thing for both the horses. The 10 is not even there within the odds, which is very surprising because it had to be there. And the rest, everything is very blurry. This is from gate number 11 at 78. Maybe it's a dedicated jock, though the jock is not handicapped rightly, but he has been riding this horse ever since. So this is a dedicated jock on this horse. On 3. (23, 29, 17, 27). 3 weeks, 12, 4 weeks, 3 is 3 weeks coffin. 3 weeks coffin, 23. These two are dicey. These two are dicey. If 3 wins, that will be because of the jock, because it is a dedicated jock. Because it is a dedicated jock. These two are dicey. The 10 is a check. You think 2 will change jockeys? Yeah, right. You're right. Sheen just fell. 2 will change jockey. Yeah, probably. So I'm very surprised with that 9-year-old gelding. If Sheen was there, that's a 0-0. Sheen had a chance. I don't know because this entire thing doesn't look right, Adaman. This entire thing doesn't look right. I don't know if the 7 will win or the 12 will win. The problem is the same. It's exactly the same problem as this one. If this thing, they're both linears, very strong linears, but very, very weirdly handicapped today. Gate number 18, 5-year-old gelding on a benchmark 90, very difficult. It doesn't happen on benchmark 90. 7 is a very high pressure horse, doesn't have a jock. The turn is not even there within the odds, which is very strange. The 3 has a dedicated jock, maybe from gate number 11, maybe, but this is 78 at 108. 78 at 108. So what, the final pressure basically shows you the pressure that it will have after the bend. All right. After the bend, this is the pressure. That's when you see the horses taking time to build up the momentum. So the lower it is, the better it is. The lower it is, the better it is. The higher it is, with that you need a lot of things in place. A lot of things in place. Here, if you look at what happened, so that 3 won, all right? See, this pressure is high, this pressure is low, all right? This pressure is low, this is high, this is low, and then this is here at 108. So the 3 won at 87%, all right? And they had very high bend pressure. They had very high bend pressure. That did not work. You need a lower bend pressure. That is very advantageous. That is very advantageous. So here, the 3 out of all this is lowest. $36, $24, $49. This is bad. $28, $28, $43, $49. From gate number 19, that's not possible. So here, the 3 actually, maybe because of the dedicated jock, there is nothing else. Maybe because of the dedicated jock, that's the only possible thing that can happen. But this race is designed for you to lose money. That's bottom line, because these 2 horses are definitely not in the right light. They're not in the right light. 12 and 7. 12 definitely is from gate number 18 with 73. That is not possible. Plus the bend pressure is very high. This is 99 dropping to a 73. This is good, but doesn't have a jock. From gate number 9. And the 10 is not even there within the odds. Yeah, 2, probably Sheen is going to get replaced with somebody else. You're right. Adaman will do it on Thursday again. Let's regroup on Thursday, because Thursday there are big races at Flemington itself. This week it's all about Flemington, I think. Saturday, I don't know which one is there, but I think tomorrow I'll skip. I haven't slept for 2 days. I'll get some sleep tomorrow, and let's regroup on Thursday, my friend. Rexy, welcome back, Rexy. Long time. Nine here at Flemington.
She was, Brian, and she was good winning a Memsy first up. It didn't go according to plan thereafter, but she'll be back in the order, and we'll see.
This race is a trap. That I think it is. This race is a trap, so you might be right, Rexy. This one is a trap. I mean, whoever has made money today, we're asking, put it back in this one.
This race is really stronger than the Wakeful. The tail end of the Wakeful really dropped away. I think that's why she was a good bet on that occasion. It's a time to double dip, said.
This one looks like it doesn't have that feel good factor.
25 minutes. She's still very light, right? clearly the favourite's going to be hard to beat. What about the betting for the last, though, Neb? Race number 10 today.
It's a pretty even betting contest. Sunshine in My Pocket's the one they have just come forward late, but it's not huge going to $3.60 now. And Dollars shooting for 3 wins in a row. The Hayes boys have got this horse going well. Journey on the spell. $6.
That is brilliant, Rexy.
Been racing well as well consistently. $9.50 to $4.50. Hillary has been $16 to $9.50. Inside draw for Gala Queen. $15 to $11 for the one they've got to beat.
I got a couple of races, but I'm in immense pain because of the 8th. I mean, the major one today. I got a couple of them, but I'm very sad about my own actions on the Melbourne Cup. I can't blame anyone, and I need to apologize to everybody for what happened. It was a disaster on my part.
He's in great form. It was a good win beating Sunshine in My Pocket last time. Yeah, he took the run at the right time. The barrier might not be the major issue now. They're getting wide on the course. He's the aggressive force, having won 5 of 11.
4 is a stretching. 5 Coatel completes Michael. Nick Monstay was 5th in the Gawler Cup to Harrison and won the John Woods earlier on.
Another horse that comes over from South Australia looking really, really well. With trouble horses, you don't come all this way to not be competitive and not be at your best. So it's another good parade for this horse too.
Patches the form red well. What I don't like is it's almost 900 grams since a win. So that's a bit of an issue, but I think we need to bring something like his best.
6 Reinberg is the first of the bench good runners for us to look at. The 4 by Lindsay Parker.
He looks really well. I think that he's pretty forward in condition, has a barrier blanket coming off today as well. Hopefully he begins well with that coming off. But overall his condition's good. He hasn't won for a long time as well, Hutchie, but I thought that he is forward enough to be competitive. Do you like what he's trialled up?
Yeah, and the one thing, he was generally pretty consistent, wasn't he, with the previous stable? I'm sure Gavin Fletcher has him going well. Tricky draw, not sure where he ends up, and fresh up at this stage of his career. Happy to watch.
7 Sunshine in My Pocket was the beaten favourite in third to $10 at Caulfield.
I think he's still going very well, this horse. It's another really good parade from him. His coat is absolutely beautiful, and I do feel like he's hit his peak today in regards to his fitness.
Yeah, I think he's got a great chance to get him right on the course. I won't worry if he did want him to win. He doesn't handle that. So it's not ideal, but he can still win.
Lindsay Parker is scratching a chance. We see him on Saturday night, so risque. Also for Lindsay Parker and also via the race the stablemate won.
He's another one that joins the non-winners for a long time, Bob, but also has been racing really quite well. Hasn't been getting beaten all that far. I think it's another good parade from him. He's very, very fit. He's doing everything right. So if you like what he's been doing and feel like he can lift the bar, then he looks well.
So the race has been competing and it's rated well enough to win this, so he can certainly
Yes, we are going to race Thursday again.
He's capable. I think he might be a little bit of value in the market at the moment.
Back to 14 after 2 cracks at a mile for 10 Gala Queen.
She's a progressive mare there. She's got a good winning strike rate, 12 starts, 4 wins. I like her nice and fresh today. She's parading beautifully.
Yeah, I think the win at Flemington was solid enough. She carried 60.5 there. She gets 54 today. And yes, it's a much stronger assignment, but if you give the Caulfield run, I think it's...
Don't do that, Adam, man. Don't. This one. Don't. I mean, Adam, man, come on. This one is a trap. This one is a trap, Adam, man.
This horse, he took me by surprise when one.
It's a trap.
The preparations, he just naturally carries a fair bit of condition.
Yes, probably that's Wednesday night for you, Rexy.
Yeah, he's a talented horse, been super consistent. I thought the run last time...
It's probably a trap, Adam, man. Don't. I mean... When you have slightest doubt, get a drink.
He's just a lovely horse, this, and he's well named because you know at some stage he will rip and he will hit the line really hard. His parade's excellent, his coat's lovely, he's been racing in really good heart, and I can see him doing the same thing again today.
He has been up a while, but he is going very well. It's a genuine each-way chance and it's an each-way price. So it's certainly been consistent.
This thing doesn't have that feel-good factor. It looks like a trap. It looks like, even they said about the 7, they said it's not suitable, but may win.
strings attached.
You heard that. If you want, you rewind and listen to what they're saying.
Winning spin and a Cranbourne jump out since a subpar effort on
It's not suitable, but may win. The problem is they do not talk numbers. They do not express in numbers like what it should be. If they show the number and we are able to validate our numbers with them, then we are doubly sure about what we are doing. But they don't do that. It's a bad idea, Adaman.
16 and 17 scratchings, horse and 18. 10 commandments. Tested the bogus gold star on Cosplay.
Nothing wrong with the way that this horse is parading. I think that he's fit, he's healthy, all those things. But Touch, I would have thought he's probably got a few lengths to make up some of these. What's your opinion?
Yeah, no, it is.
Possible. This looks like a trap, Rexy, so anything is possible. Anything is possible.
This is not all that easy. No races during Cup.
19 Bolt Sabres on the back up from Bendigo Cup though.
He is. He's a lovely and fit horse, and I'm sure that the Archer stable would be crying that this track is dried out continuously through the day. They would have been doing their best rain dances for the past week, and he loves a wet track. He looks really good. He's a gentleman on race.
And all
lovely and fit. I think he's going well. But the wet track Touchy would have brought him right into the mix.
Yeah, definitely would have. 5 to 6 runs on heavy tracks. He's neither one on the place, so it's a shame for them. That said, he's actually holding his form really well. I don't think he'll be too far off.
Step up in class for the 20 Jugion from the recent 62s, 64s and 66s.
Yeah, it certainly is. The horse looks well. I think that he's been turned out in nice order. He's definitely fit enough and well enough. He's just being a little bit crutches here in the mounting yard, pairing up with the pony. So without knowing his manners previously, I prefer a horse that needs everything to go right to be parading just a little bit more playful.
It just looks a bit outclassed now. There's a lot of other horses you can make a case for.
One for Dad is scratching, 2 Windstorm, the last runner to look at. We haven't seen him since Memsy Day behind the Rupert Clark winner Sepples.
Yeah, I think a long way back.
Sorry, Hutch. He looks like he's pretty forward in condition, and I feel like he's holding on to that good amount of residual fitness, and his coat's lovely. What do you make him making the break between runs?
Yeah, he's well, at this stage of their career.
It was a nasty one. It was a nasty one. I mean, you can't blame them. They're all tired. They're very tired.
So that's the field for the Channel 9 trophy to complete Melbourne Cup Day. We can let you know Vice Fire Stewart's in the last couple of minutes. There is an indefinite delay here while the ambulance that's transporting the injured rider Blake Sheet to hospital is swapped over. Blake currently in the care of the race day medical team. As suspected, broken left leg is the information that has also come from the RV steward. So
he broke his left leg.
This race now tick under 5 minutes away. We will not be meeting that juncture, but we will wait to see when this race that was scheduled for 5:15 p.m. at local time will be run. Hutch, you've got Persian Spirit as your on-top selection, winner during the Warrnambool May Carnival earlier this year.
Yeah, that returning win at Flemington was awesome. I think 1400, excuse to Geelong as well, with the steady tempo, still solid sectionals late. I was a little bit concerned with Sunshine in my pocket, who I liked originally, just with the state of the track, but look, there's cushion in it, but it's not as bad as we thought with the upgrade. And Dollar, of course, beat Sunshine in my pocket last start. Those two do warrant plenty of respect. And the other one, that Garlic Queen, I think can bounce back following a little dip in the run last time out.
Along with Sunshine in my pocket on top, there's not much between 3 horses in particular, and they are my on-top selection in Sunshine. I thought Dollar is another horse that looks fantastic, and there really isn't much between them. It's all very good parades from 3 really nice and consistent horses. So it might come down to a little bit of luck running like it always does, but then I took 3.
I like the Sunshine on my pocket pass, couple from inside draws, now getting to front to the white.
Man, I hope that doesn't happen to him. He's a good boy, man. He's a fantastic jock. And after all, we are all, whether he knows about us or he doesn't, but we work together. We are all colleagues. We see him every day, and I just hope that he doesn't get that.
There's been some races today where there has been quite a bit of interference as well, but that's
I hope that he gets well soon.
Thankfully, it's okay. So
But back at Flemington, the final event on the program, we do have...
At the end of the day, we meet each other every day.
Go back out to Amy and Nigel. Might be able to bring some speed.
Though we are here we are like the keyboard warriors, but
scheduled starting time at 5:15, but the swap over
still.
necessary for the ambulances still to take place. Sean Kelly from the RV Comps team saying that ambulance, I think, has to exit Smithfield Road, which is the other side of the course, so that's going to take several minutes given the crowd that's in there.
We are. You can't deny that. We work together. We depend on them. No matter how we do our numbers, but at the end of the day, we have to rely on them. So we are colleagues at the end of the day.
Wishes to him, and I'm sure that they'll get this underway as soon as is practical. But first and foremost, we've got to just worry about Lake, and none of this other stuff matters really, does it? It'd be about people and our horses and everything aren't okay. That's the important thing.
Yeah, well said. So we'll wait for more information, BZ, as to when we'll be starting this final event of the day of the Channel 9 Trophy, but certainly not going to be meeting our scheduled start at 5:15.
That's a part of the game. That happens in every workplace. I get pissed with all my co-workers. I get pissed with all my co-workers. You have no idea how difficult it is working online.
Just after 10 past 6. Plus, we have plenty of racing from W.
I have there's so many stories that they are there. I have a team. Now that team is all Russian. I don't understand a word of Russian. And we work together. They're fantastic people. But when, there's something wrong, and when I have to tell them that there is something wrong and you need to make the difference, not to make it wrong, man, there's no harder work than that. They don't understand my language. I don't understand their language. It is a disaster at times.
We put up $6 a couple of days ago. It's into $4 now, shooting 3 wins in a row. Hutch's on top selection. Spirit well back as well. You go from $9.50 into $4.80. A couple of unexpected odds here. Hill Rip $16 into $11. So Risque open $34. That price was knocked off pretty early. There's been continual support for it over the last couple of days as well. $15. But Sunshine in my pocket, the one that beat in the last. Good support late. $3.40 sports. What are you really gambling with? Free confidential support for that number on the screen. Or visit the website.
So, still in a holding pattern. Nigel, can you bring us up to speed? What's the latest?
Okay, BT, just spoke to Sean Kelly from the comms team. He was with the VRC's Chief Racing Officer Lee Jordan. So the changeover of the BTR medical team is just being completed as we speak. They're anticipating around 10 minutes, so 5:25 p.m. is sort of the roughly estimated time at the moment. So, Amy, talk to us, trainer and mounting guard analyst, the horses handling that extra sequence of time to be ready for this race, and the work that the strappers in particular need to do to keep their horses on song for the best possible performance.
Yeah, absolutely. They're all doing a great job. They're going to earn their money today. These lovely stable hands, aren't they? They're going to be walking for quite a long time. The horses that does have no harm. It's only a good thing, to be fair. They're just warming up. All these horses naturally have a morning before they go out to exercise. They'll usually have a good 20-minute, 30-minute walk just to soften themselves up and to loosen up. So they're all handling the occasion really well, with the exception of number 20, Jujion. Is that what we're rolling with?
Jujion, somewhere in that vicinity, number 20.
Anyway, that one's been a little bit silly. The others are all been pretty good.
Horse 170 or somewhere thereabouts, I think, of the Melbourne Cup day accepted. So, BZ, as mentioned, somewhere in the vicinity of 5:25 is the forecast for this last race at this stage.
Guys, we'll count down till that time now for the final event on the program. Just one more to come from each.
Did you have one for us in the last set, Art?
The last one run really well at a price called Lexington. dropping back in grade. I know Richard on Get On was kicking up for a horse that he's got a share of, actually.
Yes.
Jimmy Rock. I thought I was a little suspect at 1400 myself. He was saying, hey, for it. Yeah, he said, hey, get him back into the box. Yeah. Bring that 1400. Yeah, he almost took offence, didn't he? He did take offence to that almost. Some of Lex charge over the top of them with a few speed runners and that. We'll get to that shortly. We'll also get to JD Howe. He's now on track, who's with Amy Dunn.
Thanks for your time, JD. Two runners here. Let's start with Bendola. He definitely got a kick from where I was standing. How's he been between runs? He looks full of confidence.
He's definitely taken a lot of confidence with last two starts, being able to put two wins together and hopefully to make the third here. He's trained on beautifully. We had him in with Damien Oliver, but I like to
Which one?
A better race for him. And we're happy to see the scratching.
That is going to haunt me for a very, 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 very long time. That is going to haunt me for a very long time.
I think we can put it to the ultimate gear change since he knocked the nuts out of him. Decided to focus on his job at hand. His report before the operation was that he was easily distracted others. So it was a timely gear change for him, and it was to be paying dividends with his on. People thought had nice ability, so it's good to see him. Hopefully, something to fulfill that.
Want to be careful. You run like going to your old report card. Like, you didn't get the ultimate gear change with your rookie day.
Yeah, I think I need a little bit of help all over that.
Talk us through some of his gates. Stephanie, what's he going to do from that wideish gate?
Look, he was very good first up. He was balancing. Obviously, he was back in the field last up, but he was very good. He appreciated the time between runs, and I could see him running a nice race.
Wasn't it wonderful to see Jamie and the McAvoys victorious in the Melbourne Cup? What a special moment.
Oh, outstanding. We've obviously got a close connection with the McAvoys, and we're on the home up at Zara, and they're truly deserving into the Cup double.
That was 12 win.
What an effort by Jamie as well.
Well said. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Wild is with us, perfect spirit, fantastic up the straight earlier in the campaign, back to 1400 for the Channel 9 Trophy. Simon, good to see you. How did he come through the dual choice on Geelong Cup Day?
Yeah, really well. I think he's just about to peak, and it looks like 1400 is ideal. Hasn't been, hasn't had all that amount of luck last month, so we're hoping that can change a bit today. That he's drawn an awkward alley and just praying for a bit of pace on, and I think if he gets that nice run with the pace on, he's got a really good turn of foot. So yeah, fingers crossed.
He's about to peak, says a bit, given the group of sprinters he put away first up. This prep here, was there a bit under the hood? You always imagined he was going to be able to sustain a bit of a sprint campaign.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise us, but I think it mapped well for him. They went really hard, and that's what suits him.
It was a big odd on that.
So I don't know. It does look like there's a heap of speed in this race, but a big field hopefully will generate a normal sort of tempo, and if it can be a bit of cover and launch late, I think he like I said, his closing sections are always pretty good.
A few scratchings help Harry's cause too. Would he be trying to pinch a spot a couple of runs closer?
Yeah, maybe. He did miss the start slightly at Geelong, and so he had to ride him a little bit from that, from missing the start. So yeah, look, hopefully if he jumps well, he can be a couple of lengths closer. That'd be nice.
Did you get a bit of a thrill out of the Cup win that Cole McKenna, who's done so much for racing in your part of the world, even though he's not with us anymore, he's bred a Melbourne Cup winner?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And an Australian bred, I just think it's fantastic. That a horse that's probably bred for more like a Jump or a Jericho can win a Melbourne Cup. It's just great. I mean, it always produces a great story, doesn't it? Melbourne Cup.
Certainly does. Good luck here.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks for your time. Well, Ruby just keeps on turning up, looking good and running well. Is today going to be rinse and repeat?
Yeah, absolutely. He's deep in a campaign now, but every time you take a moment, you think, oh, that could be enough. But Kish keeps running up so well. He just pulls up so well from his race, and he keeps running on us. So he's here in good order.
You've got a couple of horses just like this, Sue Sensation, who ran so well on Saturday. How do you keep these horses up so long and so happy?
I was so lucky to have a farm that we utilise. They go for a run and they have about 3 or 4 days up there in the paddock there. And really just helps them, get some energy back into them, and you can really space out their preparation. So, lucky to have the facilities we do.
You guys are very loyal to Liam Reid. You always give him good opportunities. It's nice to see him take the reins of this horse on a big day.
Yeah, definitely. He always rides very well for us, does a lot of work for the stable. So, we'd love to, and he normally rides it very well, so hopefully he does it.
What about how good it was to see?
That 14 was right on my face, Arman. That 14 was right on my face, screaming at me.
So,
and I looked away.
It's awesome, getting around those
That 14 was right on my face.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Certainly echo those sentiments from Will Larkin, and there is a good feel about the result of the Melbourne Cup. But let's go to John Kelton, because the next event at Moorfield, race number 9 on the program, coming very quick on the back of Melbourne. John, what do you like in the next?
I'm with Valancourt here, Zed. She's another one on a quick backup. She ran midfield in a harder race on Saturday, but the stable have opted to keep her in here. Stable apprentice Isaac getting 3 kilos off. And I think the little bit of giving the track is in Valancourt's favour. I'm expecting a very aggressive ride from a wideish gate here, and she might make them chase her with the lighter weights. Horse number 11, Trantoro, was
that 10 has now.
last start with Jess Severa put on board.
The 10 is now on the 4th odd.
She's a good horse when she's right. She can mix her form a bit, but she was good last start. All too misty, might need some luck in the run, but she's more than capable. I had her in for 3rd and Meg's Magic in for 4th. There's been plenty of cash to suggest that Valancourt will run well. She certainly presented well in the yard, and I'm with her. I think she'll give them something to chase, and certainly the last few races being up on the speed has been a good advantage.
Thanks very much for that, John. So we'll get this race away at Flemington, and then we'll be heading straight to South Australia for the last event.
Oh man, this is Morph. That is Morph. No, this is Flemington, not Morph. Or this is probably Morph.
He's been taken to hospital with a suspected broken left leg, so we wish him all the best. But here at Flemington, the last event on Cup Day is race number 10. Let's go to Matt Hill for the call.
This is Flemington.
The gates, 45 seconds off the reviewed starting time. Sunshine in my pocket, $3.50 the favourite. Ahead of Endola at $4.30 and Persian Spirit $5.30. They'll be called up shortly. So most of these horses, in fact, all of them are down at the gates. Jugi on arriving down there with the clerk of the course. So there should be called to jockeys to shortly over there as Windstorm on resumption. Wheels are out at the back of the chutes. Heel Rip is there. There's clearly another issue, Brookhurst. Jugion vetted. Okay, thank you. Jugion is being vetted here. Number 20. Number 20, Jugion being vetted at the stalls. Was in the hands of the clerk of the course until it got down there, so the vet's having a look now. In the meantime, they're moving in. 10 Commandments is the first one into the stalls. Gala Queen is about to join them with also Endola. So Endola goes in. I think it's last two. Bolt Sabre about to come forward with also no strings attached. Tommy Berry with a red hat. So about 7 to get set. We're just waiting for news on that runner Jugion. So some news coming through now. Hello. Pass fit to start, number thanks. Jugion pass fit to start, number 20. As Reinberg goes in. So risque. Waits its turn as Sunshine in my pockets. The final favourite on Cup Day. He's in the stalls. 3 to get set. So risque is the next one along. With also Persian Spirits. And that will leave Jugion. So Jugion was vetted. That has been past fit to start. Number 20 Jugion, the last one for. So Jugion goes in. The field set for the last. The Channel 9 trophy. Final race on the card
They're set and away they go. Bold Sabre and Touch Slow. He'll rip up well with Coda Healy and Ryanberg. And driving up on the inside, 10 Commandments. Almost made a line of 4. So Risque Pete's out of that battle. Sunshine in my pocket behind them with Bold Sabre. And no strings attached. Tommy Berry with the red hat's going to whip up around them. Ryanberg is the leader after 300 metres from no strings attached. Gala Queen is looking for a sit behind those horses as they settle and got it from 10 Commandments. And then Coda Healy and behind those Sunshine in my pocket, a length and a quarter, Heel Rip, Bolt Sabre, So Risque on a wide run. Behind them, Windstorm, and then came out deeper Indola, who's got a back to follow. Jugi on the second last, and at the back is Persian Spirit as they run past the 700 marker. So the leader is Ryanberg by a length to no strings attached. Third, 10 Commandments, and fourth, Gala Queen. Coda Healy, fifth, 3 deep. Bolt Sabre next. Now, Sunshine in my pockets between horses has about 5 lengths to pick up. Jugion getting up on the rails, and then So Risque and Heel Rips waited with as well. 300 metres to go. Ryanberg under attack. Jugion up on the inside. No strings attached as battling on it. Here comes Persian Spirit with a blinder right down the outskirts of the 200. Persian Spirit took the front from Jugion. Sunshine in my pocket, and then came Endola, but it's all Persian Spirit. But Harry Coffey's going to bolt in the last. Persian Spirit by about 4 lengths. Second, Sunshine.
12.
Third was Endola, and then Heel Ribbon behind those horses. Windstorm, followed by Jugion, who ran a
12.
fair race. Bolt Sabre, So Risque. Heel Ribbon.
12, 7, 3, 14.
10 Commandments. Ryanberg got tired. Well back, no strings attached. Gala Queen and Coda Healy.
Persian Spirit smashes them in the last beat. Sunshine in my pocket in Dola. 12, 7, 3 and 14 as we now turn our focus to Automobile for race.
That actually played the odds.
All the reaction from
No, it went through. Linear, second linear, 12, 7, 3, all pressure played, and 14 play. Anyway, that happened. That happened. That happened. Anyways, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 10 races today here, including the Melbourne Cup, and that was the last one. But we're going to be racing back on Thursday again at Flemington here. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun. And I want to thank everybody who's watching this from anywhere around the world. My heartfelt gratitude to everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Dawes, thank you so much for being here, my friend. Rexy, thank you for tuning back in. Thank you so much for being here, my friend. Arman, thank you so much for being here, my friend. Bishwa, thank you so much for being here, my friend. Wallace, thank you so much for being here, my friend. John, thank you so much for being here, my friend. Lighting Strikes, you did fantastic with that 20 today. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for joining in. Please bring in some more lights. Boy, thank you for joining. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here and supporting the channel. Thank you so much for being here, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being here, my friend. Thank you so much. Ascot, bro, thank you so much for being here, my friend. Grandma, thank you so much for bringing in all your friends in here. Thank you so much for doing that, my friend. I think that is it. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Thursday here at Flemington. Till then, stay blessed. Have a great day. Bye-bye.